Chapter 676. A single stalk of Thunder Calamity herb wasn't able to completely recover Li Fuchen's chi blood source, but it was almost recovered. Li Fuchen was planning to continue comprehending the joint heaven sword's sword pattern. Before this, Li Fuchen had already comprehended the joint heaven sword's sword pattern to the 90% mark. Once it was fully comprehended, the joint heaven sword would turn into a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, and it would come with a heaven-class high-tier sword art. It would be a great boost to Li Fuchen's strength, and it would at least increase his strength by 10 times. 1 month passed. 2 months passed. Li Fuchen's progress on the joint heaven sword's sword pattern was very slow. After 2 months, the comprehension rate wasn't even at the 91% mark. It wasn't because Li Fuchen's perception wasn't strong enough, it was because this layer of the joint heaven sword's sword pattern was too insane. Li Fuchen reckoned that unless his spirit soul evolved into the pale red spirit soul, he wouldn't be able to comprehend this layer of sword pattern in a short period of time. The ancient star city's array formation had a range of 10 million miles. Within this 10 million miles, killing was prohibited, otherwise the array formation would attack. The sea within the coverage of the formation was also known as the Ancient Star Sea. In the Ancient Star Ocean, there were human kings and even human emperors searching for resources all year round. The ocean was too vast, and the environment was extremely complicated. Even the demon race did not dare to say that they had explored the entire ocean. It would be impressive if they could even explore 10% of it. At the bottom of the ancient star sea, there was a kind of herb called deep-sea blood Ganoderma. Although it was only a top earth-level herb, its value was not lower than a normal low-level heaven-level herb. The main reason was that the deep-sea blood Ganoderma could not only nourish the chi and blood, but also calm the soul. Li Fuchen couldn't afford the heaven dragon fruit. After all, 300 million was too expensive and it wasn't necessary. Since he wasn't planning to leave the ancient star city for now, he could take his time to recover. Hence, the deep-sea blood Ganoderma had become his target. With his insane spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was like a fish in water in the ancient star sea. With his current spiritual awareness, only great emperors would be able to suppress him. At the bottom of the ancient star sea, more than 200,000 meters deep, a figure was traveling at a high speed. My speed is still too slow. Looks like I'll have to create a water escape technique. More than 90% of the deep blue plain was the sea. In the future, the water escape technique would become more and more useful. Several hours later, Li Fuchen rushed to the side of a blood-colored plant shaped like a small umbrella. With a wave of his hand, the deep-sea blood Lingji landed in Li Fuchen's hand. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and continued to search for traces of the deep-sea blood Lingji. Suddenly, Li Fuchen's face flashed with surprise. In a deep abyss at the bottom of the sea, Li Fuchen discovered an unusual deep-sea blood Lingji. This deep-sea blood Ganoderma was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made from a blood-colored crystal. It shone brightly, and around the blood Ganoderma were illusory blood dragons and blood tigers running. It was an astonishing sight. Blood Lingji King. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would still know that this was the blood Lingji crown. Normally, a deep-sea blood Lingji would need to be nurtured at the bottom of the sea for around 1,000 years before it would grow. However, it was said that the blood Lingji King would need to be nurtured for 10,000 years. If the ordinary deep-sea blood Lingji was a peak-rank earth-level herb, then the blood Lingji King could be counted as a low-rank heaven-level or even a mid-rank heaven-level herb. Its value far surpassed the thunder calamity grass, and even surpassed the sky dragon fruit. Li Fuchen didn't bother to exhaust his chi and executed the sword shift to rush towards the abyss at the bottom of the sea where the blood Lingji King was. At the same moment, a blood-colored figure and a figure with 4 arms had also sensed the presence of the blood Lingji King. But it was obvious that Li Fuchen was the closest to the abyss and was around 10 times closer than the 2 figures. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the abyss at the bottom of the sea. From a few miles away, Li Fuchen waved his hand and instantly kept the Blood Lingji King, causing the dragon and tiger phenomenon to vanish. Put down the Blood Lingji King. The blood-colored figure approached first, and it was a stalwart middle-aged man who looked similar to the Blood Demonic King. The Blood Demonic Great Ruler was the strongest demonic beast ruler within the radius of 1 trillion miles. Back when the ancient Star City wasn't established, the ancient Star Sea was just a part of his territorial sea. Before the Blood Demonic Great Ruler arrived, a blood sea-like chi presence surged at Li Fuchen. If it was a regular primary sea realm monarch, they wouldn't even dare to make a move against this chi presence. Before Li Fuchen could speak, another four-armed figure approached quickly. Blood Demonic, I am the one who discovered this Blood Lingji King first. If you know your limits, you better back off. The four-armed figure was a robust man with 4 arms and 4 eyes. His upper and lower jaws were protruding like a crocodile's mouth. The four-armed Great Ruler was the strongest demonic beast ruler in the four-armed sea that was close to the Blood Demonic Sea. His strength wasn't inferior to the Blood Demonic Great Ruler. Four-armed, don't forget that the ancient Star Sea was once a part of my Blood Demonic Sea. It isn't your place to speak. The Blood Demonic Great Ruler said in a deep voice. You said it yourself. That was in the past, this is now. The four-armed Great Ruler's tone was very dominant. You want to start a war? The Blood Demonic Great Ruler's body was overflowing with murderous aura. Let's start a war then. Who is afraid of who? The four-armed Great Ruler wasn't afraid at all. The demonic beast race had always been belligerent and he, the four-armed Great Ruler, had never been afraid of anyone. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely intense. But soon enough, the Blood Demonic Great Ruler withdrew his murderous aura and said, Let's obtain the Blood Lingji King first. The deep-sea Blood Lingji was also very useful to the demonic beast race, especially to great rulers. The Blood Lingji King was one of the opportunities for them to break through to the demonic beast overlord. The demonic beast race relied on excavating the potential of their bloodline to strengthen themselves. The Blood Lingji King that could strengthen their chi blood source would definitely be able to strengthen their bloodline and allow them to evolve more easily. But the Blood Lingji King was too rare. The Blood Demonic Great Ruler was once the ruler of the ancient Star Sea and had only obtained 1 stalk of the Blood Lingji King for thousands of years. This was his second time seeing the Blood Lingji King. No matter what, the Blood Demonic Great Ruler wouldn't let the Blood Lingji King go to waste. Anyone who took something that belonged to him would have to die. Human kid, hand over the Blood Lingji King and the storage bag. Then sever your arms and get lost back to the ancient Star City. The four-armed Great Ruler had never placed humans in his eyes. His attitude towards Li Fuchen was also that of a command. Li Fuchen smiled and said, This is the ancient Star Sea, why should I listen to you? Do you think we cannot kill you in the ancient Star Sea? The Blood Demonic Great Ruler grinned and released wave after wave of murderous chi at Li Fuchen. The Quasi-Class 9 array might be incredible, but it wasn't able to completely restrain a Great Ruler. Even if the Blood Demonic Great Ruler only had 100% of the strength, he was confident he could kill Li Fuchen. Only this much strength? Li Fuchen used his sword intent to resist the Blood Demonic Great Ruler's murderous chi with ease. Courting death. The Blood Demonic Great Ruler extended his right hand and extended a sharp blood-colored claw at Li Fuchen. Bang boom! Dense purple lightning appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the Blood Demonic Great Sovereign and the claw shadows that the Blood Demonic Great Sovereign released. Ultimately, when the claw shadow approached Li Fuchen, it had already lost 99% of its power and was dispersed by Li Fuchen's sword. The Blood Demonic Great Ruler was in a miserable state and his body was covered in burn marks. The Quasi-Class 9 array was an array that was used against half-overlords. If a Great Ruler dared to make a move, they would have to pay a price. If the blood demonic great ruler disregarded everything and activated the all-out attack of the quasi-class 9 array, he might perish at any moment. Damn it. The blood demonic great ruler's face turned dark. Li Fuchen's strength was obviously at the emperor level, and he wasn't weak even among the emperors. Blood demonic, this is all you have. Watch me. The four-armed great ruler opened his mouth and shot an illusory sharp arrow at Li Fuchen. Chapter 677. The demon spirit arrow flashed and shot into Li Fuchen's brain. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression. Let alone a 10% power demonic spirit arrow, even a 100% power demonic spirit arrow wouldn't be able to injure his true spirit. The true spirit was a person's quintessence, while the spiritual awareness was a diluted quintessence. It was already very difficult to use the spiritual awareness to attack the true spirit. Even Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't deal too much damage to others' true spirit. On the contrary, it was almost impossible for others to injure Li Fuchen's true spirit. The smile on the four-armed great sovereign's face didn't last long before it turned ugly. In his opinion, 10% of the demonic spirit arrow's power was enough to make a regular law phase realm emperor suffer a fate worse than death. This was his innate ability, and not a simple spiritual awareness attack. But looking at Li Fuchen's appearance, he was obviously fine. You too, I won't accompany you any longer. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered with the blood demonic great ruler and the four-armed great ruler as he turned to leave. The two demonic beast great rulers forcefully endured the desire to make a move and watched as Li Fuchen left. In the ancient Star Sea, there was a limit to their strength. If they disregarded everything and made a move, they might be killed by the array before they could kill Li Fuchen. Blood demon, looks like we won't be able to do anything to him for the time being, the four-armed great emperor said slowly. The blood demonic great emperor said coldly, unless he stays in the ancient Star Sea, he will regret it. After Li Fuchen devoured the blood Lingji crown, if he devoured Li Fuchen, the effects would only get stronger. In the eyes of the demon race, humans had always been great tonics to strengthen their bloodlines. After returning to the ancient Star City, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion. With 19 stalks of deep-sea blood Ganoderma and a blood Ganoderma king, he felt that not only could his blood essence recover, but it could also reach a new level. But Li Fuchen still underestimated the effects of the deep-sea blood Lingji. Just 9 stalks of deep-sea blood Ganoderma had completely restored his blood essence and even strengthened it. Taking out the blood Lingji king, Li Fuchen broke off a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. It was hard to describe this feeling. Li Fuchen felt that apart from the Qi blood source getting stronger, there was an invisible power in the Qi blood source that was also getting stronger. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, this invisible power should be the bloodline power. The human bloodline was very weak. Even if it was a body refinement martial artist, the bloodline power was far inferior to the demon clan. After all, every race had its own characteristic. The unique characteristic of the demon race and the demon race was their bloodline. The specialty of the human race was their innate bone structure. However, after reaching the Saint's sovereign realm, the human bloodline wouldn't be any weaker than the demon race and the demon race. In fact, the human bloodline would even surpass the demon race and the demon race's bloodline. If the bloodlines of the monster race and the demon race were fixed, they would only be strengthened in the later stages. On the other hand, the human bloodline had yet to take shape and was highly malleable. After using 1 stalk of the blood Lingji king, Li Fuchen felt his bloodline power was at least 10 times stronger and a sharp qi presence was emitted. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's bloodline was the Sword Dao bloodline and contained traces of Sword Dao laws. One day, when Li Fuchen stepped into the Saint's realm, the first-generation children would perfectly inherit his Sword Dao bloodline. Even if their bone frames and innate talents were inferior, they would at least be able to reach the law phase realm. There were some ancient texts that described the first-generation Saint's bloodline as humanoid demonic beasts. It stated that they could rely on excavating the bloodline to constantly improve and grow stronger. Even if their perception was inferior, it wouldn't be able to stop them from becoming experts. At most, their prospects would be a little worse. As for the remaining 10 stalks of deep-sea blood Ganoderma, Li Fuchen gave them to Yan Qingwu. The deep-sea blood Ganoderma had the effects of calming the soul and strengthening the true spirit. If the true spirit was powerful enough to withstand heaven-class high-tier martial arts, Yan Qingwu's strength would definitely be several times stronger than now. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's sword pattern comprehension speed was slightly faster. With concentration, it was obvious that it would allow a person to utilize the advantage of perception to the greatest extent. 91%, 92% in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed and Li Fuchen's sword pattern comprehension was at 93%. The comprehension of 93% of the sword pattern was extremely terrifying. Even if Li Fuchen only had a tree branch after the sword pattern was attached, the power would be comparable with a heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword. In other words, the current joint heaven sword's power was far inferior to the sword pattern that Li Fuchen comprehended. Secondly, the higher the sword pattern proficiency, Li Fuchen felt that his sword heart was getting stronger too. He finally understood why the sword spirit asked him to pay more attention to the sword pattern. It was obvious that the sword pattern was related to the sword heart. The reason why Li Fuchen was able to condense the sword heart was mostly due to his extremely high sword pattern proficiency. After understanding this layer of relationship, Li Fuchen became even more attentive towards the sword pattern. One had to admit that the power of concentration was extremely terrifying. In just 2 short months, Li Fuchen persisted and comprehended the sword pattern to 95%. The efficiency was several times higher than before. In the ancient Star Sea, there were waves that were boundless. It was unknown when a giant shadow was extending from the sea. This shadow was too massive, and when it entered the ancient Star Sea's sea region, it actually didn't transform into a human form. The ancient Star City's Quasi-Class 9 array wasn't a regular Quasi-Class 9 array. It had the ability to change forms. Any demonic beast that entered the range of the array would automatically change forms. Demonic beasts that couldn't change forms wouldn't be able to enter. Beep 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 beep. In the ancient Star City, there was a mournful alarm that echoed. Inside the city lord residence, an elder wearing a starry robe woke up from his seclusion. When he took a look at the array, he was stunned. Demonic beast overlord! The starry robe elder was shivering. With the help of the Quasi-Class 9 array, he believed that he would be able to slaughter regular demonic beast overlords. However, demonic beast overlords were more than 10 times stronger than demonic beast overlord. A single slap from the demonic beast overlord would probably turn the ancient Star City into ashes. Almost subconsciously, the starry robe elder took out a crystal ball from his storage bag and crushed it. Rumble! The shadow burst out from the water. It was a giant beast that looked like a lizard and had a circle of tentacles on its head. This giant beast was too massive and was at least a few thousand miles in size. Its eyes were like the sun and moon in the sky and were emitting luminous divine light. When the ancient Star City's array and buildings encountered the divine light, they immediately melted. In an instant, a large number of demonic beast kings and human monarchs perished under the beast's gaze. Wan Ji, get lost from the ancient Star City. In the sky above the ancient Star City, an illusory figure that was also a few thousand miles in size appeared. You want to stop me with a mere formation clone? The giant beast raised its right claw and clawed at the ancient Star City. Bang! The illusory figure blocked the claw, but the claw force still destroyed half of the ancient Star City. That horrific law power had seemingly frozen the ancient Star City's time and space. Hurry up and flee! The surviving demonic beasts, demons, and humans of the ancient Star City were fleeing frantically. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu were also among the fleeing crowd. It was fortunate that the duo resided in the inner district. When taking a glance, the entire ancient Star City's outer district had been completely destroyed. Half of the inner district had been destroyed, and only the core district remained intact. The duo didn't have the time to understand what was happening. Their only thought was to escape, the further the better. Rumble. Chapter 678. In a single breath, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu escaped from the ancient Star Sea. Despite the case, there were still Qi forces that flew over 10 million miles and blasted on the nearby sea region. For a moment, the seawater exploded and the concentrated water droplets shot out like tens of thousands of arrows, causing Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's Qi blood to boil. Li Fuchen finally witnessed the terror of a demonic beast overlord. This is the ocean. Without the continent willpower to suppress it, it is very chaotic and dangerous. If we are lucky, primary sea realm monarchs would be able to cross the ocean and reach another continent. If we are unlucky, even great emperors would be killed. Yan Qingwu said. Li Fuchen said, if that's the case, the continent is a greenhouse used to nurture humans. Yan Qingwu nodded. You can say that. Otherwise, humans wouldn't be able to grow. The duo didn't dare to stop. Without the protection of the ancient Star City's array, they wouldn't be able to contest with the blood-demonic Great Ruler and the four-armed Great Ruler. Once they were targeted by the duo, they would have to use the teleportation board to escape and suffer damage to their Qi blood source again. In one breath, the duo fled for 7 days and 7 nights. Perhaps because the nearby demonic beast rulers were heading to the ancient Star City and hadn't returned yet, the duo didn't encounter a single demonic beast ruler along the way. It was a smooth journey. There seems to be a continent ahead. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness, and when it reached a few 100,000 miles, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. This barrier contained an unshakable willpower, and it was impossible to penetrate. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, this should be the continent willpower. Half a day later, the duo arrived at the vicinity of the barrier. In front of them was a boundless coastline. A Qi presence that belonged to a continent was spreading out and intimidating countless sea beasts. It is actually a mid-class continent. The duo were rather delighted. In this vast ocean, it was already extremely difficult to find a continent, let alone a mid-class continent. It was 10 times harder. The duo didn't spend much effort and found a mid-class continent. Li Fuchen sensed carefully and said with disappointment, it is a regular mid-class continent. It made sense. A top-notch mid-class continent like the Emperor Sky continent wouldn't be so easy to find. The continent willpower blocked the spiritual awareness but didn't stop the duo from entering. On a boundless plain, a war was ongoing. The two sides of the battle were the black-clothed men with the centipede pattern on their backs and the white-clothed men with the bamboo pattern on their sleeve. It seemed that the black-clothed men had the absolute advantage. The white-clothed men were dying from time to time. Black Centipede King, you schemed to kill more than 10 kings of my Azure Bamboo School. If we don't take revenge, we will not live under the same sky. One of the white-clothed monarchs, who was at the 7th level of primary sea realm, yelled out at the other black-clothed monarch. The black-clothed monarch sneered, after today, whether or not your Azure Bamboo sect exists is still a question. You want revenge? Dream on. The Black Centipede sect was stronger than the Azure Bamboo sect in the first place, and after plotting and killing more than 10 kings, the Azure Bamboo sect was no match for them. This battle had already been going on for several hours. The Azure Bamboo sect originally had several thousand people, but now there were only 1,000 left. In contrast, the Black Centipede sect still had 3,000 people. Seeing that the Azure Bamboo School was about to suffer a crushing defeat, 2 figures suddenly flew over from afar. This is a restricted battlefield. Please change your route. A king of the Black Centipede sect soared into the air and stopped the two. They were none other than Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu said, "Scram." As he spoke, he burst out with a Qi presence that only the peak level of primary sea realm would have. What? peak-level monarch? The Black Centipede King and the Green Bamboo King were shocked. The Black Centipede Sect and the Green Bamboo Guild were only second-rate factions in the Four-Way Continent. They were the only two high-level Primary Sea Realm experts, and only first-rate factions had peak-level Primary Sea Realm expert. But they didn't have any impression of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. The Black Centipede Monarch and the Green Bamboo Monarch knew clearly how powerful a peak-level monarch was. There was once a peak-level monarch that killed a 7th-level monarch in a single move. This incident had shaken the entire Four-Way Continent. Of course, even if they were all at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, there would be a difference in strength. But no matter how weak they were, they wouldn't be willing to provoke them. With no other choice, the Black Centipede Sect and the Green Bamboo Sect could only stop fighting for fear of offending Yan Qingwu. You too, please forgive me for offending you just now. The Black Centipede King cupped his fists respectfully at Yan Qingwu. Li Fuchen said, "Put aside the war first. The two of you, come over for a moment." Li Fuchen looked at the Black Centipede Monarch and the Green Bamboo Monarch. The Black Centipede Monarch had an unpleasant expression. He had already given in, but the opposition was insatiable. "The two of you better leave quickly." The Black Centipede Monarch endured his anger and said. Li Fuchen smiled and reached out to grab at the duo. In an instant, there was a horrific suction force and the duo involuntarily flew towards Li Fuchen. Presumptuous, let go of the sect patriarch. The 18 monarchs from the Black Centipede Sect formed a battle formation and blasted at Li Fuchen. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen's extended right hand lifted one of his fingers. Bang bang! The battle formation was shattered and everyone inside was sent flying. Such power! The monarchs from the Green Bamboo Guild, who were preparing to make a move, were flabbergasted. A single suction force was able to suck their guild patriarch and the Black Centipede Sect patriarch, the Black Centipede Monarch, over. Li Fuchen then used a single finger to destroy the Black Centipede battle formation. Such strength was simply horrifying. Stop, this lord doesn't have any ill intentions. How could the Black Centipede Monarch and the Green Bamboo Monarch not understand that Li Fuchen was also a peak-level Primary Sea Realm Monarch? Furthermore, he was a peak-level Primary Sea Realm Monarch with absolute strength. "I will just ask you a few questions, don't be nervous." Li Fuchen smiled and said. "My lord, please ask." The Green Bamboo Monarch bowed and cupped his fist. Li Fuchen asked, "What continent is this? What factions and experts are there on this continent?" The duo had just arrived and could be said to be blind. Therefore, there was a need to find someone to understand this continent. "My lord isn't from the Four-Way Continent?" The Green Bamboo Monarch was enlightened. No wonder they didn't have any impression of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. It turned out that they weren't from the Four-Way Continent. After knowing that the duo crossed the ocean, the Green Bamboo Monarch and the Black Centipede Monarch became even more cautious. Those that could cross the ocean weren't regular monarchs and were probably half-emperors. The Black Centipede Monarch interrupted and said, "This continent is called the Four-Way Continent and it is shaped like a square. The factions on the continent are categorized as first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, etc. There is only one first-rate faction, and that is the Four-Way Empire. There are 4 first-rate factions, dozens of second-rate factions, and hundreds of third-rate factions. As for the unrated factions, there are countless of them. My Black Centipede Sect and the Green Bamboo Guild are 2 of the second-rate factions. In addition, the Four-Way Continent has 10 great monarchs, and they are all at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm." Four-Way Empire? Why? The Four-Way Continent has Law Phase Realm Emperors? Yan Qingwu asked. The Green Bamboo Monarch shook his head and said, "The Four-Way Empire's ruler is known as the Four-Way Martial Emperor. He is actually at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, but he is powerful and can contest with Law Phase Realm Emperors. That is why he is known as the Four-Way Martial Emperor and the Four-Way Empire." "I see. Chapter 679. It was obvious that the four-way martial emperor was a combat emperor and a rather high-level one. In the Emperor's Sky continent there were plenty of combat emperors. It was already incredible to have a combat emperor on the four-way continent. As such, it was reasonable for him to call himself the four-way martial emperor. But in the eyes of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu, combat emperors weren't enough. Even peak-class combat emperors would only have the strength of low-level law phase realm emperors, while they had the strength of mid-level law phase realm emperors. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu looked at each other. Both sides were clear that the four-way continent didn't pose any threat to them. Continue. After understanding the four-way continent, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu quickly left. As for the Black Centipede Monarch and the Green Bamboo Monarch, they didn't have the mood to fight anymore. Even if they were fools, they knew that a storm was about to engulf the four-way continent and they had to make preparations. Green Bamboo Monarch, consider yourself lucky. The Black Centipede Monarch led the Black Centipede Sex members and left. Let's go too. The Green Bamboo Monarch and the Green Bamboo Guild had also retreated, leaving behind a barren plain. Thunder Cloud City was one of the top 10 major cities in the four-way continent. It was also the main city of the first-rate faction, the Thunder Cloud cult. In the flourishing Thunder Cloud City, there was an endless stream of carriages and horses. On the 9th floor of the Purple Cloud restaurant near the Thunder Cloud Plaza, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu were seated by the window and enjoying the delicacies. The four-way continent might not be the ideal cultivation continent, but it had definitely broadened their horizons. Martial artists did not live to become stronger, but to become stronger in order to be free and unfettered. How carefree would it be to roam the various continents? Their current strength wasn't enough, but if there was a day that they could become saints, the distance between continents wouldn't be considered a distance anymore. The Thunder Cloud Plaza was a teleportation plaza. On one of the teleportation platforms, there was a flash of radiance and 3 figures appeared. In the middle was a blue-haired youth with a domineering and arrogant aura. On the sides were a burly man and a skinny middle-aged man. When everyone saw the blue-haired youth, they quickly retreated. This blue-haired youth was the Thunder Cloud cult's young cult master, Duanmu Lei. He was already at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm, and with his identity as the young cult master, there weren't many who dared to provoke him in the entire four-way continent. Young lord, there's no need to worry. The Jade Net sect is only a second-rate force. It won't be long before they yield and obediently deliver Li Bihua to you. The skinny middle-aged man grinned evilly. Duanmu Lei nodded. He wasn't afraid that the Jade Net sect would dare to defy him. He was only worried that someone would beat him to it. After all, in the four-way continent, the Thunder Cloud cult could not do whatever they wanted. Above the Thunder Cloud cult, there were still the four-way empires and other first-rate factions. You better not test my patience. A sinister look flashed across Duanmu Lei's face. Duanmu Lei, who was about to leave, glanced at the Purple Cloud restaurant. Duanmu Lei froze as if he had been struck by lightning. At a window seat on the 9th floor of the Violet Cloud restaurant, a stunning woman was sitting by the window. Be it in terms of appearance or temperament, this woman was superior to Li Bihua. Duanmu Lei found it hard to understand how such a stunning woman could exist in the four-way continent. After all, he should have seen such an outstanding woman before. No matter who she is, I will have her. Duanmu Lei roared in his heart. What a peerless beauty! The burly man and skinny middle-aged man's eyes lit up and revealed infatuated expressions. They had seen plenty of beauties, but this was definitely the first time they saw such a beauty. It was a pity that such a beauty was destined to never belong to them. She would only belong to those absolute experts. You seem to have been targeted. Li Fuchen took a glance at Duanmu Lei and smiled. Yan Qingwu said expressionlessly, I hope he doesn't court death. When facing a stunning woman like Yan Qingwu, Duanmu Lei didn't even wish to wait for 15 minutes. After arriving at the Violet Cloud restaurant, Duanmu Lei said to the shopkeeper, I am booking the entire Violet Cloud restaurant today. Ask all unrelated people to leave. Yes, young cult master. The Violet Cloud restaurant's shopkeeper didn't dare to say no. Thud thud thud. Duanmu Lei brought the burly man and skinny middle-aged man to the 9th floor. This young lady, I am the Thunder Cloud cult's young cult master, Duanmu Lei. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you for a drink? Get lost. Yan Qingwu didn't give any face to Duanmu Lei. In fact, she didn't need to give any face. Be it in her previous life or this life, the Thunder Cloud cult was just an ant in her eyes. Duanmu Lei's expression turned stiff. He had already announced his status as the Thunder Cloud cult's young cult master, but she still didn't give any face. I wonder what is this young lady's name? Duanmu Lei can get to know her. Duanmu Lei suppressed his anger and asked. He was afraid that Yan Qingwu was from the Four-Way Empire or other first-rate factions. I will give you 3 breaths of time, otherwise I will kill without mercy. Yan Qingwu said. Such arrogance. This is the Thunder Cloud City. I, the Vajra Martial Monarch, would like to see how you are going to kill without mercy. The burly man berated. The Vajra Martial Monarch was a body refinement monarch, and even high-level monarchs would find it hard to injure him. PFFF. Just as the Vajra Martial Monarch finished speaking, a drop of water penetrated the Vajra Martial Monarch's forehead. Bang! The Vajra Martial Monarch fell to the ground and couldn't be more dead. What? The skinny middle-aged man was so frightened that he nearly jumped up and looked at Yan Qingwu with bewilderment. Yan Qingwu merely dipped her finger in wine and was able to kill the Vajra Martial Monarch with ease. Such strength was definitely not a regular high-level monarch. Peak-level primary sea realm. I have misjudged you. Apologies, I have offended you earlier. Let's go. Duanmu Lei bowed and cupped his fist before withdrawing from the 9th floor with respect. Outside the Violet Cloud restaurant, the skinny middle-aged man said, Young cult master, are we going to let it go just like that? Is the Vajra Martial Monarch going to die for nothing? Duanmu Lei said with a sinister expression, Of course not. Let's return to the Thunder Cloud cult's headquarters first. Yan Qingwu's strength was too terrifying. The two of them couldn't even withstand a single move from her. But if they weren't a match for Yan Qingwu, the Thunder Cloud cult had plenty of people that could deal with her. Putting aside everything else, if 28 mid-level monarchs were to set up the Thunder Cloud battle formation, even peak-class monarchs wouldn't be able to survive. If 28 high-level monarchs were to set up the Thunder Cloud battle formation, apart from the Four-Way Martial Monarchs, it was enough to wipe out anyone. The Four-Way continent didn't rely on individual martial strength, it relied on factions and battle formations. This person is rather shrewd. Li Fuchen laughed. He is just a clown. Yan Qingwu said. If there are more clowns, we will have a legitimate reason to search for resources. Since Li Fuchen had arrived at the Four-Way continent, he naturally wasn't planning to return empty-handed. It was fine if others didn't provoke him, but if they did, it would give him the opportunity to search for resources. He believed that the Thunder Cloud cult was one of the first-rate factions in the Four-Way continent and they should have plenty of resources. They might just have the resources that he required. Following Duanmu Lei, the duo arrived at the Thunder Cloud cult's headquarters. In the majestic Thunder Cloud Mountains, there were thunderbolts crisscrossing. From time to time, there would be thunder dragons that were a few tens of thousands of feet in size scuttling around. It was obvious that this was the manifestation of a Thunder Dao array. In the Thunder Cloud Grand Hall, Duanmu Lei reported everything about the Violet Cloud restaurant to the current Thunder Cloud cult master, Duanmu Tian. Peak level of primary sea realm? Duanmu Tian frowned. Every peak level of primary sea realm wasn't someone to be trifled with, but Duanmu Tian was certain that there wasn't such a person in the Four-Way continent. Since there wasn't such a person in the Four-Way continent, it must be from the outside world. Come, follow me for a trip. Chapter 680. Leader, there is a man and a woman outside the array. From the looks of it, they don't seem to have good intentions. Right at this moment, someone came in to report. A man and a woman. Duanmu Lei raised his brows. Li Fuchen and Yen Qingwu were also a man and a woman. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? It shouldn't be possible. These two individuals shouldn't be so audacious to barge into the Thundercloud cult. Who is so audacious? Duanmu Tian waved his hand and a screen of light appeared in the hall. After seeing the duo on the screen, Duanmu Lei's eyes widened. Father, it is these two individuals. He didn't expect for it to be Yen Qingwu. Good, very good. I didn't go look for them, but they actually came. Duanmu Tian grinned. He admitted that the primary Sea Realm monarchs from the outside world were formidable and he might not be a match for them in a one-on-one. But with the Thunder Cloud battle formation, apart from the four-way martial emperor, no one else could contest with them alone. Let's go and meet them. Duanmu Tian flashed and flew out of the hall. Outside the array, Li Fuchen and Yen Qingwu stood in the air. To be serious, the Thunder Cloud cult's Thunder Dao array was rather incredible. With Li Fuchen's vision, he could easily see that the Thunder Dao array in front of him contained extremely horrific Thunder Dao law. Even a low-level emperor would find it hard to break the array within a short period of time. It was a pity that neither he nor Yen Qingwu had the combat strength of a regular low-level emperor. It would only take a single move to break the array. Of course, they weren't bandits and there wasn't a need to start a fight. What are the two of you here for? Duanmu Tian asked. Li Fuchen sized up Duanmu Tian and said, We are here to take a look at the Thunder Cloud cult's treasury. I wonder if we have the honor. This is the Thunder Cloud cult, it isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. In the outside world, Duanmu Lei was fearful of Yen Qingwu and Li Fuchen. But in the Thunder Cloud cult, Duanmu Lei wouldn't be able to control his temper and berated. Impatient, Yen Qingwu waved her hand and sent Duanmu Lei flying while vomiting fresh blood. Duanmu Tian's face sank and he said in a ghastly tone, Looks like the two of you are intentionally going against my Thundercloud sect. Since that's the case, then don't blame my Thundercloud sect for bullying you with numbers. Just bring it on. Whatever moves you have, we'll take them on. According to Li Fuchen's plan, he was going to beat the Thunder Cloud cult into submission first. He was going to beat them until they were convinced and didn't dare to speak any nonsense. Only then would everything be smooth. I, Duanmu Tian, will fight you first. Duanmu Tian didn't know the strength of Li Fuchen and Yen Qingwu yet, but he was the Thunder Cloud cult leader and one of the top 10 monarchs of the four-way continent. If he used the Thunder Cloud battle formation right from the start, it would give off a cautious and cowardly impression. Therefore, he was planning to probe Li Fuchen and Yen Qingwu's strength first. Thunder Blade 9 Styles. Duanmu Tian's weapon was a quasi-heaven-class artifact saber. When he drew the artifact saber, thousands of thunderbolts burst out. Immediately after, a violent and dazzling thunderbolt saber light cleaved at Li Fuchen. Flashy but impractical. It wasn't Li Fuchen who made the move, it was Yen Qingwu. She flashed and appeared in front of Li Fuchen. She used her right index and middle fingers to clamp the thunderbolt saber light with ease. What? Impossible! Everyone was stunned, including Duanmu Lei who was wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. Break! Duanmu Tian twisted the artifact saber and wanted to slice off Yen Qingwu's finger. But Yen Qingwu's two fingers felt as though they were grabbing onto a venomous snake's weak spot. No matter how Duanmu Tian twisted the artifact saber, it wasn't able to move at all. Crackle! Yen Qingwu used strength on her finger to break the thunderbolt saber light. She then flicked her finger and shot out a chi force that penetrated Duanmu Tian's shoulder. PFFF. Duanmu Tian vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying with a pale face. He was caught by one of the Thunder Cloud cult's elders. Form the Thunder Cloud battle formation. 7 high-level monarchs and 21 mid-level monarchs instantly grouped together and turned into a thundercloud that was flickering with thunderbolts. Once the thundercloud was formed, it immediately emitted an apocalyptic chi presence. Thunder Dragon Descent. Within the thundercloud battle formation, there was a thunderous voice. Immediately after, a thunder dragon that was as thick as a house swept out and blasted at Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu didn't wish to waste any more time. She drew her saber and slashed. What kind of saber move was this? When the saber was executed, the black saber light felt as though it slashed open the spatial zone. The thunder dragon that was as thick as a house couldn't even withstand for a blink of the eye and was immediately split apart. Before the saber light dissipated, it had also split the thundercloud into two. Everyone in the thundercloud vomited blood and were sent flying as they suffered severe injuries. This was because Yan Qingwu held back, otherwise, there would be no chance of survival after this saber move. Too powerful. I'm afraid only the four-way martial emperor can contest with her. The members of the Thunder Cloud cult were fearful. The Thunder Cloud battle formation was already the Thunder Cloud cult's greatest trump card. It might not be set up by 28 high-level monarchs, but it shouldn't be destroyed in a single attack. Furthermore, the Thunder Cloud cult didn't have 28 high-level monarchs either. In the four-way continent, only the four-way empire had 28 high-level monarchs and above. Retreat into the formation. Duanmu Tian yelled out. Swish, 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 swish. The members of the Thunder Cloud cult, who were already at the edge of the town, quickly entered the formation. Immediately after, the formation revolved violently. Thunder dragons that were over 10,000 feet or 100,000 feet circled around the Thunder Cloud cult's protection formation. At the top of the formation, there was a thunder eye that was a few thousand feet in size. 9 Dragons Thunder Control Formation, Quasi-Class 8 Array. This array isn't bad. Do you want to do it or let me? Li Fuchen said nonchalantly. A mere Quasi-Class 8 array isn't a problem for me. A Quasi-Class 8 array corresponded to half-emperors and combat emperors. It sounded very weak. After all, the duo had the combat strength of mid-level emperors. But if it corresponded to half-emperors and combat emperors, it didn't mean that half-emperors and combat emperors could break the array. On the contrary, if there wasn't a specific method, half-emperors and combat emperors would never be able to break the array. They would only be gradually killed by the array or be trapped in the array. Even a low-level emperor at the Law Phase realm wouldn't have an easy time breaking a Quasi-Class 8 array. After all, the array was in a continuous cycle. Even if there was a crack, the crack would immediately be mended. In order to break the array in a short period of time, one would either have to execute an attack that surpassed the limits of the array or have a thorough understanding of the array and attack the weakest part of the array to destroy the array core. Yan Qingwu didn't use any powerful saber move. She wielded the black curved saber and cleaved down with thunder. Swish. The black saber light was almost half the size of the Thunder Cloud Mountains, and it immediately penetrated the 9 Dragons Thunder Control Formation. The Thunder Dragons were all destroyed by the saber light, and the Thunder Eye had also collapsed. Finally, the 9 Dragons Thunder Control Formation cracked and exploded like a blue crystal. The violent Thunder Dao array power spread out and formed a massive thunder cloud above the Thunder Cloud Mountains. The thunder lightning was like a tide, and it felt like it was going to descend at any moment, drowning the entire Thunder Cloud Mountains and the entire Thunder Cloud cult. Do you really think my Thunder Cloud cult is easy to bully? Invite the Thunder Beast. Duanmu Tian's eyes were about to split open. With a wave of his right hand, the thunder lightning in the massive thunder cloud poured down and poured into a mountain peak of the Thunder Cloud cult. Roar. Chapter 681. No one knew that the Thunder Cloud cult still reared a lightning beast. The lightning beast was a saint beast. When it reached adulthood, it would be equivalent to a low-tier demonic saint. It loved to sleep, and once it woke up, it would wreak havoc and destroy everything with its lightning. The thunder beast that Lei Yun was raising was far from adulthood. In terms of grade, it was only a high-level demon king. However, in terms of strength, it already had the strength of a demon large. According to Duanmu Tian's knowledge, this lightning beast was hatched from a lightning beast egg brought back by the first sect master of the Thundercloud cult. As it had lived in the Thundercloud cult since it was young, it had a certain affection for the Thundercloud cult and treated the Thundercloud cult as its territory. Of course, the lightning beast was still a lightning beast. Once it was enraged, it would not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Thus, Duanmu Tian did not wish to awaken the lightning beast unless it was absolutely necessary. The mountain peak collapsed, and a huge head drilled out from the ground. Its head looked like a lizard's head, but it also looked like a rhinoceros's head. However, there were 3 horns on its head, and each horn was covered in simple lightning runes. As the thunder beast awakened, traces of dark blue lightning jumped on its horns, and a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth spread out. Lord Thunderbeast, these 2 have invaded your territory. Please subdue them. Duanmu Tian's voice sounded in the lightning beast's mind. Invading my territory? The thunder beast was enraged, and its eyes turned bloodshot. Crackle! One of the horns on the thunder beast's head shot out a lava-like chain of lightning at Yan Qingwu and Li Fuchen. The thunder beast's thunder Dao law comprehension might not be high, but as a sacred beast, it had a powerful thunder Dao bloodline. The thunderbolts it produced were of an extremely high grade. Li Fuchen could see that the thunderbolts produced by the thunder beast were similar to the mystic Yang Heaven Thunder incantation, but it was much stronger. Yan Qingwu sneered and waved her black scimitar. A black scimitar light pierced through the sky and scattered the lightning chain. If it was an adult saint beast or a saint beast that was close to becoming an adult, she would naturally back off. However, the lightning beast before her was not enough to make her feel apprehensive. The thunder beast became even more enraged when the lightning chain was shattered. Rumble! The earth split open, and the thunder beast's body appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a terrifying demonic beast that was dozens of miles long. Its body was like a fierce tiger, and it had incomparably sharp eagle claws. Its tail was a thick crocodile's tail. You dare defy me? Die! The 3 horns on the thunder beast's head spouted orange-red lightning, dark blue lightning, and dark purple lightning. The 3 types of lightning interweaved together, wreaking havoc. Many members of the Thundercloud cult didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry before they were instantly annihilated. Fortunately, most of the buildings of the Thundercloud cult were behind the Thunder Beast. There were very few buildings at the front. Otherwise, the entire Thundercloud cult might have been destroyed by the Thunder Beast. Black Saber Wave Breaker. Yan Qingwu finally executed a saber move against the intertwined, tricolored thunderbolt. As soon as the saber move was executed, the powerful saber intent split the ground and created a huge canyon. The tricolored thunderbolts only lasted for a breath's time before dispersing. Yan Qingwu's saber art was a heaven-class high-tier saber art. Even with her current true spirit, she was unable to fully unleash the power of the heaven-class high-tier saber art. However, it was not something that the Thunder Beast could defend against. Unless the Thunder Beast evolved into a low-tier demonic beast Tharch, Yan Qingwu might not be a match for it. Impossible! I am a saint beast. The Thunder Beast did not believe that there was anyone on the Four Corners continent who could contend with him. Yan Qingwu, are you thinking of taming this holy beast? Li Fuchen could see that Yan Qingwu didn't use her full strength, otherwise, with her strength, a single blade would be enough to defeat the Thunder Beast. Do you know how valuable a saint beast is? Yan Qingwu rolled his eyes at Li Fuchen. Although the Thunder Beast was ranked at the bottom of the sacred beast list, once it reached adulthood, it would at least be a low-tier demon saint. In her previous life, she was only a martial monarch. If she had the help of the Thunder Beast, she would not have had to reincarnate. In order to tame a saint beast, crushing it with a single move was useless. After all, saint beasts had their own pride. Even if they couldn't defeat you now, given their potential, they would be able to defeat you sooner or later. The only thing Yan Qingwu could do was to show off her talents and subdue the Thunder Beast. Tamed lightning beast? Duanmu Tian was dumbfounded. Everyone from the Thundercloud cult was dumbfounded. The existence that they treated as their trump card was actually being tamed by the other party. Tame me. The lightning beast had gone completely mad. He was a dignified sacred beast. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Thunder extinguish life, die. The three sharp horns on the thunder beast's head vibrated with thunderous light and resonated with the boundless thunder clouds in the sky. In the next moment, bolts of tricolored thunderbolts descended from the sky like rain and struck at Yan Qingwu. This time, the tricolored thunderbolts weren't tangled together, they had fused to a certain degree. Apart from that, the number of thunderbolts had increased by more than 100 or 1,000 times. Just in time. Yan Qingwu's eyes flickered with radiance. It was obvious that the Thunder Beast had activated its powerful Thunder Dao innate ability. The innate ability of a Saint Beast had always been horrific and could destroy the world. But if the Thunder Beast could use an exceptional method to destroy the Saint Beast's innate ability, it would be enough to plant the seed of taming in the Saint Beast's heart. Saber is Dao, Dao is Saber. Black Saber, seek Dao. A saber intent that made Li Fuchen's scalp numb rushed into the sky. This saber intent was too powerful, and it felt as though it could sever time and space. It felt as though it could sever yin and yang. In the face of this saber intent, the laws and the continent willpower retreated. In the next moment, a saber light that was even more dazzling than the blazing sun soared into the sky. A single saber slashed the thunder clouds and destroyed the source of the tricolored thunderbolt. The tricolored thunderbolts were like illusions that had dispersed. Is this a heaven-class high-tier saber art? How could Li Fuchen not see that Yan Qingwu had used some unknown method to forcefully increase her true spirit level? As such, she would be able to utilize the heaven-class high-tier saber art to the limits. No, it is probably even more terrifying than regular heaven-class high-tier saber arts. Li Fuchen could feel the shadow of the great Dao from the black saber, seek Dao. It seems like she wasn't a regular great emperor in her previous life. Li Fuchen said to himself. There was a flash of paleness on Yan Qingwu's face as she said to the Thunder Beast, "You are a sacred beast. If you stay in the four-way continent, you will need a long period of time to reach adulthood. If you follow me, I can guarantee that you will become a demonic beast overlord within 10 years. If you don't follow me, I will have no choice but to kill you. Being merciful to the enemy is the same as being cruel to yourself. I will not wait for you to take revenge." After speaking, Yan Qingwu's body burst out with murderous aura and the Seek Dao saber intent locked onto the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast was already shocked by Yan Qingwu. Now that the Seek Dao saber intent was locked onto him, his spirit willpower was lowered to the extreme. At the same time, he felt that Yan Qingwu was right. He had stayed in the four-way continent for many years and his progress was getting slower. He mustn't continue to be lazy. Lord Thunder Beast, you cannot abandon the Thunder Cloud cult. Duanmu Tian was flabbergasted and quickly said. The Thunder Beast glared at Duanmu Tian and said, "You dare to order me? Lord Thunder Beast, please calm down. Duanmu Tian doesn't dare." Duanmu Tian immediately shut up. Looking at Yan Qingwu again, the Thunder Beast said, "All right, I am willing to follow you. But I will not be your pet, I will at most be your partner." In his eyes, Yan Qingwu was worthy to be his partner. If it was someone else, even if it was a human emperor, the Thunder Beast would only agree verbally. Once its strength increased, it would devour the person in a single bite. Sure. Yan Qingwu revealed a smile. She didn't want to completely tame the Thunder Beast as it was impossible and not even a great emperor could do it. "Can you give me some face and not kill them?" The Thunder Beast continued. He still had some feelings for the Thunder Cloud cult and didn't wish to see the Thunder Cloud cult perish. Li Fuchen said, "We don't plan to eradicate the Thunder Cloud cult either. We just want to take a look at the Thunder Cloud cult's treasury. Hurry up and open the treasury and lead us over." The Thunder Beast let out a breath of relief and berated Duanmu Tian. Yes, Duanmu Tian's heart might be dripping blood, but even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to defy the Thunder Beast, Yan Qingwu, and Li Fuchen. He had no choice but to bow and bend his knees to lead them to the Thunder Cloud cult's treasury. Duanmu Lei was already in a daze and was extremely terrified. He was afraid that Yan Qingwu would settle the score with him later. The Thunder Cloud cult's treasury was set up with a Class 7 high-tier concealment array. If Duanmu Tian didn't lead the way personally, even Li Fuchen would need to spend some effort to find it. The treasury was massive, and it was at least a few miles in radius. It was separated into over 100 rooms. I have underestimated the Thunder Cloud cult's foundation. The Thunder Cloud cult's treasury had over 100 stalks of Heaven-class herbs, and there were a few stalks of Heaven-class mid-tier herbs. Spirit Reversal Herb? Yan Qingwu's eyes lit up as she found a herb that was extremely useful to her. Spirit Reversal Herb was a Heaven-class mid-tier herb. This herb could temper the true spirit and strengthen the spiritual awareness. On the Saint Spirit continent, a single Spirit Reversal Herb was worth at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Soul Herb. Yan Qingwu found the Spirit Reversal Herb, while Li Fuchen found 3 stalks of high-grade soul herbs. In terms of value, the 3 stalks of high-grade soul herbs weren't inferior to the Spirit Reversal Herb. Chapter 682. Duanmu Tian's heart was in extreme pain. Yan Qingwu and Li Fuchen had very high standard. Apart from top-notch resources, they didn't want anything else. But these top-notch resources were the Thunder Cloud cult's collection for countless years. If he knew that they were going to be plundered today, he would have used them regardless of whether they were useful or not. Of course, as compared to the Thunder Beast's escape, everything else wasn't worth mentioning. The Thunder Beast was a sacred beast, and it was the trump card that allowed the Thunder Cloud cult to stand tall in the four-way continent. Otherwise, the Thunder Cloud cult would have already surrendered to the Four-Way Empire. The Four-Way Empire had a 100-men battle formation. Once it was set up, it would be able to kill anyone or even God. 100 years ago, the Four-Way Martial Emperor once used this 100-men battle formation to kill an injured low-tier demonic beast ruler in the coastal sea, shocking the entire continent. Sigh. Duanmu Tian sighed. Right now, he was hoping that Yan Qingwu and Li Fuchen could find trouble with the other factions, especially the Four-Way Empire. 3 stalks of high-grade soul herbs were rather useful for Li Fuchen's spirit soul transformation. Previously, 5% of Li Fuchen's spirit soul was already pale red. Right now, 10% was pale red. This caused Li Fuchen's perception to increase drastically. In the past, when Li Fuchen's thoughts revolved, his mind would be filled with purple lightning. Right now, it was filled with purple lightning, accompanied by pale red light particles that exploded in the sky. That kind of feeling was as if it was constantly enlightening even the deaf. Soul herbs, I need more soul herbs. Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath. The effects of the high-grade soul herbs had decreased, but Li Fuchen believed that with enough high-grade soul herbs, it was possible to turn half of the spirit soul into pale red. It was obvious that the more the spirit soul transformed, the more time was required. In order to shorten the time, harsh conditions were needed, like consuming soul herbs. Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how many soul herbs were needed to transform the purple spirit soul into pale red spirit soul. But it was all worth it. The red spirit soul obviously didn't belong to the mortal world. Just 10% of the spirit soul had turned pale red, but Li Fuchen already felt a huge difference. In the future, if half or all of the spirit soul turned pale red, it was unknown what kind of transformation would occur. It isn't possible to comprehend the joint heaven sword's sword pattern within a short period of time. I can create a heaven-class high-tier sword move first. Yan Qingwu was unable to unleash the full power of heaven-class high-tier martial arts because her true spirit was not strong enough. But Li Fuchen was different. His soul was terrifyingly strong, and so was his true spirit. He didn't dare say that his true spirit was stronger than a great emperor's, but it was definitely not weaker. He might even reach the level of a sage to be. Apart from the absolute heaven sword art, Li Fuchen had also mastered 6 heaven-class mid-tier sword moves. They were Meteor Fall, Flowing Merciless Edge, Incineration Sword, Sky Ring Sword Armor, Divine Wind Raging Howl, and Sword of Impermanence. Among them, Flowing Merciless Edge, Incineration Sword, and Divine Wind Howl were mixed with other laws of true meanings. Only Meteor Fall, Sky Ring Sword Armor, and Sword of Impermanence contained Sword Dao laws and true meaning. Although it would be more difficult to upgrade Meteor Fall to Heaven Tier High Tier. But this time, Li Fuchen decided to start with Meteor Fall. There was no other reason. Meteor Fall's lethality was stronger, simpler, and more extreme. This was in line with the simplicity and power of the Sword Dao laws. As compared to Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu had a greater harvest. A single stalk of spirit reversal herb allowed her true spirit's toughness to increase by several times. If she was only able to utilize 30% to 40% of a heaven-class high-tier martial arts power previously, she was now able to utilize 50% to 60% of the power. In a frontal battle, even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Of course, Li Fuchen had too many tricks up his sleeves. If they were to fight to the death, Yan Qingwu wasn't certain that she could win. It is time to cultivate the Reincarnation Saint Spirit technique. No one knew that apart from the Reincarnation Secret technique, Yan Qingwu had also obtained the Reincarnation Saint Spirit technique. The Reincarnation Saint Spirit technique was able to strengthen the true spirit and transform it into a saint spirit. A saint spirit was a saint's true spirit. Once Yan Qingwu transformed her true spirit into a saint spirit in advance, when she progressed to a saint, her saint spirit would be even stronger. Apart from that, transforming the true spirit into a saint spirit in advance would be of great help when progressing to the saint level. However, in order to cultivate the Reincarnation Saint Spirit technique, one had to reincarnate once. Just this point was enough to make countless people give up. Furthermore, one could not immediately cultivate the Reincarnation Holy Spirit technique after reincarnating once. If one's true spirit wasn't strong enough, forcefully cultivating the Reincarnation Saint Spiritual technique would only cause one's true spirit to collapse. Yan Qingwu had already tried this once and paid a huge price. Otherwise, her true spirit would be much stronger than it was now. After all, she was a reincarnator. As soon as she started cultivating, Yan Qingwu heaved a sigh of relief. With the strength of her true spirit now, she could finally cultivate the Reincarnation Holy Spirit technique. The Reincarnation Holy Spirit technique had a total of 4 levels. At the first rank, the true spirit would be comparable with regular law phase realm emperors. At the second rank, the true spirit would be comparable with high-level emperors. At the third rank, the true spirit would be comparable with great emperors or even half-saint. As for the fourth level, it was comparable to a sage. According to the description of the Reincarnation Holy Spirit technique, once one cultivated to the fourth level, not only would the true spirit transform into a holy spirit, but the soul would also gradually transform from gray to green, known as a holy spirit. Once the saint's soul was formed, it would be hard for one not to become a saint. The reason why it was so difficult to advance to a saint was that not even 1 out of 100 great emperors could succeed. The main reason was the scarcity of heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. Without a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique, even a 9-star bone frame would find it hard to become a saint. Yan Qingwu, who had once lived on the Saint Spirit continent, was very clear about this point. But if one merely possessed a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique, they would only be able to reach the half-saint level. It was still extremely difficult to become a saint. The reason was the Holy Spirit and Saint Soul. If the Soul Spirit and True Spirit didn't transform into the Holy Spirit and Saint Soul, a half-saint wouldn't be able to become a saint. In order to transform the Soul Spirit and True Spirit into the Holy Spirit and Saint Soul, it would depend on one's aptitude. For a 9-star bone frame, as long as one cultivated a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique to the highest rank, as time elapsed, the Soul Spirit and True Spirit would gradually transform into the Holy Spirit and Saint Soul. The stronger the aptitude, the faster the transformation speed. Secondly, it depended on the individual's fated opportunities, like the heaven-defying reincarnation Holy Spirit technique, or some insane herbs that could forcefully enhance the Soul Spirit and True Spirit. Or perhaps, he had devoured the Saint Spirit of a saint. All three of these fated opportunities were extremely hard to come by, especially the third one. After all, a saint's spirit wasn't a true spirit and it was extremely difficult to devour it. Even other saints might not be able to devour it easily, let alone those below saints. The only possibility was to capture a severely injured saint's spirit and devour it. But no matter how weak a saint's spirit was, it was still a massive existence for a true spirit. It was easier said than done to devour it. Time elapsed bit by bit. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had been staying in the Thunder Cloud cult and cultivating diligently. Chapter 683. Meteor Fall was the sword move that was most suitable for Li Fuchen's understanding of the sword Dao. Simple, extreme, and a one-hit kill. There weren't any fancy technique. Or rather, the most magnificent sword move was a sword that returned to the natural state, a sword that was in harmony with the nature of the universe. Before condensing the sword heart, if the spirit soul didn't turn pale red by 10%, it was rather impossible for Li Fuchen to push Meteor Fall to the heaven-class high tier. After all, the difference between heaven-class mid-tier and heaven-class high tier wasn't just a little bit. When a martial artist comprehended a heaven-class martial art, they would truly start to understand the great Tao of heaven and earth. With every increase in the heaven-class martial art, the martial artist would have a new understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This gap was getting harder to make up for. This was also why even if Yan Qingwu didn't condense the Tao heart, her combat strength was still comparable to Li Fuchen. Furthermore, Yan Qingwu's true spirit wasn't powerful enough and wasn't able to utilize the strongest power of the heaven-class high-tier saber art. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for her. Beyond heaven. Meteor. In order to create a martial art, one had to have a concept and an idea. Li Fuchen split Meteor Fall into two parts. The first part was Beyond Heaven. Beyond Heaven was naturally from beyond heaven and was untainted by the mortal world. It was untainted by the mortal world, therefore, it was simple and extreme. The second part was the Meteor. Meteor pursued an instant of brilliance and an instant of speed. How can it be simple and extreme? How can I burst out with all the power and speed in an instant? Li Fuchen thought hard. As compared to Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu's progress was much smoother. In just a few days, Yan Qingwu had cultivated the reincarnation Saint Spirit technique to the first rank. It might not be at the first rank, but Yan Qingwu's true spirit wasn't inferior to a Law Phase Realm Emperor. 80%. Yan Qingwu's eyes were filled with radiance. At this moment, her black saber art was able to utilize 80% of its power. With 80% of the black saber's power, Yan Qingwu was confident that even a high-level emperor would be severely injured if they were careless. The heaven-class high-tier black saber's sword Dao rule and true meaning had risen to a whole new level. It was impossible to block it with pure energy alone. In other words, as long as one did not have a high grasp of the rule and true meaning, even if one's true qi was 1,000 or 100 times stronger than Yan Qingwu's, one would not be able to block the black saber. Has it improved again? Not far away from Yan Qingwu's seclusion, the Thunder Beast's body had shrunk to the size of a dog. Even its appearance had changed a little, making it look like a demonic dog. When the Thunder Beast sensed the fluctuations of saber intent coming from Yan Qingwu, its trust in her increased. According to the information inherited from the bloodline in his body, he was very clear that if he relied on natural growth, he would need about 100 years to pass the infancy stage and 1,000 years to pass the growth stage. He didn't know when he was brought back to the Thundercloud cult, but he was only 600 years old since he hatched from the egg. If he continued to grow step by step, he would need 300 years to become a demonic beast saint. Although he was a holy beast and his lifespan was many times longer than ordinary demonic beasts, 300 years was still a very long time for him. If he could become a demonic sage within 10 years by following Yan Qingwu, he was willing to pay any price. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. No, I am still lacking a little more. It was much harder than Li Fuchen imagined to push Meteor Fall to the heaven-class high tier within a short period of time. It wasn't because his perception wasn't good enough, but it was too difficult. Even great emperors would find it hard to create heaven-class high-tier martial art. If heaven-class high-tier martial arts were so easy to create, there wouldn't be so few great emperors in the Emperor Sky continent. In normal situations, most of the great emperors would obtain heaven-class high-tier manuals from their predecessors before they could distinguish themselves and become great emperors. In fact, if Li Fuchen was given enough time, he was 100% confident he could create a heaven-class high-tier martial art. But Li Fuchen wanted to grasp it earlier. It seems like I have to take the initiative to gather soul herbs. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if 15% of his spirit soul could turn pale red, it would be easy to push Meteor Fall to the heaven-class high tier. The prerequisite was to have enough soul herbs. After sharing his thoughts with Yan Qingwu, she didn't hesitate and said, "Count me in." Recently, her reincarnation saint spirit technique was stuck at the stage where it was extremely close to the first rank. If she couldn't take this step, she wouldn't be able to utilize the greatest power of the black saber. Count me in too. The Thunder Beast had always loved to fight and wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Then let's go to the Sky Snake Temple first. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to inquire about the various factions from Duanmutian. He decided to start from the nearest first-rate faction. Sky Snake Temple. It was one of the 4 major first-rate factions in the Four-Way continent. As compared to the Thundercloud cult, the Sky Snake Temple might be weaker, but in terms of safety, even 10 Thundercloud cults wouldn't be comparable to the Sky Snake Temple. The Sky Snake Temple's array was a true Class 8 low-tier array. Even a low-level emperor would find it hard to break it. In terms of safety, if the Sky Snake Temple claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. On this day, 2 humans and 1 beast arrived outside the Sky Snake Temple's array. "Leave this array to me." The Thunder Beast transformed into its true form, and the 3 horns on its head shot out countless thunderbolts that blasted at the Sky Snake Temple. Bang boom! The thunderbolts collapsed and the Sky Snake Temple's array was instantly activated. A horrific snake that was several times larger than the Thunder Beast emerged from the array and swung its tail at the Thunder Beast. Rumble! As it was caught off guard, the Thunder Beast's massive body was sent flying. For a moment the ground shook. Courting death. The Thunder Beast had underestimated the power of a Class 8 low-tier array. But after suffering such a loss in front of Yan Qingwu, how could he endure it? He activated his innate ability and gathered thunder clouds in the sky. Bolts of tricolored thunderbolts struck at the horrific snake. The horrific snake was struck by countless thunderbolts and wounds appeared on its body. But these wounds healed very quickly. After all, this horrific snake wasn't a living being with flesh and blood. It was the materialization of the array. As long as the array didn't collapse, the horrific snake was indestructible. The Thunder Beast wasn't resigned and continued to fight with the horrific snake. "Who dares to attack my Sky Snake Temple?" A group of people flew out. They were the Sky Snake Temple Master and the various elders. Li Fuchen said, "I just wish to trade for some resources. My pet isn't sensible and has offended you." The Sky Snake Temple had always been arrogant, and it was impossible for Li Fuchen to have a fair trade with them. Li Fuchen's idea was to trade for top-notch resources if he could. If not, he would just crush them. "Who are you calling a pet?" The Thunder Beast swung his claw and sent the horrific snake flying while glaring at Li Fuchen. He was convinced by Yan Qingwu because Yan Qingwu was stronger than him and Yan Qingwu had greater potential. As for Li Fuchen, he had yet to make a move. In the Thunder Beast's opinion, Li Fuchen's strength and potential were far inferior to Yan Qingwu. It was already fortunate that Li Fuchen could be a partner, but Li Fuchen actually called him a pet. "Attacking my Sky Snake Temple will only result in death. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance." One of the Sky Snake Temple's elders yelled out. "It seems like we cannot negotiate anymore." Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk, and raised his right hand before slamming down. Chapter 684. The Hand of Force was equivalent to a middle heaven-class body refining martial art, and in terms of pure destructive power, a middle heaven-class body refining martial art was not inferior to a high heaven-class Xin-Chi martial art. Of course, it was a bit unrealistic to say that a heaven-class middle-rank body refining martial art could be compared to a heaven-class high-rank true Chi martial art. The laws and true meanings contained in heaven-class high-tier Chi martial arts were not something that heaven-class mid-tier body-tempering martial arts could compare to. It was important to note that if the laws of true meanings were strong enough, they could completely ignore the difference in power between the two sides. However, even so, the destructive power of the Hand of Force was not something that a low-tier 8 formation could contend against. With a single palm strike, the formation instantly collapsed. "Impossible!" The Sky Serpent Palace Master almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Sky Snake Palace's Sky Snake formation was the best in the Four-Way continent. Even if the Four-Way Martial Emperor or the Four-Way Empire's 100-man battle formation came, they could forget about breaking the Sky Snake formation. How could it be broken by a palm strike? Could it be that the other party had found the loophole of the snake-like formation? Only the past Sky Serpent Palace Lords knew that the Sky Serpent Array formation was not perfect. There was a formation that was hard to fix. What? The Lightning Beast was also startled. He thought that Li Fuchen was far inferior to Yan Qingwu and didn't expect Li Fuchen to be so ferocious. Just this palm strike was enough to turn him into meat paste. When did human primary sea realm monarchs become so powerful? According to the Thunder Beast's bloodline inheritance, human monarchs were no match for demonic kings, let alone a holy beast demonic king like him. Even the array had been broken, the Sky Snake Temple had no choice but to admit defeat. They had no choice but to open up the treasury and allow Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu to take away all the top-class resources that the Sky Snake Temple had stored for many years. Of course, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu wouldn't take the resources for free. The two of them each left behind a sword intent and a saber intent in the Celestial Snake Palace. If the Sky Serpent Palace had an extremely talented person, they could comprehend a heaven-grade sword art and heaven-grade saber art from the sword intent and saber intent. After all, the sword intents and saber intents left behind by the two were not ordinary. They were not true intents that were casually released during battle. Instead, they were infused with a trace of true spirit energy, which could be comprehended more easily. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. After the Thundercloud Cult and the Sky Snake Temple, the other two first-rate factions were also looted by Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Due to the huge commotion, the entire Four-Way continent was in an uproar. Everyone knew that two powerhouses had come from the Four-Way continent, and they had suppressed the four first-rate forces and taken away many of their resources. Everyone knew that the four continent had two experts. After plundering the three first-rate factions, including the Sky Snake Temple, Li Fuchen obtained another 11 stalks of high-grade soul herbs. This made him rather curious as he felt that the four-way continent had a lot of soul herbs. In the 7-color continent, let alone high-grade soul herbs, even regular soul herbs weren't available. Of the continent was continent of the emperor of the continent was the emperor of the continent. Qi suitable of the continent is of the continent. 11 stalks of high-grade soul herbs allowed Li Fuchen's spirit soul to reach the next level. 14% of it had already turned pale red. At this moment, the eternal aura emanating from his soul became more and more obvious. Li Fuchen had a feeling that once his spirit turned completely pale red, his spirit might be immortal. By then, even if his physical body decayed, his spirit would still be able to survive. Even a saint's spirit wouldn't be immortal. Once the time was up, it would still crumble and dissipate. This was the iron law of the universe. Finally, the trio arrived outside the four-continent empire's imperial capital. Inside the imperial capital, the four-way martial emperor had a gloomy expression. Are they finally here? As the ruler of the four-way continent, the four-way martial emperor had always been on guard against anyone invading the four-way continent. This world was too huge and there were countless experts. He knew that only after reaching the Law Phase realm would he truly have the strength to protect himself. He would be able to attack or retreat. Outside the imperial capital, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu were standing on the head of the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast had already transformed into its true body. Its massive body had covered the sky and was giving everyone in the imperial capital a heavy pressure. Inside the imperial capital, be it the princes, princesses, dukes, or major clans, they were all flabbergasted. In the past, they felt that authority was everything. With authority, they would be able to enjoy wealth and be carefree. They would be able to control the fates of others and build their happiness on the pain of others. But right now, they suddenly realized that when authority encountered absolute strength, it would be as fragile as a bubble. A gentle breeze from the wind would burst it. Emperor Father, you must win. The king is invincible. Furthermore, there is the 100-men battle formation. Those with authority had placed their hopes on the four-way martial emperor. They weren't willing to part with their authority and wealth. Only the four-way martial emperor could guarantee everything. Break. The Thunder Beast raised its front claw and tore apart the imperial capital's array. As compared to the Thundercloud cult's array, the imperial capital's array wasn't much stronger and was only a quasi-class 8 array. A quasi-class 8 array wouldn't be able to stop the Thunder Beast. After all, the Thunder Beast had the strength of a low-tier demonic beast ruler, and low-tier demonic beast rulers were much stronger than low-level emperors. If the Thunder Beast wasn't hard to control, the Thundercloud cult would have the chance to rule the four-way continent with the help of the Thunder Beast. Demonic beast, don't you dare be arrogant. The four-way martial emperor wielded a golden spear and thrust at the Thunder Beast. With Li Fuchen's vision, he could naturally see that the golden spear was a heaven-class weapon. Heaven-class weapons didn't just have immense power, they were also extremely sharp. It was sturdy enough to injure the Thunder Beast. The prerequisite was to hit the Thunder Beast. Overestimate yourself. The Thunder Beast brandished its front claw again and sent the four-way martial emperor flying. Form the Golden Dragon battle formation. The four-way martial emperor knew that he wasn't a match for the Thunder Beast and quickly yelled out. In response, 33 high-level monarchs and 66 mid-level monarchs soared into the sky and gathered towards the four-way martial emperor. Immediately after, there was a dragon roar and a golden dragon appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. This golden dragon was a few hundred miles in length, and the golden dragon's scales were vivid and lifelike. It had 5 claws under its abdomen. Roar! The golden dragon roared and swung its tail to send the Thunder Beast flying a few hundred miles away. Courting death. The Thunder Beast was infuriated. Previously, it was sent flying by the Sky Snake Palace's Sky Snake Array. This time, it was sent flying by the Golden Dragon again. How could it endure such humiliation? Crackle bang! The Thunder Beast's body was covered with thunderous radiance, and a thunderous armor appeared. This was the Thunder Beast's second innate ability. Thunder Armor. The Thunder Extinguish Life was a large-scale attack ability. The Thunder Armor was an innate ability for close combat. Crackle bang! Every time the Golden Dragon clashed with the Thunder Beast, it would be ravaged by the thunderous power. However, the Golden Dragon battle formation was extremely powerful, and the thunderous power was unable to break through it. On the Thunder Beast's head, Li Fuchen shook his head. The Thunder Beast might be powerful, but it wouldn't be able to deal with the Golden Dragon battle formation within a short period of time. Raising his right hand, Li Fuchen grabbed at the Golden Dragon. A horrific scene occurred. A palm that was a few thousand miles in size grabbed the Golden Dragon as though it was grabbing a small snake. Crackle! The Golden Dragon crumbled and exposed the four-way Martial Emperor and the others. Are they still primary Sea Realm monarchs? The four-way Martial Emperor had always thought that Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu dared to be so arrogant because of the Thunder Beast. No matter how strong they were individually, they would only be comparable to him. Chapter 685. What do you want? The four-way Martial Emperor admitted defeat. In the face of absolute strength, he had no choice but to give in. Li Fuchen said, I don't want anything, I just want to trade for some resources. The top-notch resources of the four first-rate forces were already considerable, so the resources of the four empires would undoubtedly be on a higher level. If that's all, then there's no need to fight at all. The four-way Martial Emperor frowned. Li Fuchen laughed. If I had said this right from the start, would you have bothered with us? The four-way Martial Emperor fell silent. Indeed, if Li Fuchen had asked to exchange resources right from the start, Li Fuchen wouldn't have agreed. In the end, he would still have to fight. Follow me. The four-way Martial Emperor didn't dare to play any tricks as his life was in Li Fuchen's hands now. The treasury of the four great empires was incomparably vast. Even if the four first-rate factions were to work together, they would still pale in comparison. The top-notch resources in the treasury didn't disappoint Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. With these two reverse spirit herbs, I can almost cultivate to the first stage of the reincarnation Holy Spirit technique. In the four-way empire's treasury, Yan Qingwu found 2 stalks of spirit reversal grass. The harvest was greater than she had imagined. But as compared to Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu's harvest was far inferior. Li Fuchen found 15 stalks of high-grade soul herbs in the treasury. Other than that, there was also a stalk of special-grade soul grass. Soul grasses were divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and special. Low-grade soul grass was a low-tier earth-class herb, mid-grade soul grass was a high-tier earth-class herb, high-grade soul grass was a low-tier heaven-class herb, and special-grade soul grass was a high-tier heaven-class herb. Li Fuchen had never seen a heaven-class high-tier herb before. It was said that heaven-class high-tier herbs had some effect on Saint. Let me ask you, in the Four Corners continent, where do you find more soul grass? After keeping the soul herb, Li Fuchen asked the four-way Martial Emperor. The four-way Martial Emperor answered honestly, there is a dangerous place in the four-way continent called the Soul Valley. Every time a dense fog appears in the Soul Valley, soul grasses will appear. However, the Soul Valley is extremely dangerous. Once you enter it, you might never come out again. Soul Valley. Li Fuchen memorized this name. He planned to visit it when he had the chance. If I had known earlier, I would have come out earlier. The Thunder Beast, who had transformed into a demonic dog, frowned in annoyance. In the Four Corners Empire's treasury, there were many medicinal herbs that could strengthen the bloodline of demonic beasts. Back in the Thunder Cloud cult, Duanmu Tian would offer some treasures for him to consume every few years. However, The quality and quantity of those herbs couldn't be compared to the Four-Way Empire. Yan Qingwu said, "The Four-Way Empire is just a monarch-class force. There are many emperor-class forces and even saint-class forces in the outside world. By then, there will be many more herbs that are of a higher grade than this." She had promised the Thunder Beast that it would become a demonic beast saint within 10 years, and it wasn't just empty words. As far as she knew, there were a few kinds of natural treasures that would allow demonic beasts to advance by leaps and bounds after consuming them. As long as one of them could be found, it could shorten the time required to advance by more than half. After leaving the imperial capital of the four great empires, the two humans and the beast found a mountain range and began their closed-door training. 15%, 16%, after consuming 15 stalks of high-grade soul herbs, 18% of Li Fuchen's spirit soul had already turned pale red. The effects of the soul grass are getting weaker and weaker. Previously, from 10% to 14%, he had only used 11 high-grade soul herbs. Now, he had actually used 15 high-grade soul grasses to increase it to 18%. I wonder what are the effects of this special-grade soul herb. Li Fuchen stuffed the special-grade soul herb into his mouth. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes that were radiating with radiance. No wonder it is a special-grade soul herb. The effects are almost twice or even more than 15 stalks of high-grade soul herbs. At this moment, 25% of Li Fuchen's spirit soul had turned pale red. The powerful thinking ability had caused Li Fuchen's mind to sway. He felt that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't comprehend. 3 days later, in the sky above the mountain range, meteor fall. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and thrust at one of the mountains. Pfff. The mountain peak was penetrated first before turning into ashes. This sword move was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. When the sword move was executed, the mountain peak's spatial zone was in a restricted state. The instant the sword penetrated the mountain peak, it was eliminated. Immediately after, the entire mountain peak started to disintegrate and turned into ashes. However, this sword move wasn't complete yet and it wasn't fast enough. In Li Fuchen's opinion, only when it was fast enough to distort the spatial zone would it be considered fast. 1 week later, at Yan Qingwu's seclusion location, an intense saber intent rushed into the sky. Swish! Yan Qingwu flew into the sky and cleaved down. Without any sound or presence, everything was cleaved apart. Even the heaven and earth law was cleaved apart by the saber. Seeing this scene, the Thunder Beast's blood ran cold. He felt that if he faced this saber move, even his demonic beast spirit would be cleaved into nothingness and there wouldn't be any chance of survival. I can finally utilize the full power of the black saber. After cultivating the reincarnation saint spirit technique to the first rank, Yan Qingwu's true spirit wasn't inferior to regular law phase realm emperors. It was enough for her to utilize the full power of the black saber. Of course, it was still insufficient to utilize the black saber's quintessence, Seek Tao. After all, the black saber's quintessence was already at the level of a heaven-class peak-tier saber art in certain aspects. Just as Yan Qingwu cleaved, a few dozen miles away, there was a sword intent that rushed into the sky that distorted the spatial zone. Such a powerful sword intent! Yan Qingwu raised her brows while her face was filled with astonishment. Yan Qingwu, let's spar? Li Fuchen floated up and stood in the sky. After comprehending for over a week, Li Fuchen finally created the heaven-class, high-tier meteor fall. Right now, he was just lacking a real battle. Alright. Yan Qingwu raised the black saber above her head and cleaved at Li Fuchen with the black saber, Wave Breaker. As compared to the previous saber, Yan Qingwu had already gone all out with this saber. In the void, qi waves were surging violently. These qi waves weren't just pure air, they were obviously the materialization of qi and heaven and earth laws. Everything that the saber pointed at was the saber intent and nothing else. It repelled everything. Li Fuchen smiled and drew the joint heaven sword before brandishing it. There was a slight distortion in the spatial zone. The distorted spatial zone caused distance and time to lose some meaning. At the same moment, a dazzling sword light ignored the distorted spatial zone and clashed with the saber light. A scene that stunned the Thunder Beast happened. Most of the mountains that were over 10,000 miles in radius were connected to the ground. They instantly floated up and stopped in the sky, including the Thunder Beast. Thunder armor. The Thunder Beast was appalled and quickly activated its innate ability, the Thunder armor, to protect itself. TSS, TSS, TSS. At the center of the clash of the saber and sword, there were black cracks. The black cracks were extremely unstable, and a split moment later, they suddenly exploded. There was a loud rumble as the floating mountains and land were all turned into dust. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the Thunder Beast was sent flying. He could feel that Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had intentionally controlled their forces to bypass him. But just the prowess was already too much for him to endure. What a great heaven-class high-tier sword art! Yan Qingwu praised. It isn't comparable to your black saber, which has so many moves. Li Fuchen knew clearly that if they were to compete in saber arts and sword arts, he wouldn't be a match for Yan Qingwu after a long time. Chapter 686. The Soul Valley was the most mysterious and terrifying place in the Four Corners continent. A long time ago, someone had discovered a soul grass outside the valley. After consuming it, their comprehension ability had greatly increased, and their cultivation base and strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. All of a sudden, soul grass had become extremely popular, and everyone in the four continents wanted to obtain it. However, they soon discovered that soul grass could make people addicted. When their addiction flared up, if they didn't have any soul grass to consume, they would rather die than live. As the soul grass outside the valley was plundered, the addicts entered the Soul Valley without hesitation. Roughly speaking, out of 10 people who entered the Soul Valley, only one would come out alive. The rest would disappear without a trace. This incident served as a warning to future generations. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would be willing to consume soul grass. However, there were still a few people who entered the Soul Valley every year to search for soul grass for various reasons. Perhaps in their eyes, not being able to improve their strength was more terrifying than death. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the entrance of the Soul Valley. He did not let Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast accompany him. The Soul Valley was too dangerous. Furthermore, Li Fuchen reckoned that the Soul Valley should be related to the Spirit Soul and True Spirit. In this aspect, Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast were far inferior to him. The dangers of entering the Soul Valley were also far greater than him. The Soul Valley was shrouded in fog all year round. Even spiritual senses could not penetrate it. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's spirit-soul force was already able to extend out a few dozen meters on the Emperor Sky continent and a few hundred meters on the Four-Way continent. With his reaction speed, a few hundred meters was considered a safe distance. Without much hesitation, Li Fuchen entered the Soul Valley. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Vaguely, Li Fuchen heard the depths of the fog, from the screams of countless mice. The listener was a little distracted. Executing a clear heart incantation, Li Fuchen took a step forward and walked forward. After around 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. His spirit-soul force could sense a stalk of high-grade soul herb that was towering in the mist, and it was very eye-catching. With quick steps, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the high-grade soul herb. With a wave of his hand, the high-grade soul herb landed in his hand. What are the conditions for the growth of the soul grass? Li Fuchen is very strange, why the Four-Way continent has soul grass, but the Seven-Color continent does not. Logically speaking, the Seven-Color continent was not inferior to the Four-Way continent at all. After another 10 minutes, Li Fuchen discovered the second stalk of high-grade soul herb. Then the third, the fourth. Gradually, Li Fuchen realized that the further he went, the longer the time it took to discover the high-grade soul herb. It started with 15 minutes, then 2, 3, 1 hour, 2 hours. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen was already very deep into the soul valley. Fortunately, he had left a strand of soul aura outside the soul valley. As long as that strand of soul aura didn't dissipate, he wasn't afraid of not being able to leave. 10 plants, 11 plants, 12 plants. It's a little strange. Li Fuchen gradually felt that something was amiss. Why was it that the path he was taking just happened to have high-grade soul grasses all along? Furthermore, it took longer and longer for him to find the soul grass, but it was also subconsciously telling him that as long as he continued forward, there would be high-level soul grass. Apart from that, the range of his soul strength had also been reduced by more than half. Now, he could only extend it to 100 meters. I'm afraid it's a trap. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and started to retreat. Just then, his soul force sensed a stalk of soul grass growing silently. This soul grass was a special grade soul grass. A stalk of special grade soul grass was at least 30 times more effective than a high-grade soul grass. It was truly a heaven-class high-tier herb that could only be found by luck. It's a trap. If it was someone else, they would never give up on this special grade soul grass. But what kind of person was Li Fuchen? He knew that a human's greatest weakness was desire. As long as there was desire, there would be a weakness. The appearance of the special grade soul grass was too coincidental. It was just when he was hesitating. It was obvious that this soul valley didn't wish for him to leave and wanted to lure him into the depths of the soul valley. Turning around, Li Fuchen used his fastest speed to return. Swish! There was the sound of chains breaking through the air. Illusory chains were shot at Li Fuchen. Soul spirit power? Li Fuchen's scalp turned numb. He could clearly see that these chains were formed by soul spirit power. The spirit soul chains were extremely fast, and Li Fuchen didn't know how to use his soul spirit power. He could only release it and was immediately bound by the spirit soul chains. You aren't simple. You are actually able to resist the temptation of the special grade soul grass. A voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's mind. Who are you? Li Fuchen struggled. But the sword energy was useless against the spirit soul chains. Only the sword intent had some effect, but the effect wasn't significant. Who I am isn't important. What is important is that you better not resist. Perhaps I can make you my soul slave. Soul slave? Li Fuchen immediately understood. In the Soul Valley, there was a hidden Soul Dao cultivator, and this Soul Dao cultivator was much more terrifying than the Soul Emperor. At least, the Soul Emperor didn't have such soul spirit ability. Of course, it was also possible that he didn't directly encounter the Soul Emperor. Li Fuchen activated the Meteor Fall Sword intent and slashed on the spirit soul chains. Crackle! A fine crack appeared on the spirit soul chains. Heaven-class high-tier sword intent. Incredible! I didn't expect a primary C-realm martial artist to actually comprehend a heaven-class high-tier sword intent. The voice was filled with admiration. However, a mere heaven-class high-tier sword intent isn't enough to deal with me, unless you can comprehend a heaven-class peak-tier sword intent. Li Fuchen didn't say anything and pushed the sword heart's power to the limits. Another sword intent slashed on the spirit soul chains. This time, the crack on the spirit soul chains was magnified by several times. Sword heart? The person who spoke was very surprised. It seems like I have underestimated you. Those who are able to condense the sword heart before the soul merge realm are all exceptional prodigies. No wonder you can comprehend a heaven-class high-tier sword intent. Haha, the heavens are truly blessing my mist soul. With your aptitude, it is too unfair for you to be my soul slave. I shall let you become a part of me. The spirit soul chains tightened and pulled Li Fuchen into the depths of the soul valley. Not good. Li Fuchen activated his sword intent and slashed at the spirit soul chains in a frenzy. Finally, one of the spirit soul chains was severed. But it wasn't just one spirit soul chain that restrained Li Fuchen. Furthermore, the severed spirit soul chain didn't scatter and was reconnected. In just 15 minutes, the spirit soul chain stopped. Li Fuchen looked up, and in his vision, there were densely packed figures seated cross-legged. These people had closed their eyes, and at their glabella, there was a thin spirit soul chain extending all the way into the depths of the mist. In the depths of the mist, there was a pitch-black cave entrance, and the mist was surging out from the pitch-black cave entrance. These people are all the people that entered the Soul Valley? Li Fuchen vaguely knew what the Soul Valley owner was thinking. He used the soul herbs to lure people into the Soul Valley and then absorbed their spirit soul power to strengthen himself. Let me see what is so special about your spirit soul. One of the spirit soul chains rapidly thinned before it suddenly pierced into Li Fuchen's glabella. Li Fuchen felt an intense pain in his mind. Purple spirit soul, what kind of spirit soul is this? The person who spoke was panting heavily. He had never seen a purple spirit soul before. A saint's spirit soul was merely a green spirit soul. A purple spirit soul was simply unheard of and never seen before. Could this be the legendary divine soul? Haha, my mist soul shall dominate the universe. The fated opportunity to step into a whole new realm is here. Chapter 687. Bang! The spirit soul chain that had never failed this time. It felt as though it had stabbed into a steel wall, and the spirit soul chain was repelled. The spirit soul chain didn't believe it and continued to stab at the purple spirit soul. But without exception, all of them were repelled. Li Fuchen's purple spirit soul was like a purple amber and was much stronger than he imagined. In fact, he could feel traces of eternal and undying qi presence from the purple spirit soul. In this world, there is nothing that is eternal. Break. The spirit soul chain tunneled in and stabbed at the purple spirit soul like a violent storm. The golden amulet isn't moving? Li Fuchen frowned. In the past, whenever his spirit soul was in danger, the golden amulet would activate and refine the spirit soul or true spirit. But this time, the golden amulet wasn't moving at all. Could it be that the golden amulet will only be activated when there is danger? I might be restricted now, but my spirit soul isn't in danger at all. Li Fuchen guessed. It made sense. Back in the Mist Cemetery, Li Fuchen's cultivation level was very low and his spirit soul's grade wasn't high either. Therefore, it was hard for him to resist the true spirit of a monarch. Back at the Red Sea, he might have the pale purple spirit soul, but the Black Flood Dragon Ruler's Emperor-class true spirit wasn't something he could resist. This time, his spirit soul was already upgraded to the purple level. Of course, if it was just the purple spirit soul, it would still be hard to resist the Soul Valley owner's spirit soul chain attack. It was fortunate that 25% of his purple spirit soul had turned pale red. The pale red spirit soul had an eternal and undying qi presence, and was extraordinary. Since his spirit soul wasn't in danger and the golden amulet wasn't activating, Li Fuchen had to use his brain. The Soul Valley owner is able to turn his spirit soul power into the spirit soul chain. I have the purple spirit soul and should be able to do it too. Li Fuchen started to condense his spirit soul power. Once, twice, after dozens of attempts, Li Fuchen was still unable to condense his spirit soul power, let alone the spirit soul chain. That's right, I can observe the Soul Valley owner's spirit soul chain. With a thought in Li Fuchen's mind, a pair of purple eyes appeared on the purple spirit soul and stared at the spirit soul chain. The spirit soul chain was much more mystical than Li Fuchen imagined. It might seem to be formed by the spirit soul force, but it was actually formed by pieces of spirit soul runes. It also meant to say that in order to form the spirit soul chain, one had to first form the spirit soul runes. The spirit soul runes were integrated and Li Fuchen wasn't able to see through them. Fortunately, Li Fuchen had plenty of time. Dang. When the spirit soul chain stabbed onto the purple spirit soul, there were some fragments that scattered. These fragments were actually formed by countless spirit soul runes. Some of the spirit soul runes had already cracked, and with Li Fuchen's spirit soul eye, he was able to observe the internal structure. I see. Li Fuchen gradually understood. Learning soul runes could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. It was difficult because the internal structure of the soul rune was hidden and difficult to see through. The reason why it was simple was because once they saw the internal structure, it would be equivalent to piercing through the veil and revealing the secrets at a glance. Of course, even if ordinary people had the secret technique to condense soul runes, it would still be difficult for them to condense soul runes. After all, this was a soul Dao technique. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible to cultivate. Since he understood the internal structure of the spirit rune, Li Fuchen started to attempt to condense the spirit rune. In his mind, an extremely tiny spirit rune was gradually forming. As time elapsed, the spirit rune was getting more and more complete. The Soul Valley owner obviously didn't notice this scene as he controlled the spirit soul chain to constantly attack the purple spirit soul. Buzz. There was a subtle ripple as a complete spirit rune was condensed by Li Fuchen. The rest was simple. With a thought in his mind, the spirit rune turned into 3, then into countless numbers, before forming a purple spirit soul chain. This purple spirit soul chain wasn't as imposing as the Soul Valley owner's green spirit soul chain, but it looked much sturdier and indestructible. What? The Soul Valley owner's voice was like thunder that echoed in Li Fuchen's mind. The Soul Valley owner was too shocked. He was certain that Li Fuchen didn't know any Soul Dao technique previously, otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't have waited until now to execute it. It just so happened that Li Fuchen had also executed the spirit soul chain. Was it a coincidence? No. The Soul Valley owner didn't believe that there was such a coincidence. He might not be willing to admit it, but his rationality told him that during this period of time, Li Fuchen had secretly learned his Soul Dao secret technique, spirit soul chain. Such innate talent and perception were simply world-shaking and were rarely seen in the past and present. I don't believe that your spirit soul chain can contest with me. The Soul Valley owner didn't panic. Li Fuchen had just learned the spirit soul chain secret technique and wasn't proficient enough yet. The Soul Valley owner still had a chance. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The two spirit soul chains clashed together. The Soul Valley owner's green spirit soul chain had astounding prowess and contained extremely abundant spirit soul power. On the contrary, Li Fuchen's purple spirit soul chain was just ordinary apart from the color that was gorgeous. It looked just like a real purple spirit soul chain. But when the two clashed, the green spirit soul chain didn't destroy the purple spirit soul chain. Instead, it was tangled up by the purple spirit soul chain and was getting tightened. Impossible! The Soul Valley owner's voice turned sharp. Li Fuchen had just learned the spirit soul chain secret technique and logically, the spirit rune shouldn't be as integrated as before. Could it be because Li Fuchen's spirit soul is rather special? That must be the case. The Soul Valley owner was very enraged. If Li Fuchen's spirit soul was powerful, once he occupied Li Fuchen, it would be more beneficial to the Soul Valley owner. But Li Fuchen was too powerful. The Soul Valley owner felt like a dog trying to bite a tortoise and didn't know where to start. Bang! In terms of prowess, the purple spirit soul chain wasn't as good as the green spirit soul chain. But in terms of toughness, the green spirit soul chain wasn't as good as the purple spirit soul chain. After a moment of struggle, the green spirit soul chain broke. Bang, 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 the rest of the green spirit soul chains had also broken. As the green spirit soul chain withdrew from Li Fuchen's mind, the pressure on Li Fuchen was instantly relieved. The purple spirit soul chain then rushed out from his forehead. Young man, you are incredible. I, Mist Soul, admit defeat. I wonder if we can make a deal. Once the deal is done, I will give you 10 stalks of special grade soul herb. The Soul Valley owner said. What is the deal? Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. Since the Soul Valley owner couldn't do anything to him, there was no need for him to flee. The deal is very simple. Lure 100 primary sea realm monarchs into the Soul Valley. For every 10 monarchs that are lured in, I will give you 1 stalk of special grade soul herb. The Soul Valley owner guided Li Fuchen patiently. Do you think that is possible? Li Fuchen sneered. He wasn't a fool, and how could he not know that the Soul Valley owner was absorbing martial artist's spirit soul to strengthen himself? If he lured 100 primary sea realm monarchs in, the Soul Valley owner might be able to recover or at least recover. The Soul Valley owner went silent for a moment. 50 is fine too. I believe you have already experienced the benefits of the special grade soul herb. With these 10 stalks of special grade soul herbs, you will be able to progress to the law phase realm within 10 years. As for me, I just wish to maintain my spirit soul from dissipating. In order to recover, let alone 50 monarchs, even 500 monarchs are impossible. After speaking, the Soul Valley owner didn't speak anymore. However, Li Fuchen could feel a pair of invisible eyes staring at him. I refuse, Li Fuchen said resolutely. Who knew how many spirit souls the Soul Valley owner had absorbed over the years? The risk was too great. After speaking, Li Fuchen turned and left. Young man, I will remember you. There will be a day when I will let you know what hell is. The Soul Valley owner's voice was awe-inspiring like the cold wind that blew out from the depths of hell, causing Li Fuchen's skin to shiver. Half a day later, Li Fuchen walked out of the Soul Valley. When turning back to take a glance at the Soul Valley, Li Fuchen still had lingering fear. If his spirit soul wasn't powerful enough, he would probably be no different from a living dead person and would be providing spirit soul energy for the Soul Valley owner every day. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen suddenly drew at the entrance with his finger. In an instant, a sword intent sealed the entrance of the Soul Valley. Roar! There was a roar and the entire Soul Valley seemed to have come alive. It doesn't matter if I, the Mist Soul, swear that I will kill you. Definitely. Chapter 688. 12 stalks of high-grade soul herbs allowed Li Fuchen's spirit soul to have some improvement. Right now, 27% of his spirit soul was pale red. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get his hands on that special grade soul grass. The Soul Valley Master could obviously control the growth of the soul grass. Unless he could pluck it immediately, the other party could drain the soul grass of its energy with just a thought. I can continue to comprehend the sword pattern of the Joint Heaven sword. Li Fuchen didn't have any hopes to break through to the law phase realm within a short period of time. His objective was to comprehend the 3rd rank of the Joint Heaven sword pattern as soon as possible. By then, the Heaven-class high-tier Joint Heaven sword and Heaven-class high-tier sword art would allow him to contest with peak-class emperors like the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had already been in the 4-way continent for half a year. The ocean was filled with endless dangers. The two of them planned to leave the 4-corner continent after they were fully prepared. 99%, just one more step. Li Fuchen sighed. The 3rd layer of the Joint Heaven sword's sword pattern was harder to comprehend than he had imagined. He thought that with 27% of his soul turning pale red, he would be able to comprehend the 3rd layer of the Joint Heaven sword's sword pattern very quickly. With your current cultivation level, even if you were given a heaven-grade high-tier sword, you wouldn't be able to fully display its power. However, if your attainment in the sword patterns is extremely high, everything will be different. Besides, once you comprehend the 3rd layer of the seal, the sword patterns, it will have endless magical effect. As the Joint Heaven sword was unsealed layer by layer, the sword spirit was much more active than before. Li Fuchen nodded. Sword patterns were actually the closest to the essence of the sword Tao. On the other hand, sword techniques were the application of the sword principle, the second level of the reincarnation Holy Spirit technique. While Li Fuchen was concentrating on comprehending the joint heaven sword's sword pattern, Yan Qingwu finally cultivated the reincarnation Saint Spirit technique to the second rank. Right now, her true spirit was comparable to a high-level emperor and was able to unleash the ultimate power of the Black Saber's quintessence. The power of the Black Saber ultimacy was 3 times that of the Black Saber. 99%, 99%, 97%, 99%. After another 3 months, Li Fuchen had finally comprehended the joint heaven sword's sword pattern to the extremity. He was just 1 step away from comprehending it completely. On this day, sword light suddenly flashed in the sky, and a majestic pressure of the sword Tao descended from the sky, enveloping the world. Yan Qingwu raised her head in shock. This is a sword Tao phenomenon? Only by cultivating the sword Tao to an extremely high realm would one be able to trigger a sword Tao phenomenon. It was said that when an emperor broke through to a saint, there would be a great Tao anomaly in the sky. If it was a water Tao cultivator, there would be a water Tao anomaly. If it was a fire Tao cultivator, there would be a fire Tao anomaly. It was extremely rare to trigger a great Tao anomaly at the law phase realm. There weren't any records of triggering a great Tao anomaly at the primary C realm. Yan Qingwu didn't know what Li Fuchen did to trigger the descent of the sword Tao anomaly. After all, even if one comprehended a heaven-rank high-tier sword technique, it wouldn't be able to trigger a sword Tao phenomenon. Sword pattern, the pattern of sword principle. The third layer of the joint heaven sword pattern is already close to the essence of sword principle. Li Fuchen felt that his sword Tao was unprecedentedly clear, and his sword heart seemed to be stronger by 1 level. I wonder what's the use of the third layer of the sword pattern. With a thought in Li Fuchen's mind, a sword net enveloped a mountain ahead. The sword net contracted and was imprinted on the mountain. The mountain then rapidly turned into a giant sword that burst into the clouds with sword chi. Another sword net fused into a river, and the river turned into a giant sword that burst into the clouds with sword chi. Subsequently, Li Fuchen turned the wind into a sword, grass into a sword. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be a sword. Everything is a sword. Li Fuchen was enlightened. The third layer of the sword pattern was actually the state of everything being a sword. The so-called everything is a sword wasn't just in terms of form, it was in terms of essence. If it was just in terms of form, any swordsman could do it. Go. Li Fuchen pointed with a finger and a blade of grass rushed into the sky. With a slash, the clouds were split open and the heaven and earth laws were split. This sword actually had the power of a heaven-class high-tier sword art. With a sudden inspiration, Li Fuchen started to activate the sect origin swords. As a 5-star secret technique, sect origin swords was very tyrannical in the early stages, but as Li Fuchen's cultivation and strength advanced by leaps and bounds, sect origin swords wasn't even considered a chicken rib and had long been abandoned. The only thing that could enhance the power of the sect origin swords was the bronze sword essence, but because there wasn't a follow-up silver sword essence, it had also been abandoned. Right now, the sect origin swords finally had a use. Clang clang clang, streaks of sect origin swords chi floated above Li Fuchen. These streaks of sword chi were very ordinary, and just like Li Fuchen's sword energy, there wasn't any enhancement. 5-star secret techniques weren't able to enhance primary C realm chi, let alone Li Fuchen's sword energy. The only use was that there were enough of them. Otherwise, if Li Fuchen relied on splitting the sword energy, he wouldn't be able to control too much sword energy, let alone injecting the sword pattern. With a single thought, the formless sword pattern was fused into the sect origin sword. In an instant, each sword chi's prowess was enhanced by 1,000 times. It was just like heaven-class high-tier artifact swords appearing in the world. The horrific murderous intent was like a tornado that tore the ground and shattered the clouds. Within a radius of a few tens of thousands of miles, all living beings could feel the stinging sword chi and murderous chi. The sect Origin swords specialized in cultivating the natal sword energy. The stronger the natal sword energy, the more sword chi could be stored. Li Fuchen might not have specially researched the sect Origin swords for the past few years, but the natal sword energy had increased along with his cultivation level and had reached a very powerful stage. It was able to store up to 1,000,000 streaks of sword chi. Imagine 1,000,000 heaven-class high-tier sword chi blasted out. What kind of terrifying scene would it be? It would probably be able to contest with a great emperor. The sect Origin swords were withdrawn immediately after being released. The horrific murderous intent had also instantly vanished as though it had never appeared. Li Fuchen's attention was placed on the Joint Heaven Sword. In fact, the Joint Heaven Sword was also responsible for triggering the Sword Dao anomaly. Once the Joint Heaven Sword's third seal was removed, the Joint Heaven Sword had evolved from Heaven-class low-tier to Heaven-class high-tier. A Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. Wherever the sword light shone, heaven and earth law would retreat, leaving only sword Dao law. In other words, a Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword already had its own field. It was an absolute field that only existed in sword Dao law. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's mind had more information. Void Heaven Sword Art. Heaven-class high-tier sword art. After reading the information, Li Fuchen lamented the power of a Heaven-class high-tier sword art. The Void Heaven Sword Art was a Void Dao sword art. It could use spatial blades as swords to kill without leaving a trace. When cultivated to the extremity, no matter how big the world was, it would just be a sword's distance. You've finally unlocked the third layer of the seal. Once this layer is unlocked, my aura will spread out and be sensed by some peerless saint. Although they won't come looking for you for now, they will sooner or later. The Sword Spirit said. A Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword's chi presence will be emitted automatically? Li Fuchen asked. The Sword Spirit said, no, only a few of the equipment will emit their chi presence. Most of the Heaven-class peak-tier equipment won't be able to. What about above the Heaven-class peak tier? Chapter 689. On the turbulent ocean, there was a thunderbolt that was advancing straight ahead. This thunderbolt was a demonic dog that was over 20 feet long. On the back of the demonic dog sat a man and a woman. No wonder it is the Thunder Beast. It can ride on thunderbolts. Li Fuchen praised. In terms of traveling methods, he was far inferior to the Thunder Beast. Unless he used shifting technique. But shifting techniques consumed too much sword energy and couldn't be sustained for long. 2 humans and 1 beast were Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the Thunder Beast. After their strength improved greatly, the duo didn't stay on the 4-way continent and were planning to search for a higher-class continent. Splash! The seawater burst into the sky as a 100-mile-long sea snake opened its mouth and bit at the trio. Green Loop Emperor Snake, Class 8 low-tier sea beast. Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast acted as though they didn't see the Green Loop Emperor Snake and ignored it. As the Green Loop Emperor Snake approached rapidly, a water sword suddenly appeared and penetrated the Green Loop Emperor Snake's head before exploding. This water sword was naturally released by Li Fuchen. When the sword pattern realm reached the level where everything in the world was a sword, even a water sword's power was comparable to a Heaven-class high-tier sword art. Of course, there was still a huge difference in strength when compared to Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen still had the Sword Heart and the Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword. It was fortunate that it was still easy to kill a low-tier demonic beast ruler. In terms of sword Dao proficiency, no one below the saints is a match for you. Yan Qingwu was very knowledgeable. Back on the Saint Spirit continent, she had even seen a few saints. But no one below the saints had such a superior sword Dao proficiency like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't say anything and looked up instead. It was unknown when the sky was filled with blood clouds. Drops of blood were falling from the sky. Splash, splash, the sparse blood turned into a blood rain. The Thunder Beast's thunderbolts were instantly extinguished by a few layers. Li Fuchen waved his left hand and the sky ring sword armor surrounded the thunderbolt. Bang 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 bang. When the blood clashed with the sword armor's sword intent, there was a horrific explosion. The Thunder Beast's scalp turned numb. He originally had some arrogance, but now it was gone. Blood Dao Law. Yan Qingwu had a grave expression. To be able to execute the Blood Dao Law to such an extent, it was at least a high-tier demonic beast ruler. Li Fuchen said, "It is the blood demonic great ruler." He had already memorized the aura of the blood demonic great emperor. There was no mistaking it. The blood rain was getting denser and even Li Fuchen's sword armor wasn't able to withstand it anymore. Break! Yan Qingwu pulled out her curved blade and slashed at the blood clouds in the sky. The blood cloud fluctuated for a moment before countless saber lights shot out. In the blink of an eye, the blood cloud dissipated. Human brat, you didn't expect to meet me again, did you? A blood-red figure appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. He wore a blood-red robe. Blood demonic great emperor, it seems like you have a lot of eyes. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised either. After all, the Blood Demon Emperor was the ruler of the Blood Demon Sea, and he must have a lot of eyes in and around the Blood Demon Sea. Since he had been out at sea for so many days, it was inevitable that he would be exposed. Seeing how calm Li Fuchen was, the Blood Demonic Great Ruler was rather surprised and said, "This isn't the ancient Star Sea. Furthermore, the ancient Star Sea doesn't exist anymore. If you are smart, surrender obediently and I might grant you a dignified death." It was impossible for the Blood Demonic Great Emperor to let Li Fuchen go. In his opinion, Li Fuchen, who had consumed the Blood Lingji crown, was a great tonic that would help him progress to a demonic beast overlord. "Do you think it is possible?" Li Fuchen waved his hand and poured the sword pattern into the seawater below. "Rise." In the next moment, thousands of water swords floated up and shot at the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. Child's play. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor waved his hand and a blood-colored screen appeared in front of him. Boom 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 boom. The blood-colored screen vibrated, and even showed signs of distortion. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor had a slight change in expression. The water swords were much stronger than he imagined. With so many of them, regular high-level demonic beast rulers would have a hard time blocking them. "No wonder you are fearless. It turns out that your strength has improved greatly. But I am not a regular high-level demonic beast ruler." The Blood Demonic Great Emperor clenched his fist and expanded the blood-colored screen, causing the thousands of water swords to explode. As a demonic beast Great Emperor, the Blood Demonic Great Emperor's strength was much stronger than regular human Great Emperors. In normal situations, high-level demonic beast rulers would be able to contest with human P-class emperors. P-class demonic beast rulers would be able to contest with human great emperors. Demonic beast great emperors would be able to contest with top-notch human great emperors. Some demonic beast great emperors with tyrannical bloodlines could even contest with human half-saints. No wonder he is a demonic beast great emperor. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would immediately use the teleportation board to teleport away after encountering the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. But now that his strength had increased by more than 10 times, it would be too cowardly to flee without a fight. Clang! The joint heaven sword was unsheathed. The sword light that was as solid as water scattered and the heaven and earth law retreated. Such a great artifact sword. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor squinted his eyes. He sensed a hint of threat from this sword. It meant that this sword had the possibility to injure him. "Blood Demonic Great Emperor, receive my sword." Li Fuchen stood on the head of the Thunder Beast and brandished his sword at the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. It was hard to describe the prowess of this sword. When this sword was brandished, the entire place was filled with sword light. When this sword was brandished, the dazzling sword light penetrated everything. When this sword was brandished, the blood demonic Great Emperor's area had turned into a sword Tao law world. All other laws had been expelled. Meteor Fall was a Heaven-class high-tier sword move. With the support of the Heaven-class high-tier Joint Heaven sword, the power of this sword move was already at a level that even the initiator, Li Fuchen, couldn't imagine. Yan Qingwu, who was at the side, had also felt the absolute elegance of this sword move. As for the Thunder Beast, it was already intoxicated. What a bastard! The blood demonic Great Emperor roared out while blood light burst out from his body. It then gathered into a sphere of blood that was a few dozen meters in size and enveloped him. He admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Even if he encountered a human Great Emperor, he wouldn't be in such a passive state. Li Fuchen's sword move was truly unimaginable. Of course, it was mainly because that sword was too terrifying. TSS. When the sword light dispersed, the sphere of blood had also vanished. The blood demonic Great Emperor looked down and saw a bleeding wound on his chest. As expected, it is still a little forceful to fight with a demonic beast Great Emperor. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. He knew that he was able to injure the blood demonic Great Emperor because of his weapon. After all, even a human Great Emperor might not possess a Heaven-class high-tier weapon. Apart from that, it was also because the blood demonic Great Emperor was careless. Who would have thought that a primary Sea Realm monarch would be able to execute this sword move? You actually injured me. Great job. The blood demonic Great Emperor grinned while his eyes burst out with blood light. He hadn't been injured for over 100 years, and this was the first time in over 100 years. Is that so? You already have the first time, I believe you wouldn't mind a second time, right? Li Fuchen smiled first before his eyes turned sharp. Sect Origin Swords! As Li Fuchen yelled out, the entire place turned silent. The wind, clouds, and waves were all still. Chapter 690. Go! Li Fuchen waved his hand and shot 1,000,000 sword chi at the blood demonic great ruler. Courting death. Blood demon devours the heavens. The blood demonic great sovereign activated his innate ability. In the void, a blood-colored manta ray several hundred miles in size condensed. The manta ray opened its mouth, and a blood-colored vortex appeared in its mouth. Under the blood-colored vortex's absorption, the countless sword chi disappeared without a trace. 1 breath, 2 breaths, after a few breaths, the blood-red manta ray had absorbed hundreds of thousands of sword auras. Gradually, some glowing cracks appeared on the body of the blood-colored manta ray, and faint sword gleams appeared. Li Fuchen's sword chi was much stronger than the water sword. The water sword was only fused with sword patterns. On the other hand, the sect origin sword chi was not only infused with sword patterns, but it also possessed a powerful lethality. After all, the sect origin sword's chi was born from Li Fuchen's life sword energy and contained a strong sword intent. Boom! The blood-colored manta ray finally exploded, leaving behind tens of thousands of 10,000 ancestral swords chi that swept toward the blood demonic great sovereign. Damn it! The blood demonic great emperor gritted his teeth and hid in the blood ball again. The sword chi and the blood ball dissipated. The blood demonic great sovereign's body was riddled with sword wounds. Seriously speaking, this kind of injury was just a drizzle to him. It was not worth mentioning at all, but he was still injured. The blood demonic great emperor swept his gaze over, and he became even more furious. It turned out that Li Fuchen and the others were nowhere to be found. 10,000 miles away, Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the Thunder Beast were still frantically rushing forward. A great emperor was still a great emperor and wasn't someone Li Fuchen could deal with. Not to mention the monster race great emperor. The fact that he was able to injure the blood demonic great sovereign was already commendable. If it was an ordinary human race great sovereign, He might not even be able to injure the blood-demonic great sovereign. But of course, this didn't mean that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Motherf * King Human King. Perhaps in terms of cultivation techniques and comprehension of laws, he wasn't any weaker than the great human emperor. His sword heart and sword marks had even surpassed the great human emperor. However, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. In a short period of time, he might be able to exchange a few blows with the blood-demonic great emperor, and he might even be able to injure him. But if the battle dragged on, he would definitely die. If it was a human race great Tharch, he could easily escape if he couldn't defeat the demon race great Tharch. 2 people and 1 beast traveled at an extremely fast speed. Li Fuchen had the sword shift and fire shift, while Yan Qingwu had the saber shift. As a sacred beast of the Tao of Lightning, the Thunder Beast also possessed the ability to escape through lightning. In the time it took for a breath, the 2 humans and the beast could travel thousands of miles. Trying to escape? Dream on. A terrifying bloody pressure spread out. The blood-demonic great sovereign transformed into a blood-colored manta ray several hundred miles long. Bloodthirsty manta ray, a Class 8 high-tier sea beast. A terrifying sea beast known for its bloodthirst and cruelty. The blood-colored manta ray was hundreds of miles long, allowing it to move extremely fast. It could cover more than 1,000 miles in just a few steps. Boom! A water sword the size of a mountain broke through the sea and struck the abdomen of the blood-demonic great sovereign. Although the water sword was powerful, the blood-demonic great emperor's defense was even stronger. The water sword shattered upon colliding with it. The blood-demonic great emperor's body swayed, and his speed slowed down. Following that, every time the blood-demonic great sovereign advanced a certain distance, he would be struck by a water sword. No one knew how many water swords were hidden in the water, or how they were triggered. At the front, over 10,000 miles away, Li Fuchen would occasionally shoot a sword pattern into the sea. These sword marks looked like they were formed by the convergence of lines, but as soon as they entered the water, they were like swimming dragons. As soon as they sensed the blood demon great emperor's aura, they would burst out of the water, as if they possessed intelligence. In fact, every sword pattern had Li Fuchen's personal imprint, therefore, it was able to recognize the blood-demonic great sovereign's chi presence. Gradually, the distance between the 2 parties was getting further. 20,000 miles, 50,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles. In the next moment, the blood-demonic great sovereign's spiritual awareness couldn't sense the trio anymore. The invisibility incantation was stacked with the tortoise breath incantation, allowing Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the Thunder Beast to finally escape from the blood-demonic great sovereign's senses. Soon enough, half a month had passed. The trio had already escaped tens of millions of miles. This was because they didn't use shifting techniques, otherwise, they would have been able to escape even further. After all, shifting techniques consumed too much energy. Those below the law phase realm wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Above the boundless sea, there was a figure that was fighting with a white flood dragon. Adult flood dragons were all Class 8 demonic beasts, including this white flood dragon. Death Cleave. The figure was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He was wielding an excessively large giant saber, and as the giant saber cleaved, the intense saber light caused the white flood dragon to bleed profusely. Roar. The white flood dragon let out a painful roar and opened its mouth to shoot a dazzling white light at the middle-aged man. Crackle, crackle. The seawater froze. The dazzling white light was obviously the rapid freezing cold chi. The middle-aged man was instantly frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! The white flood dragon swung its tail and shattered the ice sculpture. The middle-aged man was sent flying while emitting cold chi. Just as the middle-aged man was about to be killed, a water sword sent the white flood dragon flying. Tilting its head, the white flood dragon's lake-like eyes locked onto 2 humans and 1 beast. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the Thunder Beast? Courting death, the white flood dragon opened its mouth and shot a cold chi at the trio. With its body that was a few hundred miles in length, the cold chi might be like a beam of white light, but it was at least 10 miles in thickness. It wasn't an easy task to dodge, just like the middle-aged man in black armor. It was a pity that the white flood dragon was facing Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen wanted to dodge, he would be able to do so with a shifting technique. But he didn't need to dodge. Li Fuchen extended his hand and turned the sky ring sword armor into a layer of sword screen to block in front of him. Crackle, crackle. Frost appeared on the sword screen, but it was hard to break through. Flee! The white flood dragon was rather intelligent. When it saw Li Fuchen's move, it knew that Li Fuchen wasn't someone it could deal with. The white flood dragon shrunk its body and dove into the seawater before vanishing. Many thanks for saving my life. The middle-aged man in black armor had obviously suffered from severe frostbite, but he was still able to fly. Li Fuchen injected a streak of sword energy into the middle-aged man's body to expel some of the cold chi before asking, "Do you know if there are any continents nearby? Where are they?" The middle-aged man in black armor didn't say anything. Li Fuchen's sword energy was very powerful and contained two types of laws. One was the Sword Dao Law and the other was the Fire Dao Law. The former could easily scatter the cold chi, while the latter could melt the cold chi. In just a few blinks of the eye, the cold chi in the middle-aged man's body was already 80% gone. The remaining cold chi was deeply rooted and had already formed frostbite. He could only rely on himself to slowly expel it. After letting out a breath of cold air, the middle-aged man cupped his fist to express his gratitude and replied, "There is only one continent nearby and it is called the Heaven Pillar Continent. I am from the Heaven Pillar Continent." Heaven Pillar Continent? What class is that continent? Yan Qingwu asked. The middle-aged man in black armor said, "The Heaven Pillar Continent is a top-notch mid-class continent. It allows Law Phase Realm Emperors to move freely." Top-notch mid-class continent, huh? Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu looked at each other and revealed delighted expressions. Chapter 691. The black-armored middle-aged man was called Yang Long, and he was at the 4th level of Law Phase Realm. His Yang clan was one of the Emperor-class clans in the Heaven Fire region and was situated in the Long Wind Mountains. This time, Yang Long was searching for an extremely precious ocean resource, but he encountered the White Flood Dragon. The White Flood Dragon's combat talent wasn't outstanding, but it could spit out rapid freezing cold chi, and was far more dangerous than regular flood dragons. If Li Fuchen didn't make a move, Yang Long wouldn't even be able to escape. Following Yang Long, the trio arrived at the Heaven Pillar Continent. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to find a place to cultivate, but due to Yang Long's hospitality, the trio decided to go to the Yang clan. Long Wind Mountains, Yang Long took out a token and opened up the array before leading the trio into the Yang clan. "Greetings, Patriarch." Along the way, people would greet Yang Long from time to time. Yang Long nodded and asked a high-level primary Sea Realm Yang clansman, "Is Yang Lu around?" The Yang clansman smiled bitterly and said, "Patriarch, Yang Lu has already gone out to travel." Yang Long frowned in response. Yang Lu was his grandson and his innate talent was one of the best in the Yang clan. He wasn't even 70 years old and was already at the 9th level of primary Sea Realm. However, he had a flaw. He loved to travel, to fight for justice, and to uphold justice. As such, it was unknown how many people he offended. If it wasn't for Yang Lu who helped to clean up after him, Yang Lu would have been chopped into pieces. Yang Long let out a sigh and gestured for them to leave. There were plenty of peaks in the Long Wind Mountains. Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and the Thunder Beast were arranged to stay on an extremely imposing peak. The Clear Wind Mountain is one of the top 10 peaks in my Yang clan. It is set up with a Class 8 energy gathering array. The three of you should have a good rest first. If there is anything, you can just transmit a message to me. While speaking, Yang Long handed over 3 communication tokens. Alright, many thanks. Li Fuchen was rather satisfied with the Yang clan's cultivation environment. It was much better than finding a random place outside, and he wouldn't be disturbed. Such concentrated heaven and earth chi. On the clear wind mountain, the thunder beast was shocked. Compared to the heaven pillar continent, the four-way continent was simply a barren land. It was simply incomparable, and the heaven and earth essence energy in the clear breeze mountain was several times denser than the heaven pillar continent. It was as though one was bathing in an essence energy pool. He had a feeling that even without any resources, he would definitely be able to become a demonic Tharch within a few years and a demonic sage within 100 years. The heaven and earth law here seems to be more perfect than the Emperor's Sky continent. Yan Qingwu said. Li Fuchen nodded. I reckon that the Emperor's Sky continent was destroyed by the saints back then, causing the heaven and earth law to be damaged. Every continent was a half-sealed world. If one destroyed too much, the laws of the continent would leak out, just like when a person was injured, their aura would wither. After returning to an elite mid-class continent, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had plenty of things to do. The latter planned to break through to the law phase realm. As for Li Fuchen, he intended to cultivate the Void Heaven Sword style. With his current situation, he wouldn't be able to advance to the Transcendence realm in a short time. The Void Heaven Sword art had a total of 3 moves. The first move was called Void Reality, the second was called Void Blade, and the third was called Void Heaven Sword World. The first move, Void Reality, made use of the unpredictability of the Void Law. If one thought that it was fake, it would be real. If one thought that it was real, it could become fake at any time. Without the Void Sword Heart, it is indeed troublesome to cultivate. After a few days, Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword art wasn't even at the entry stage. It was truly unexpected for someone like him who had horrific perception. But after thinking about it, Li Fuchen understood. The Void Heaven Sword art was a heaven-class high-tier sword art. Furthermore, it didn't just contain the Sword Dao Law, it also contained the top-notch Void Law. When 2 laws were fused together, it might not be stronger than cultivating a single law, but the difficulty was definitely much higher. After a few more days, the Void Heaven Sword art's first move, Void Reality, was finally at the entry stage. It might just be at the entry stage and the power wasn't obvious, but the profundity of the move had surprised Li Fuchen. When this sword was unleashed, the sword light was like a layer of transparent gauze or like a layer of water light. It seemed to be harmless, but anything that was enveloped by the sword light would silently melt and be annihilated, as if it had never existed in the first place. This was only the entry stage. If it was at the subcompletion stage or the completion stage, it was unknown how terrifying it would be. It is the polar opposite of the meteor fall. The meteor fall pursues extreme speed and power, using a single point to break through. The Void Reality uses the Void Law as a carrier and incorporates the Sword Dao Law to form a unique attack method. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword art was progressing day by day. Soon enough, 1 month had passed and Li Fuchen had finally cultivated the Void Heaven Sword art's first move, Void Reality, to the completion stage. In terms of attack power, the Void Reality wasn't comparable to the meteor fall. After all, the Void Reality wasn't at the perfection stage yet. But in terms of profundity, the Void Reality was superior to the meteor fall. Li Fuchen believed that even he wouldn't be able to block the Void Reality. This move was too strange, and all defensive methods were nearly useless. Unless his Sky Ring sword armor was pushed to the Heaven-class high tier, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block the Void Reality and wouldn't even be able to weaken the Void Reality. One had to know that even the meteor fall had to first break through the enemy's defense before it could kill them. The Void Reality skipped the entire process. Of course, if the enemy's law comprehension was at the Heaven-class high tier, it would be different. Laws and intents could only be blocked with laws and intent. The strength and purity of one's true qi did not matter as much as one might imagine. This was also why Li Fuchen was able to contest with the blood demonic great ruler for a few moves. After all, his law comprehension was already at the level of a great emperor, it was just his cultivation that was lacking. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Boom! On the clear wind mountain, a female law phase rose from the ground. The female law phase was rather similar to Yan Qingwu, but it had an additional prowess and a presence that was above the heaven and earth. The horrific willpower instantly enveloped the entire Yang clan and the entire Long Wind Mountains. It caused an uproar in the Yang clan. In the Yang clan's main hall, there was another law phase realm emperor apart from Yang Long. He was also the Yang clan head, Yang Deng. He lifted his head and had a shocked expression. When did the Yang clan have another law phase realm emperor? Why didn't he receive any information? No, it isn't a member of the Yang clan. Subsequently, Yang Deng shook his head. From the willpower of the law phase, it wasn't similar to the law phase cultivated by the Yang clan's cultivation technique. One should know that the Dharma form was the materialization of a cultivation technique. The Dharma form formed by every cultivation technique was different. If it was a member of the Yang clan that broke through to the law phase realm, the law phase would definitely have a slight resonance with him. Could it be someone's second uncle brought back? He already knew about Yang Long's situation. Chapter 692. The clear wind mountain had several peaks. On the eastern peak, the luxurious and majestic palace had already been razed to the ground. Yan Qingwu was seated in the middle of the ruins, and the imposing female law phase was condensed from her body. As a reincarnated body, her cultivation was much easier than others, especially when it came to breaking through. After all, she was already a great emperor in her previous life. In this aspect, even Li Fuchen was inferior to her. In this life, after cultivating the reincarnation saint spirit technique to the second rank, it was extremely easy for her to break through to the law phase realm. After withdrawing the law phase, Yan Qingwu opened her eyes. There was a peerless spirit that burst out from her eyes and gave off the feeling of a great empress. On the western peak, Li Fuchen looked at Yan Qingwu from afar. It seems a little different again, Li Fuchen said to himself. He didn't know that the instant Yan Qingwu progressed to the law phase realm, the reincarnation saint spirit technique had automatically reached the third rank. Right now, her true spirit was already comparable with a great emperor. Sensing Li Fuchen's gaze, Yan Qingwu looked over too. The duo's eyes intersected in the void. At this moment, Yan Qingwu realized that she still couldn't see through Li Fuchen. She originally thought that once her true spirit reached the great emperor level, she would be able to see through Li Fuchen's foundation. However, Li Fuchen was like a black hole that she couldn't see anything and had leaked out a lot of her true spirit qi presence. He is at least a half-saint. The true spirit contained a person's secrets. Through the true spirit qi presence, she would be able to see through the other party's foundation. Since she couldn't see through it, it meant that the other party's true spirit was superior to her. 2 figures instantly appeared on the clear wind mountain. They were Yang Long and the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Deng. Congratulations to young Lady Yan for progressing to the law phase realm. The Yang clan is honored. Yang Deng cupped his fist and spoke politely. He might not know Yan Qingwu's strength, but from the looks of the law phase, Yan Qingwu's strength was definitely stronger than him. The duo exchanged greetings and left quickly. They could see that Yan Qingwu didn't like such scenes. In the blink of the eye, it had been a period of time since Yan Qingwu broke through to the law phase realm. On the western peak of the clear wind realm, Li Fuchen pointed at the sky with his right sword finger. Swish! A thin sword light extended out. Silently, a large piece of the surging sea of clouds was missing, as if someone had erased it. The first move has finally reached its limit. Li Fuchen let out a turbid breath. Only by cultivating the first move of the Void Heaven Sword art to the extreme could one cultivate the second move. Similarly, only by cultivating the second move to the extreme could one cultivate the third move. Otherwise, even if one spent 10 times the time, one might not be able to achieve anything. Perhaps with the foundation of the first move, Li Fuchen's progress was much faster when cultivating the second move, Blade of Void. He reached the entry rank on the first day, subcompletion on the third day, and completion on the 10th day. Hua! In the sea of clouds, a transparent blade flew out and cut the sea of clouds into pieces. This transparent blade wasn't an ordinary sword light or sword chi, but a spatial blade that was infused with sword Tao laws. Even a great emperor would be crippled if not dead after being sliced by the spatial blades. Of course, a great emperor wouldn't use his body to resist the spatial blades. 20 days later, he had also cultivated the void blade to the limit. The time he spent on it was much shorter than the first move. Next, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the third move, Void Heaven Sword World. This move was the true kill move. According to the description of the Void Heaven Sword art in Li Fuchen's mind, once this move was executed, even those who were much stronger than him would be defeated. A slight mistake might even result in death. However, in order to cultivate this move, one had to condense the Void Sword Heart. Only with the Void Sword Heart would one be able to control the Void Law and Sword Tao Law perfectly. Only with perfect control of the two laws would one be able to form the Sword World. Li Fuchen didn't believe it at first, but after half a month, he believed it. The third move, Void Heaven Sword World, was different from the first two moves. Once this move was cultivated, it would be at the extremity. Without reaching the extremity, it was impossible to form the Sword World. Therefore, it didn't have the so-called entry rank, subcompletion rank, or completion rank. The Yang clan's Grand Hall was currently in a gloomy atmosphere. No one would have expected for Yang Lu to offend the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor was one of the few existences below the Great Emperor and was one of the great devils of the Heaven Pillar continent. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to say that they could kill him easily. Furthermore, the White Bone Devil Emperor had the backing of the Skull Great Emperor. No one would have expected that the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Long, would actually head to the White Bone Mountain alone to rescue Yang Lu. In the end, he was captured by the White Bone Devil Emperor and his fate was unknown. Clan head, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Our Yang clan cannot afford to offend the White Bone Devil Emperor. One of the Yang clan's elders said bitterly. Discuss at length? If we discuss at length, the patriarch might not be able to survive. Another elder said loudly. What else can we do? If we can rescue him, why wouldn't we? Isn't there no other way? Why don't we head to the Heaven Fire Guild and ask them to mediate? I reckon it won't work. The Heaven Fire Guild has been on bad terms with the Skull Cult for the past few years. If the Heaven Fire Guild intervenes, the Skull Cult will definitely intervene too. I don't think the Heaven Fire Guild will interfere. After all, our Yang clan is in the wrong. In the Grand Hall, the Yang clan's elders were all discussing. Yang Deng waved his hand to get everyone to keep quiet. He then said slowly, we must rescue him, but we cannot ask the Heaven Fire Guild to intervene. We can only invite experts ourselves. To be honest, the Yang clan didn't know any emperor experts. The only ones that were suspected to be emperor experts were Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. The Yang clan could only hope that Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu had such strength, and that they were willing to lend a hand. But no matter how powerful they were, could they deal with the White Bone Devil Emperor? After all, the White Bone Devil Emperor was a P-class emperor. With doubts, Yang Deng arrived at the Clear Wind Mountain. White Bone Devil Emperor? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Yan Qingwu said, if the White Bone Devil Emperor is a high-level emperor, I am very confident. If it is a P-class emperor, I am not confident. With me included, it should be enough. In a one-on-one fight, Li Fuchen wasn't confident he could deal with a P-class emperor. He might be able to contest a few moves with the blood demonic great ruler, and the blood demonic great ruler's strength was already considered a top-notch great ruler. But that was because the blood demonic great ruler had underestimated Li Fuchen. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was only able to contest a few moves with a peak-class emperor. Anyone would be able to contest a few moves with a great ruler, or even a few dozen moves. Furthermore, there was a counter between experts. Li Fuchen might be able to contest a few moves with the blood demonic great ruler, but he might not be able to contest a few moves with a human great ruler. Are the two of you confident? Yang Deng didn't dare to believe his ears. Originally, he didn't have much hope and was just trying his best. He didn't expect for the two of them to remain calm after knowing that the White Bone Devil Emperor was a peak-class emperor. Let's depart. We will not joke around with our lives. Li Fuchen rescued Yang Long purely because Yang Long and the Yang clan were pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, Li Fuchen didn't plan to provoke the White Bone Devil Emperor. Furthermore, the White Bone Devil Emperor had the backing of the Skull Great Ruler. Many thanks to the two of you. Chapter 693. White Bone Mountain was a famous ominous land in the Heaven Pillar continent. This place was filled with miasma all year round. Those who were weak would turn into white bones in a short period of time. Even those who were strong would get lost in here. In the end, they would still not be able to resist the corrosion of the miasma. Of course, the miasma wasn't natural, but was derived from the White Bone Mountain's grand formation. On this day, 3 shadows flashed and disappeared into the miasma. The trio was naturally Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and Yang Deng. The miasma might be a poisonous miasma that was produced by a Class 8 array, but it was still impossible to turn a Law Phase Realm Emperor into white bones. However, after a long period of time, it might be possible. As for Li Fuchen, he might not be a Law Phase Realm Emperor, but his Sky Ring Sword armor was much better than a Law Phase Realm Emperor's Qi protection. It was able to neutralize the poison Dao Law in the miasma with ease. The miasma covered a very wide area, which was at least 10,000 miles. Along the way, Li Fuchen and the others saw countless white bones. There were humans and demonic beasts. These white bones were extremely mystical. They could actually move freely, and they could even kill each other. Some of the purple bones even tried to attack Li Fuchen's group. A short moment later, under Li Fuchen's lead, the trio arrived at the vicinity of the true White Bone Mountain. All of the miasma came from the White Bone Mountain. Correspondingly, the miasma near White Bone Mountain was the densest and the poison Dao laws were the highest. Yan Qingwu and Yang Deng felt that their vital qi was being drained away rapidly. The rate of consumption was more than 10 times faster than before. After taking a glance at Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu, Yang Deng gathered his courage and spoke loudly. Yang Clan's Yang Deng is here to pay a visit to Senior White Bone Devil Emperor. With the support of the Emperor rank Qi, Yang Deng's voice traveled into the White Bones Mountain. In just a short moment, 2 high-level monarchs flew out and grinned. "My master invites you over. Come, let's go in." Li Fuchen didn't mind. Normally speaking, entering another person's array wasn't a wise move. After all, even if one was stronger than the other person, one's strength would be greatly restricted in the other person's array. Unless one was a great emperor, no one would dare to enter a P-class emperor's array unless they were friends. But Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu weren't ordinary people. The duo might not be able to defeat the White Bone Devil Emperor, but it was impossible for the White Bone Devil Emperor to make them stay. Since Li Fuchen didn't mind, Yang Deng didn't even need to mind. The 3 figures flickered and entered the White Bones Mountain through the newly opened passage. White bones were piled up on top of the White Bones Mountain. It was hard to imagine how many living beings had died here. Because there were too many white bones, a lingering Yin Qi enveloped the White Bone Mountain. This Yin Qi seemed to be able to freeze a person's soul, making Yang Deng feel very uncomfortable. At the peak of the White Bone Mountain was a pitch-black grand hall. At the front of the grand hall, there were 2 white bone flood dragons that would send shivers down one's spine. On the roof of the pitch-black Grand Hall, there were also 2 white bone flood dragons. Li Fuchen could see that these 4 white bone flood dragons were all real and not assembled together. "The 3 of you, please." The 2 high-level monarchs extended their hands to invite the trio into the palace, but they had extremely gloomy expressions. Li Fuchen led the way into the pitch-black palace. The interior of the palace was much more luxurious than they had imagined. However, they did not dare to compliment the decorations inside. There were human heads, tiger heads, dog heads, cow heads, and deer heads everywhere. There were heads of all sizes, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Furthermore, these heads weren't white bones and were obviously preserved using special methods. There were still lingering qi presence of despair. Lifting their heads, the trio looked at the person at the host seat of the Grand Hall. This person was a middle-aged man with a majestic figure. He had a head of white hair and strange green eyes. His skin was so white that it looked like it was smeared with a few layers of thick powder. The White Bone Devil Emperor was one of the P-class emperors under the Skull Great Emperor. "Senior Devil Emperor, I am Yang Deng. I came without an invitation. Please forgive me." Yang Deng bowed with respect. The White Bone Devil Emperor didn't look at Yang Deng and looked at Yan Qingwu instead. "I already know why you are here. Leave her behind and everything can be discussed." The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't just infamous. He was also adept at plucking Yin to replenish Yang. The white bones on the White Bone Mountain were mostly the skeletons of beauties. Yan Qingwu didn't just have top-class looks and aura, she was also a first-level emperor. If he plucked her, his cultivation would definitely progress greatly. The Heaven Pillar continent only had around 100 to 200 emperors, and there were less than 10 female emperors. As of now, Li Fuchen had yet to pluck any female emperors. After all, these female emperors all had background. It was obvious that Yan Qingwu had just progressed to the law phase realm and didn't have any background for now. Hearing the response, Yan Qingwu frowned and emitted murderous aura. "It seems like there is no room for discussion." Li Fuchen shook his head while his eyes turned sharp. "Ha ha!" When the White Bone Devil Emperor saw Yan Qingwu and Li Fuchen's reaction, he couldn't help but laugh heartily as though he saw a hilarious scene. A first-level emperor and a peak-level primary sea-realm monarch actually had battle intent towards him. How ridiculous was this? The 2 of you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I originally didn't want to make a move. Sigh. As the White Bone Devil Emperor sighed, he suddenly executed a palm strike. This palm strike might just be a normal palm strike, but the White Bone Devil Emperor was a peak-level emperor after all. This palm strike would even make high-level emperors retreat by 3 feet. Woo 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 in the void, a white bone palm that was a few dozen meters in size grabbed at Li Fuchen, Yan Qingwu, and Yang Deng. Yang Deng felt that time and space were frozen and he couldn't move at all. He was extremely panic-stricken. Who didn't know that the White Bone Devil Emperor's White Bone Divine Palm was extremely vicious and tyrannical? Let alone a single palm strike, even a graze would turn into white bones. It was countless times more terrifying than the miasma outside. Was he going to perish here today? Open! Right at this moment there was a black saber light that cleaved on the white bone palm at lightning speed. The white bone palm was filled with cracks as it was forcefully split into 2 by the saber light. The remaining saber light slashed at the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor was rather surprised and casually shattered the saber light with a palm strike. Interesting. It seems like if I don't show some ability, I will not be able to take you down. While speaking, the White Bone Devil Emperor clenched his right hand at Yan Qingwu. Crackle crackle, white bones burst out from the ground of the palace hall. In a split second, a white bone cage had instantly trapped Yan Qingwu. Clang 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 clang. Inside the white bone cage, saber lights were crisscrossing and sparks were bursting out. Now that her cultivation was at the first level of Law Phase realm and her true spirit was at the Great Emperor's level, her previous life's elite saber art, black saber art, was executed without any hesitation. However, this white bone cage was much tougher than Yan Qingwu imagined. The saber light was only able to create a gap on the surface, and it was rather difficult to break it. Seeing that she couldn't break the white bone cage, Yan Qingwu didn't waste time. She executed the saber shift and instantly appeared outside the white bone cage. Shifting technique. The white bone devil emperor's expression changed. There was a huge difference between comprehending a shifting technique or not. As a peak-class emperor, he might be apprehensive of great emperors, but he wasn't completely fearful of great emperors. It was because he had already comprehended the white bone shifting technique. If he couldn't defeat a great emperor, he could simply escape. Of course, he wouldn't offend a great emperor to the extreme. If a great emperor was determined to kill him, he wouldn't be able to make it out alive. So what if you comprehended the shifting technique? Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving. The white bone devil emperor stood up and was preparing to make a serious move. Chapter 694. He couldn't dodge in time, but he could still use the white bone shifting technique. The white bone phantom appeared and the white bone devil emperor's figure was so transparent that it nearly vanished. Immediately after, a dazzling sword light penetrated the white bone phantom. At the same moment, the white bone devil emperor's figure appeared on the right side of the palace. All of a sudden, there was a spray of blood. The white bone devil emperor lowered his head and saw a crack on his white bone armor on his chest. Blood was spurting out from that crack. Damn it! The white bone devil emperor's eyes flashed with ferocious light. His opponent's sword art was too fast. Even after using the white bone shifting technique, he wasn't able to dodge it completely. Black saber, fate. Before the white bone devil emperor could catch his breath, Yan Qingwu's saber move followed up. The power of the black saber, fate, was secondary. The crucial point was the grasp of timing. Fate, fate. As the saying went, fate must not be revealed. This saber move was extremely mystical. It was like a divine saber move that was aiming for the white bone devil emperor's flaw. The white bone devil emperor was in extreme pain. Yan Qingwu's saber move was too crafty, and he realized that no matter how he responded, it would be very awkward. Without a choice, the white bone devil emperor had no choice but to use the white bone shifting technique to dodge again. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yan Qingwu's saber move might not be as fast as Li Fuchen's sword move, but the white bone devil emperor was still injured. All of you are courting death. When did the white bone devil emperor feel so aggrieved? Not even when facing a great emperor. Bone devil flurry. The white bone chi burst to the extremity as the white bone devil emperor forcefully executed his move. His hands were tearing in the sky. Woo woo woo. The palace was filled with layers of corpses and ghostly figures. If it wasn't for the protection of the array, let alone the palace, the entire white bone mountain would have been turned into ashes. Clan Hedyang, go and rescue them. Leave this to us. Li Fuchen released a sword intent to protect Yang Deng and send him out of the palace. All right. Yang Deng knew that he would only be a hindrance if he stayed and wouldn't be of much help. When facing the white bone devil emperor who executed his finishing move, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu were in a miserable state. The two of them were strong, but their cultivation levels were much lower than the white bone devil emperor's. If they were to clash head-on, they would be at a disadvantage. He didn't know that the white bone devil emperor was getting more and more shocked as he fought. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's strength was obviously at the high-level emperor level, and their attack power was already at the level of a peak-class emperor. This kind of attack power could already injure a great emperor. After all, no matter if it was a high-tier emperor, a peak-tier emperor, or a great emperor, their defenses were roughly the same. Even if it was higher, it wouldn't be much higher. If one was hit by a direct hit, the result wouldn't be any different. Illusory reality. The sword light poured down like mercury and instantly enveloped the white bone devil emperor. The white bone armor on the white bone devil emperor's body shattered as he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Die! The white bone devil emperor's ferocious nature burst out as he slammed his palm at Li Fuchen. When facing the white bone devil emperor's powerful counterattack, Li Fuchen had no choice but to resist forcefully. It was unknown when the white bone devil emperor controlled the array in the dark and sealed the void, causing the evasion technique to lose its effectiveness. In the void, a white bone claw shadow flashed and crashed onto Li Fuchen. Puff! Spurting fresh blood, Li Fuchen flew backwards. Black saber, wave breaker. The void split open like a wave as Yan Qingwu's saber cleaved on the white bone devil emperor. This saber wasn't as mystical as the black saber, Heaven's secret, but it was abnormally ferocious and tyrannical. When the saber cleaved, everything was like a wave that was cleaved apart. The white bone devil emperor was a peak-class emperor and naturally wouldn't be cleaved apart by a single saber. However, he was still severely injured. There was a long and narrow saber wound that extended from his left shoulder to his right hip. Courting death, you are courting death. The white bone devil emperor was enraged. How many years had it been since he suffered such severe injuries? In his opinion, apart from great emperors, no one would be able to injure him. But today, he was injured by two juniors. With a burst of chi, a white bone law phase enveloped the white bone devil emperor. At the same moment, the pitch-black palace exploded and provided enough space for the white bone devil emperor to fight. Die, die, die. Controlling the white bone law phase, the white bone devil emperor sent Yan Qingwu flying with a palm strike. Blade of Void. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen's kill move arrived. A transparent blade immediately emerged from the void and pierced into the white bone law phase. Crackle, crackle. The white bone law phase distorted and was torn apart. There was a giant opening. Black saber, seek Dao. A saber light that was like a blazing sun suddenly rushed at the white bone devil emperor. The white bone devil emperor was shocked and desperately tried to close the white bone law phase. But in the face of this saber, the white bone law phase was shivering and didn't show any signs of closing. Instead, it was showing signs of instability. Black saber, seek Dao was Yan Qingwu's strongest saber move in her previous life. This saber move was already close to a Heaven-class peak-tier saber move, and was known as the Saber of Heaven Dao. In the face of Heaven Dao, all beings were ants and could only accept it. How could they resist? The saber light cleaved open the white bone law phase and penetrated the white bone devil emperor's body. Inside the expanding blazing sun saber light, the white bone devil emperor's body was like a sieve as tiny saber lights were emitted. This saber move is even stronger. Li Fuchen once saw Yan Qingwu executing the black saber, seek Dao. But back then, Yan Qingwu wasn't able to utilize the full power of this saber move. White bone, sacrificial burial. Before the duo could react, the white bone devil emperor, who was inside the saber light, clenched his right hand and the white bone mountains array started to circulate frenziedly. In the next moment, skeletons and skeletons flew towards Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu from all directions. It was impossible to count how many skeletons and skeletons there were. They only knew that the peak of the White Bone Mountain was quickly covered by skeletons and the White Bone Mountain was a few hundred feet tall. Crack, crack. The pile of skeletons and skeletons rapidly shrunk. In the blink of the eye, it was a few thousand times smaller and turned into a giant ball of bones. You actually dare to make a move against me on the White Bone Mountain. The saber light dispersed and the White Bone Devil Emperor was in a miserable state. His body was like a hornet's nest and was filled with bloody holes. However, it was definitely a fool's dream to kill him in a single saber move. He was a P-class emperor and wasn't that easy to kill. Every P-class emperor had top-notch survivability. Even if a great emperor were to land a single move on them, they might not be able to kill them completely. Blade of Void. The translucent sharp blade pierced through the White Bone Devil Emperor's body. The White Bone Devil Emperor had a fearful expression as he forcefully turned his head. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? How could you? The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't willing to believe his eyes. Li Fuchen said, "You nearly succeeded." Under the seal of the White Bone Mountain's array, Jiang Yi couldn't instantly execute the sword shift. After all, a battle was ever-changing, and a slight delay would allow the White Bone Devil Emperor to seize the opportunity to severely injure him. However, if he could prepare in advance, he would still be able to use sword escape. After all, he had condensed the sword heart. Of course, this was also thanks to him sensing the danger in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to execute the sword escape in time. "You think you can kill me?" Bone rebirth. Bang! The White Bone Devil Emperor's body instantly turned into bone and exploded. In the distance, the White Bone Devil Emperor's body was rapidly condensing. What kind of secret technique is this? Li Fuchen didn't continue attacking. It was obvious that the other party had grasped an extremely powerful life-saving technique. Unless he could destroy the other party's true spirit, it would be difficult to kill him. Ka. In the ruins of the palace, a crack appeared on the bone ball. Ka. The cracks were like spiderwebs. After that, there was a loud bang. The blade light rushed out and split open the bone ball. Chapter 695. The White Bone Devil Emperor had plenty of trump cards, but Yan Qingwu had even more. After progressing to the Law Phase realm, Yan Qingwu was already able to use most of her trump cards. Of course, Li Fuchen could see that Yan Qingwu was still slightly injured, but he didn't know how severe it was. The White Bone Devil Emperor's eyes contracted when he saw Yan Qingwu cleaving open the bone sphere. If it was just Li Fuchen, he believed that he had some confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. But with Yan Qingwu, his chances of victory were less than 10%. This was also excluding the fact that the duo didn't have any other trump cards, otherwise, his chances of victory would be even lower. White Bone Devil Emperor, release them. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing apart your White Bone Mountain. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that Yang Deng hadn't rescued Yang Long and Yang Lu yet. It was mainly because the place where they were imprisoned was enveloped by array power. With Yang Deng's strength, he wouldn't be able to break the array power. Release them? Why? Do you believe that I will kill them? The White Bone Devil Emperor laughed sinisterly. Yan Qingwu said, "Try me. You should have used up most of your trump cards, right? We still have plenty of trump cards that we haven't used yet." Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. Hundreds of thousands of sword chi appeared out of nowhere. The eerie sword intent interweaved and felt as though it was going to slice the void into pieces. The White Bone Devil Emperor had an extremely unpleasant expression as he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to have such a powerful trump card. The White Bone Devil Emperor's expression changed a few times before he said with a fake smile, "I have underestimated you. But this matter isn't over yet. Let's go." With a wave of the hand, the White Bone Devil Emperor released Yang Long and Yang Lu. Yang Long and Yang Lu were dumbfounded. To be honest, they didn't have much hope after being captured by the White Bone Devil Emperor. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu to force the White Bone Devil Emperor to release them. "Let's go." Li Fuchen turned around and left the White Bone Mountain with Yan Qingwu at the back. After Li Fuchen and the others left, the White Bone Devil Emperor's eyes flashed with endless ruthlessness. Swish! The White Bone Mountain's primary Sea Realm monarch was sucked into the White Bone Devil Emperor's hand and turned into white bones. "No one has ever humiliated me, White Bone Devil Emperor." The White Bone Devil Emperor crushed a message token. After returning to the Yang clan, Yang Long and the others were extremely grateful. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu, Yang Long and Yang Lu would definitely be tortured to death by the White Bone Devil Emperor. They would ultimately become a pile of bones on the White Bone Mountain and would never be able to reincarnate. In order to thank them, Yang Long and Yang Deng decided to open the Yang clan's treasury to them. As long as the two of them had a use for it, they would take it. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu didn't stand on ceremony and chose a few useful items from the Yang clan's treasury. With this essence blood crystal, I should be able to step into the transcendence realm. When demonic rulers and body refinement emperors cultivated to a certain realm, they had a chance to condense essence blood crystals in their bodies. The essence blood crystal was undoubtedly the essence of demonic rulers and body refinement emperors. It was a pity that there might not even be 1 out of 100 demonic rulers and body refinement emperors that could condense the essence blood crystal. This caused the value of the essence blood crystal to be extremely high and was close to heaven-class high-tier herb. After consuming the essence blood crystal, Li Fuchen started to circulate the Hand of Force's chi power. Skeleton Mountain Range was one of the 9 great mountain ranges of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Skeleton Mountain in the center was 87,000 feet in height, and it was majestic. It wasn't something the White Bone Mountain could compare with. On this day, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the Skeleton Mountain Range. White Bone Devil Emperor, what brings you here? Just as the White Bone Devil Emperor was passing by a steep mountain peak, there was a bald man that was covered in sinister tattoos and laughed. The White Bone Devil Emperor turned around and took a glance. This bald man was none other than one of the Skull Cult's 4 cult protector martial emperors, the barbaric martial emperor. As the Skull Cult's cult protector martial emperor, the barbaric martial emperor's strength was only superior to the White Bone Devil Emperor and was ranked top 5 in the entire Skull Cult. Can't I come back to take a stroll? The White Bone Devil Emperor wanted his reputation and wouldn't tell the barbaric martial emperor about his situation. The barbaric martial emperor sized up the White Bone Devil Emperor and said, "From the looks of it, you seem to be injured. Why? Are you back to borrow artifacts for revenge? You don't have to worry about my matters." The White Bone Devil Emperor increased his speed and distanced himself from the steep mountain peak. In just a short moment, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the foot of the Skeleton Mountain. Every time he saw the majestic Skeleton Mountain, the White Bone Devil Emperor would feel reverence. When he saw the Skeleton Mountain, it was as though he was looking at the Skull Great Emperor. After taking out the token, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the Treasure Borrowing Pavilion without any obstructions. The Treasure Borrowing Pavilion, as the name suggested, was a place to borrow treasures. Of course, if one wanted to borrow treasures, they would have to pay. The higher the grade of the treasure, the higher the payment. However, if one had contribution points, they could use contribution points instead. The prerequisite was that they had enough contribution points. Elder Hu, I would like to borrow the skeleton cloak. The White Bone Devil Emperor said to Elder Hu the moment he entered the treasure borrowing pavilion. You want to borrow the skeleton cloak? Elder Hu was a little astonished. The skeleton cloak was a heaven-class secret treasure, and it was an extremely precious one. It was quite useful to a great emperor. Correspondingly, the price to borrow the skeleton cloak was very high. It required 50,000 high-grade spirit stones or 500 million contribution points. No one in the Skull Cult was willing to borrow it. That's right, here are 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. The White Bone Devil Emperor handed over a storage bag. To be honest, the White Bone Devil Emperor was rather reluctant to lose 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. Even if he added up his entire wealth, it would only be a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, if he didn't borrow the skeleton cloak, he wasn't confident he could suppress Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. He might be able to defeat the duo with other heaven-class secret treasures, but he wanted to crush them and not simply defeat them. The Yang clan is protected by the Heaven Fire Guild and I cannot extinguish them. But it shouldn't be a problem to ransack them, and it should be able to make up for my losses. The White Bone Devil Emperor had his own plans. As a member of the Skull Cult, He wasn't afraid of offending the Heaven Fire Guild. As long as he escaped quickly, the Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Alright, wait for me. After keeping the storage bag, Elder Who entered the depths of the treasure-borrowing pavilion. A short moment later, Elder Who came out. Behind him was a black cloth that was floating, and on the black cloth was a lifelike skeleton. The skeleton cloak was one of the Skull Cult's elite secret treasures. Swish! With a wave of the White Bone Devil Emperor's hand, the skeleton cloak was draped over the White Bone Devil Emperor. White Bone Devil Emperor, familiarize yourself with the skeleton cloak first to prevent any mistakes. How could Elder Who not know that the White Bone Devil Emperor must have suffered a loss outside and wanted to use the skeleton cloak to regain his face? All right. The White Bone Devil Emperor closed his eyes and communicated with the skeleton cloak. 15 minutes later, the White Bone Devil Emperor opened his eyes. With a shake of the cloak, the White Bone Devil Emperor vanished and was replaced by a skeleton. The skeleton took a step out and vanished from the treasure-borrowing pavilion. Long Wind Mountains, Clear Wind Mountain. A materialized Chi spirit rose up and the entire Clear Wind Mountain was shaking. The hand of God is indeed formidable. After the Chi spirit vanished, Li Fuchen stood up and revealed a trace of delight. Chapter 696. Different from Chi cultivation, the progress of body refinement to the law phase realm didn't cause a huge commotion. But only Li Fuchen knew that within his body, there was already an earth-shattering transformation. Inside his heart, there was a grain-sized essence blood crystal floating there. In normal situations, it was impossible to condense essence blood crystals at the initial level of law phase realm, but Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen cultivated the Hand of God body refinement technique, even though he had only reached the second rank, the Hand of Force. The Hand of Force was equivalent to a heaven-class mid-tier body refinement technique. But in terms of quality, it was definitely far superior to a heaven-class mid-tier body refinement technique. Right now, Li Fuchen felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Furthermore, this power wasn't normal power, it was power that was countless times concentrated. He had a feeling that if he were to drip a single drop of blood, he would be able to blast a half-emperor or even a combat emperor to death. Apart from that, he could clearly feel that his Chi blood source had strengthened by more than 10 times. The Chi blood source was a person's source of life. With a stronger Chi blood source, not only would the lifespan increase, but the recovery speed would also increase. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen's physical defense was already terrifying and he wouldn't be injured easily. Even if he was injured, his Chi blood source would be able to recover quickly and he didn't even need to consume elixirs. I wonder what is my lifespan now, and how many years can I live for? Li Fuchen found out from Yan Qingwu. The body refinement and Chi cultivation could be stacked together in terms of lifespan. Primary Sea Realm monarchs could live for 1,000 years, but if they cultivated both, they would be able to live for 2,000 years. Law Phase Realm emperors could live for 2,000 years, but if they cultivated both, they would be able to live for 5,000 years. That's right, the further one cultivated, the better the stacking effect. It wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the Law Phase Realm, but his Chi cultivation was only at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm. If the two were to be stacked together, it should be 3,000 years, but not more than 4,000 years. Li Fuchen took out a sharp sword and forcefully sliced his arm. There was a teeth-aching sound. Li Fuchen's arm felt like it was covered with a layer of membrane, and the sword wasn't able to cut it. As expected, the basic structure of the body has changed. This is the law field. Every time one's body refinement cultivation broke through a level, the structure of one's body would change once. Otherwise, how could one rely solely on the structure of an ordinary human body to support such vast and powerful energy? When advancing from the Primary Sea Realm to the Law Phase Realm, the transformation was especially intense. Li Fuchen believed that his current physical toughness wasn't inferior to Earth-class peak-tier equipment. But that was not important. More importantly, his body was covered by a layer of law force field. This law force field should be the combination of body refinement law and vitality magnetic field. It was equivalent to a natural layer of protection. If Li Fuchen was to go against the White Bone Devil Emperor, he didn't even need Yan Qingwu's help and was confident he could suppress the White Bone Devil Emperor. Your body refinement cultivation has broken through? Yan Qingwu flew over. Since they were both in the Qinfeng Mountain, how could she not feel that aura just now? Li Fuchen nodded. It is rare for dual cultivation of qi and body to reach your level in the Saint Spirit continent. In normal situations, the body refinement Dao is used as a support. When the qi cultivation Dao reaches a bottleneck, some people would cultivate the body refinement Dao to increase their lifespan and survivability. But there are very few people who can cultivate the body refinement Dao to the law phase realm. Only saints are commonly body refinement emperors. Yan Qingwu knew clearly what it meant to cultivate the body refinement Dao to the law phase realm so early. It could be said that Li Fuchen was almost at the pinnacle of the body refinement Dao. One had to know that there weren't even 1 in 10 saints who could reach the saint's body refinement Dao. At least, in the Saint Spirit continent, there wasn't anyone who was a qi cultivation saint and a body refinement saint. Resources were one of the reasons. Most importantly, there wasn't a corresponding body refinement technique. In order to increase the body refinement Dao to the law phase realm, a heaven-class low-tier body refinement technique would be required. In order to increase the body refinement Dao to the saint's level, a heaven-class high-tier body refinement technique would be required. Heaven-class high-tier body refinement techniques were too hard to obtain, even saints would have a hard time obtaining them. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had a more detailed understanding of his body refinement strength. Right now, his body refinement strength was much stronger than his sword Dao strength. After all, when he was at the peak level of primary Sea Realm, his body refinement strength was already comparable to his sword Dao strength. It was at most a few times weaker. As his body refinement broke through to the law phase realm, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength naturally surpassed his sword Dao strength. This was also because his sword Dao strength was supported by the sword heart. Otherwise, his sword Dao strength wouldn't be able to catch up to his body refinement strength. Just as Li Fuchen was familiarizing himself with his body refinement strength outside the Long Wind Mountains, there was an indistinct skeleton shadow. A mere Yang clan. If it isn't for the Heaven Fire Guild's protection, I can easily eliminate them. The eyes flashed with murderous intent as the skeleton shadow entered the Long Wind Mountains silently. It was unbelievable. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to rely on the sword shift to break through a Class 8 array silently. It would definitely cause a ripple. And this ripple was enough to attract attention. The skeleton shadow was searching for something in the sky above the Yang clan. Soon enough, the skeleton shadow found the Clear Wind Mountain. Both of them are here. I can kill them all at once. The skeleton shadow grinned and suddenly expanded by 1,000 times. It turned into a skeleton that was even taller than the Clear Wind Mountain and clawed at the Clear Wind Mountain. What is this? Li Fuchen had already sensed a trace of danger. The skeleton's appearance might have surprised him, but it wasn't enough to catch him off guard. It is most likely the White Bone Devil Emperor. Li Fuchen couldn't think of anyone else apart from the White Bone Devil Emperor that he had offended in the Heaven Pillar continent. From the looks of it, it was obviously targeting Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Black Saber, a wave breaker. Yan Qingwu's true spirit was comparable with a great emperor, therefore, her reaction wasn't much slower than Li Fuchen. When she saw the giant skeleton's claw attack, the black saber was unsheathed and slashed. The void was split apart like a wave. The saber light expanded to half the size of the Clear Wind Mountain and clashed with the skeleton's claw. Crackle, crackle. The indestructible saber light was instantly shattered upon contact. Even if this skeleton's strength wasn't at the great emperor level, it wasn't too far off. Such power! Yan Qingwu took a few steps back with a grave expression. He die. The skeleton felt as though it could see the entire Clear Wind Mountain exploding and the two of them dying miserably. White Bone Devil Emperor, why are you hiding? Come out and meet me. Li Fuchen laughed heartily and grabbed at the skeleton with his right hand. A shocking scene unfolded. A palm that was several times larger than the skeleton appeared out of thin air, grabbing the skeleton with one hand. What? The skeleton's body tensed up and couldn't struggle free. Grow. The skeleton's body continued to grow 10 times, a few dozen times. In the blink of the eye, the skeleton's body was 1,000 miles tall, and the clouds were lingering around its calves. Chapter 697. The skeleton struggled desperately, and its body was even burning with grayish-black flames as it wanted to melt the palm. But this palm was terrifyingly solid, and the grayish-black flames were barely able to burn the skin of the palm. It wasn't something that could be done within a short period of time. The palm was getting tighter and tighter. The skeleton suddenly expanded and quickly shrunk. As its body shrunk, the skeleton's body turned from solid to void and broke free from Li Fuchen's control. Such an incredible cardinal artifact! Li Fuchen praised silently. This cardinal artifact didn't just greatly increase the White Bone Devil Emperor's strength, it also had the effect of void transformation. The effect of void transformation was similar to the invisibility incantation, but it was obvious that Li Fuchen's invisibility incantation was inferior to this cardinal artifact's effect of void transformation. A few dozen miles away, the skeleton that was the size of a human was floating in the air. Among them, the White Bone Devil Emperor had an awful expression and said, "How did he become so strong? Isn't he a sword Dao cultivator? How did he become a body refinement cultivator?" If Li Fuchen was still using his sword Dao strength to fight with him, the White Bone Devil Emperor was confident he could suppress the duo and capture them within a short period of time. But now, he couldn't even suppress Li Fuchen. How was he going to fight? If I knew this would happen, I would have borrowed the skull bracelet too. The White Bone Devil Emperor was silently regretting. The skeleton cardinal artifact was an entire set of cardinal artifacts that included the skull cloak, skull necklace, and skull bracelet. With a set of cardinal artifacts, any high-level emperor or peak-level emperor would have the strength of a great emperor. Furthermore, they didn't have any shortcomings. Back then, the skeleton cardinal artifact was the Skull Great Emperor's weapon. Later on, the Skull Great Emperor obtained an even better cardinal artifact, hence, he placed the skeleton cardinal artifact in the borrowing artifact pavilion and abandoned it. Of course, if one wanted to borrow 2 skeleton cardinal artifacts, the price would be different. Borrowing one would cost 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Borrowing 2 would cost 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Borrowing 3 would cost 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that the borrowing period was very long and one could use it freely within a year. If someone came to borrow, the White Bone Devil Emperor could collect the corresponding high-grade spirit stones to make up for his losses. It was useless to regret, but he wasn't willing to let the White Bone Devil Emperor leave just like that. Skeleton Divine Flame. The White Bone Devil Emperor's body enlarged again as he controlled the skeleton to shoot a black flame at the Clear Wind Mountain that Li Fuchen was at. The black flames were not ordinary flames, but true heavenly flames. Flames were generally divided into 3 levels: mortal flames, earth flames, and heavenly flames. 3 types of flames, each more powerful than the last. A peak-grade earth fire was already able to kill Law Phase Realm Emperors. As for the heaven fire, it should be able to burn any Law Phase Realm Emperors to death. The black flame was like a black dragon, surging forward. Everywhere it passed, space distorted from the burning, and tiny cracks appeared. Li Fuchen frowned and countered with a palm strike. Rumble! The hand of force and the black flames clashed. Visible to the naked eye, the hand of force showed signs of melting, like a thick piece of wax coming into contact with fire. Puff! Finally, the black flames still burned through the hand of force. The remaining flames were like a small snake that coiled towards Li Fuchen. Interesting. I wonder how many mouthfuls of flames you can spit out. Li Fuchen's hands turned into phantoms, and in an instant, it was unknown how many palm strikes he had executed. Translucent giant hands blasted at the skeleton. As for the little flame snake, it had already been destroyed. So many? Inside the skeleton, the white bone devil emperor's eyes widened. A cardinal artifact was ultimately a cardinal artifact, and it wasn't his own strength. When using it, there were many restrictions and it wasn't as flexible. Huff 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 huff. The white bone devil emperor controlled the skeleton to spit out over a dozen mouthfuls of flames. In a split second, the flames filled the sky and drowned the translucent giant hands. While panting, the white bone devil emperor stared at the flames intently. Boom! The translucent giant hands pierced through the flames and blasted at the skeleton. There were too many translucent giant hands, and some of them might have been destroyed by the flames, but there were still plenty of them. Boom 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 boom. It was unknown how many palm strikes the skeleton suffered, and it was in a daze. Its skeleton was about to fall apart. Damn it, damn it. The white bone devil emperor vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and exited the skeleton state. White bone devil emperor, don't do it a third time. Otherwise, even if the skull great emperor is supporting you, I will still kill you. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from a distance. You think you can kill me? The white bone devil emperor was displeased. Even great emperors didn't dare to say they could kill him easily. Those that could kill him easily were only top-class great emperors. What was Li Fuchen? Do you want to try? Li Fuchen clapped his hands in front of him. Two translucent giant hands that were a few dozen miles in size sandwiched the white bone devil emperor in the middle. Grind. Li Fuchen rubbed his palms, and the two translucent giant hands were like millstones grinding beans. In an instant, the white bone devil emperor was turned into dust. But the white bone devil emperor was proficient in the white bone rebirth secret technique and instantly gathered the dust. Before the white bone devil emperor could react, the translucent giant hands turned him into dust again. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. After 5 times, the white bone devil emperor couldn't take it anymore. His white bone rebirth secret technique wasn't limitless. After a certain number of times, he wouldn't be able to rebirth anymore. Stop, hurry up and stop. The white bone devil emperor roared out. Li Fuchen didn't stop. 6th time, 7th time, little bastard, my skull cult is absolutely irreconcilable with you. You are dead. I, white bone devil emperor, have lost. Young hero, please spare my life. After grinding the white bone devil emperor for 10 times, Li Fuchen finally stopped. This time, the white bone devil emperor took a while to successfully rebirth. His chi presence was dispirited, and he looked at Li Fuchen with eyes that were filled with hatred and resentment, fear and apprehension. Get lost! Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent the white bone devil emperor flying. He didn't kill the white bone devil emperor mainly because he was worried about the skull great emperor. According to Yang Deng, the skull great emperor was a top-class great emperor, and there were only 1 or 2 individuals that were comparable with him in the Heaven Pillar continent. The skull great emperor probably wouldn't make a move after injuring the white bone devil emperor. After all, the Yang clan was backed by the Heaven Fire Guild, and the Heaven Fire Doyen was also a great emperor. But if Li Fuchen killed the white bone devil emperor, he would be offending the skull cult and the skull great emperor. For now, Li Fuchen wasn't prepared to fight with a great emperor. The Yang clan was in an uproar. The battle between Li Fuchen and the white bone devil emperor was too horrifying to them. That white bone devil emperor suddenly became more than 1,000 miles tall, and the majestic mountain peak of the Yang clan only reached his ankles. Clouds were lingering around his calves, and he was just like a devil god that was unparalleled and extremely ferocious. But the stronger the white-bone devil emperor was, the more unfathomable Li Fuchen was. This was a P-class emperor, and he was actually begging for mercy in the hands of Li Fuchen. If this news got out, it would shake the entire Heaven Pillar continent. Young hero Li's innate talent is exceptional. I wonder which continent did you come from? Yang Deng and Yang Long stood together and asked. This world was too huge, and there were definitely continents that were stronger than the Heaven Pillar continent, and there were definitely plenty of them. After repelling the white-bone devil emperor, Li Fuchen was a little worried. He didn't think that the white-bone devil emperor was an upright person. After all, evil Dao members were crafty, making them hard to predict. Li Fuchen reckoned that the white-bone devil emperor would think of other ways to deal with him. Li Fuchen didn't kill the white-bone devil emperor this time, mainly because he was trying to stall for more time. What he lacked right now was time. If I have herbs that can increase the Dantian limit, my Qi cultivation will be able to instantly reach the first level of Law Phase realm. It will depend on the Yang clan now. Li Fuchen found Yang Deng and Yang Long herbs that can increase the Dantian limit? Yang Deng and Yang Long looked at each other. From the looks of it, they were still underestimating Li Fuchen. Only those who progressed rapidly would require herbs that could increase the Dantian limit. In normal situations, only Law Phase realm emperors would occasionally use such herbs. There are some such herbs in the Heaven Pillar continent, but they aren't cheap. If it is the top-notch ones, the price will be higher, and we might not be able to obtain them. Yang Deng said. Li Fuchen said, then we will purchase them at a premium. Here are 50,000 high-grade spirit stones and some heaven-class herb. Do as you see fit. Li Fuchen had a total of around 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. But if he converted all the other resources into high-grade spirit stones, his net worth would be at least 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. During these years, Li Fuchen had ventured into plenty of dangerous places, and each time, he would have a significant harvest. After killing plenty of formidable foes, his harvest was similarly great. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the number of heaven-class herbs he had could be counted in the hundred. All right, we will do our best. Yang Deng and Yang Long knew that their Yang clan was already tied to the same rope as Li Fuchen. They would prosper together and suffer together. Time elapsed quickly, and after disregarding everything, the Yang clan still managed to obtain some herbs that could increase the Dantian limit. It was a pity that these herbs' grades weren't high and the effects were minimal. Li Fuchen required herbs that were like the 10,000-year rootless flower. Even if he didn't have such a grade of herb, he would at least need enough 1,000-year rootless flowers. The Heaven Pillar continent had a total of 10 major factions. There were 6 righteous factions and 4 evil Dao factions. Among the 4 evil Dao factions, apart from the Skull Cult, there were also the Evil Emperor Valley, Zombie Guild, and Poison Dragon Palace. Among them, the Zombie Guild specialized in body cultivation. But their body cultivation was still different from body refinement cultivators. They absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, the essence of the earth, the myriad of poisonous qi, and at the same time, human blood. Especially the blood of body refinement cultivators. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the blood of a body refinement emperor was enough for a zombie guild emperor to increase the toughness of the body. Even the zombie great emperor was probably very interested in the blood of a body refinement emperor. Zombie region, Flying Corpse Mountain. The Flying Corpse Emperor was one of the 2 peak-class emperors under the zombie great emperor. His strength was much stronger than the White-Bone Devil Emperor. The White-Bone Devil Emperor might be able to exchange a few moves with regular Great Emperors before fleeing. If the Flying Corpse Emperor encountered regular Great Emperors, he wouldn't even need to flee. Their bodies were too tough and regular Great Emperors wouldn't be able to break their defenses. The Flying Corpse Emperor could only send them flying again and again. A few dozen years ago, The Flying Corpse Emperor had once fought with the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor of the 6 righteous factions for an entire day and night. The Flying Corpse Emperor was only slightly injured, and it caused the Flying Corpse Emperor's reputation to soar. Everyone even treated him as a great emperor with weaker attack power. Chapter 698. The White Bone Devil Emperor didn't believe that the Flying Corpse Emperor wasn't interested in a body refinement emperor. As long as the Flying Corpse Emperor was interested, Li Fuchen's death date would be here. White Bone Devil Emperor, why are you here at my Flying Corpse Mountain? There was a sound that sounded like 2 pieces of metal rubbing against each other. The White Bone Devil Emperor's heart was beating faster as he said, Flying Corpse Emperor, I have a fortune to give you. Fortune? What fortune? Do I need you to give me a fortune? If you are here to make fun of me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Flying Corpse Emperor spoke in an unfriendly tone. The White Bone Devil Emperor said, a body refinement emperor. I wonder if you are interested? Which body refinement emperor in the Heaven Pillar continent doesn't have a background? If they don't have a background, I would have already sucked their blood dry. The Flying Corpse Emperor's voice was getting more horrifying, and he seemed to be a little impatient. The White Bone Devil Emperor continued, this body refinement emperor doesn't have any background because he isn't a body refinement emperor of my Heaven Pillar continent. What? There was a flash of a fishy smell, and a stalwart figure with pale greenish-black skin appeared in front of the White Bone Devil Emperor. If you are lying to me, I will kill you. The Flying Corpse Emperor stared at the White Bone Devil Emperor intently. The White Bone Devil Emperor cupped his fist and said, how would I dare to lie to you? All right, bring me there. Once the matter is over, I will owe you a favor. The Flying Corpse Emperor was impatient. If he sucked the blood of a body refinement emperor, he might be able to reach the great emperor level. By then, no one in the entire Heaven Pillar continent would be able to deal with him. The White Bone Devil Emperor said, just a favor? I will be at a disadvantage. It might be his wish to eliminate Li Fuchen, but he wasn't going to give the Flying Corpse Emperor benefits for free. Then what do you want? 500,000 upper spirit stones, and you have to pay 200,000 up front. Are you crazy? Do you want me to give you all my wealth? The White Bone Devil Emperor said indifferently, is 500,000 high-grade spirit stones a lot? A body refinement emperor might be able to help you reach the great emperor level. By then, a few million high-grade spirit stones will be nothing to you. After considering for a long time, the Flying Corpse Emperor nodded and said, 500,000 it is. As compared to a body refinement emperor, 500,000 high-grade spirit stones were nothing. Not to mention 500,000, even if it was 5 million, he would still gather it. Li Fuchen didn't place all his hopes on purchasing herbs. At the current stage, most of his attention was placed on the Hand of God. God's Hand had a total of 7 levels. The first layer was the Hand of Blood, and the second layer was the Hand of Force. These 2 levels were equivalent to a heaven-class mid-tier body refinement technique. The third layer was the Hand of Star, the fourth layer was the Hand of Moon, and the fifth layer was the Hand of Sunday. These 3 levels were equivalent to heaven-class high-tier body refinement technique. The sixth level was the Hand of Tribulation, which was equivalent to a heaven-tier body refining technique. The seventh level of God's Hand, this had already surpassed the scope of heaven-tier martial arts, reaching a whole new level. Currently, Li Fuchen was at the peak state of the second-rank Hand of Force, and was just a step away from the third-rank Hand of Star. Once Li Fuchen stepped into the Hand of Star, his strength wouldn't just increase by 10 times, it would at least be a few dozen times. After all, God's Hand was a body refinement art. It contained both body refinement cultivation arts and body refinement martial arts. It was not as simple as a body refining martial art. It was a pity that the third-rank Hand of Star was much harder than Li Fuchen imagined. Li Fuchen felt that he was still lacking something. Perhaps it was because he wasn't able to observe the rotation of stars at a close distance, or because he wasn't able to deeply feel the boundless chi prowess of the stars. It was just like how one had to comprehend the sword Tao law. But one had never touched a sword before and didn't even know what a sword was. How was one going to comprehend the sword Tao law? It was useless no matter how high one's perception was. I need an opportunity to cultivate the hand of star. Li Fuchen looked up at the sky and suddenly soared into the sky. The sky was very high and it was much higher than Li Fuchen imagined. 100,000 meters. 500,000 meters. 1,000,000 meters. The astral winds howled and were like blades. At this altitude, regular primary sea realm monarchs wouldn't be able to survive. Because the wind here was concentrated wind Dao Qi, and it was mixed with steel wire like radiant. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this was the essence of the wind Dao Qi, and the density wasn't inferior to the Qi of a law phase realm emperor. However, the wind Dao Qi in the sky might be very concentrated, but it was too violent. It wasn't suitable for martial artists to absorb and refine. 2,000,000 meters. 5,000,000 meters. TSS. It felt as though there were countless spatial blade threads slicing at Li Fuchen while the sky ring sword armor's sword intent was fluctuating. The wind here was more than 50% wind Dao Qi essence, and Li Fuchen was starting to feel strenuous. 8,000,000 meters. 10,000,000 meters. PFFF. There was a crack on the sky ring sword armor's sword intent. A wisp of wind Dao Qi essence formed a blade thread and sliced at Li Fuchen's body. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's body was covered with an invisible membrane. This membrane was a law field that was formed by the combination of body refinement law and vitality field. Its defense was even stronger than the sky ring sword armor's sword intent, therefore, Li Fuchen wasn't injured. It is all wind Dao Qi essence. This is truly terrifying. Li Fuchen continued to ascend. Below him, there might be stars at night, but they were actually projections of the stars. Furthermore, there weren't any details and one could only see specks of light. This wasn't helpful for cultivating the hand of star. 15,000,000 meters. 20,000,000 meters. Creak, creak, creak. Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor's sword intent was already gone and was only supported by the law field. But at this moment, the law field wasn't able to hold on and was constantly distorting. Bang! A resplendent electric snake suddenly scuttled over and blasted on Li Fuchen's law field. PFFF. The law field was instantly torn apart and frightened Li Fuchen as he continued to descend. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the atmosphere was separated into 4 layers. The first layer was the wind layer, the second layer was the thunderbolt layer, the third layer was the heat layer, and the fourth layer was the dissipation layer. The first wind layer was the widest. The second thunderbolt layer contained countless types of thunderbolt. The weakest thunderbolt had the power to kill a regular law phase realm emperor. The strongest thunderbolt had the power to kill a great emperor. Of course, such thunderbolts were very rare. The thunderbolt that Li Fuchen encountered earlier was an extremely powerful thunderbolt called the Mystic Een Heaven Thunder. The Mystic Een Heaven Thunder and the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder had similar power. Li Fuchen's Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder incantation was able to summon the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. But the summoned Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder was weakened by layers and the power wasn't even 100%. It was inferior to the Mystic Een Heaven Thunder and Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder in the Thunderbolt layer. As for the third layer, the Heat layer, this layer was extremely terrifying and even great emperors would perish if they entered. Because this layer gathered the heat of the entire plane, the heat of the stars and cosmic rays. In order to reach this layer, one's strength must be at least at the saint's level, otherwise death was certain. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't need to reach the heat layer, he just needed to reach the upper section of the thunderbolt layer. According to ancient records, the upper section of the thunderbolt layer would allow one to clearly see the stars. Some of the closer stars could even see the surface features clearly. With my current strength, I am still unable to reach the upper section of the thunderbolt layer. It is a pity. Chapter 699. On this day, outside the Long Wind mountain range, two figures came together. They were the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor. With the help of the Flying Corpse Emperor, the White Bone Devil Emperor believed that it was enough to suppress Li Fuchen. One had to know that the two of them could fight a great emperor if they joined forces. "I'll go see if they're here," the White Bone Devil Emperor said. The Flying Corpse Emperor said, "There's no need for such trouble." As he spoke, the Flying Corpse Emperor's right hand rapidly enlarged, and his 5 sharp fingers stabbed into the Yang family's grand array. Poochie! The formation was pierced through and then collapsed. What happened? Yang Deng and Yang Long were shocked, and they soared into the sky. When they saw the White Bone Devil Emperor and the Flying Corpse Emperor, their expressions changed drastically. Forget about the White Bone Devil Emperor. With Li Fuchen around, the White Bone Devil Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the Flying Corpse Emperor was an expert that could fight an intense battle with a great emperor for an entire day and night. Even 2 White Bone Devil Emperors couldn't compare to him. This is bad. Hurry up and send a message to Senior Skyfire. Yang Long took out his communication token and was about to send a message. Wait a moment. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu flew to the side of the duo. Young Hero Li, Miss Yan. The two of them looked at Li Fuchen, who spoke. Li Fuchen said, "Set up the Yang clan's array again. I will go deal with them." During his stay in the Heaven Pillar continent, Li Fuchen had already understood some information about expert. The Flying Corpse Emperor was indeed formidable, but it wasn't enough to make Li Fuchen fearful. Not to mention the Flying Corpse Emperor, even if it was a great emperor, unless it was a top-grade emperor, he would still be able to put up a fight. Young Hero Li, you must be careful. The Flying Corpse Emperor is impervious to weapons, water, and fire. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to injure him, Yang Long reminded. The Flying Corpse Emperor's reputation was too great. Its defense gave everyone a headache. Understood. Li Fuchen took a step forward and appeared a few hundred meters in front of the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor, as though he shrunk the ground. As expected of a body refinement emperor, the Flying Corpse Emperor could feel the surging blood qi from Li Fuchen's body like a volcano. Even 100 or 1,000 body refinement monarchs couldn't compare to this kind of blood qi. White Bone Devil Emperor, I have already given you a chance. This time I must kill you. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous aura. The White Bone Devil Emperor sneered, "Kill me? You must be daydreaming. With the Flying Corpse Emperor here, you can't even protect yourself, yet you want to kill me? Humph." The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't worried about his safety at all. He had already witnessed Li Fuchen's methods, and it was impossible to deal with the Flying Corpse Emperor. When the Flying Corpse Emperor faced Li Fuchen head-on, the White Bone Devil Emperor would attack from the side. Unless Li Fuchen's defense was as tough as the Flying Corpse Emperor, otherwise, he would definitely die. I wonder if you'll be able to smile later. Li Fuchen didn't look at the White Bone Devil Emperor anymore, and turned to look at the Flying Corpse Emperor. The Flying Corpse Emperor was tall, at least 2.5 meters tall. His skin was greenish-black, and he looked like he was made of iron and jade. You've already cultivated your body to that of a zombie? Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Low-class zombies weren't worth mentioning. Their bodies were stiff and their blood vessels were blocked, making them no different from walking corpses. But high-class zombies were different. High-class zombies' blood vessels were unobstructed and had already formed the zombie bloodline. Furthermore, zombies' defenses were already much higher than humans and were even stronger than demonic beasts and comparable to demons. In other words, the defense of the Flying Corpse Emperor was probably on par with a Class 8 fiendish demon. Even the weakest Class 8 fiendish demon was extremely difficult for a great emperor to kill. It was impossible to break through its defense. "Kid, you are very arrogant, but I like it." The Flying Corpse Emperor grinned. It was unknown when his fangs grew out and they were 3 inches long. The tips of his fangs had traces of blood. This was the zombie blood poison. As long as one was bitten by him, the body would immediately turn stiff and he would be able to suck their blood. Of course, the Flying Corpse Emperor's entire body didn't just have the zombie blood poison on his fangs, other parts of his body were also infected. However, the fangs had the strongest zombie blood poison, followed by the claws. Huff! There was a flash of green and black as the Flying Corpse Emperor instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The Flying Corpse Emperor was known as the Flying Corpse Emperor. Speed was undoubtedly his forte. In a short distance, even if it was an escape technique, it would only be about the same as him. "Brat, die." The Flying Corpse Emperor grabbed at Li Fuchen's shoulder with both hands. Bang! When facing the powerful Flying Corpse Emperor, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at his chest. This punch was powerful and heavy. God's hands represented the techniques of the hands. Not only palms but also fists, fingers, etc. How can it be so fast? The Flying Corpse Emperor was somewhat astonished as he was sent flying. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was too fast, as though he was waiting for him. What a tough body! Li Fuchen knew that this fist wasn't able to injure the Flying Corpse Emperor. As expected of an existence that could clash head-on with the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor, the defense of his body was too strong. Courting death. After being sent flying by the fist, the Flying Corpse Emperor didn't have a pleasant expression. He moved like the wind while his greenish-black claws were constantly clawing at Li Fuchen. As long as he was able to grasp even a tiny bit of it, there would be no suspense in the outcome. Even the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor didn't dare to let the Flying Corpse Emperor break his skin. However, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful and the Flying Corpse Emperor's every move was within Li Fuchen's grasp. It was easier said than done to break Li Fuchen's skin. On the contrary, the Flying Corpse Emperor had suffered dozens of punches from Li Fuchen. He might not be injured, but he didn't feel good either. Damn it! The Flying Corpse Emperor felt that Li Fuchen was going to be troublesome. "White Bone Devil Emperor, are you still not going to make a move?" The Flying Corpse Emperor yelled out. "All right." The White Bone Devil Emperor quickly made a move. He didn't make a move earlier because the Flying Corpse Emperor instructed him not to make a move first. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's combat strength to be so powerful. The Flying Corpse Emperor couldn't even touch Li Fuchen, let alone injure him. With the White Bone Devil Emperor joining in, Li Fuchen instantly felt strenuous. After all, the White Bone Devil Emperor's attack methods weren't inferior to the Flying Corpse Emperor. To be serious, the White Bone Devil Emperor, who had the skeleton cloak, was actually stronger than the Flying Corpse Emperor, but he didn't have the Flying Corpse Emperor's defense. With the duo working together, it didn't matter how powerful Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was, his speed wouldn't be able to keep up. "Hit for me." Seizing the opportunity, the Flying Corpse Emperor clawed at Li Fuchen's shoulder. Success! The White Bone Devil Emperor revealed a delighted expression. Everyone knew that the Flying Corpse Emperor's zombie blood poison was extremely powerful. Once it seeped into the body, even a great emperor would suffer. PFFF. The Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was penetrated first. Immediately after, the Flying Corpse Emperor's claw clawed at the law field. What? The Flying Corpse Emperor's eyes widened. His claw actually didn't injure Li Fuchen. "Flying Corpse Emperor, it is said that your defense is tough, but it is a pity that your offense is a little weak." Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile and reached out to grab the Flying Corpse Emperor's neck. Impossible! The White Bone Devil Emperor was also stunned. Li Fuchen's defense was actually so powerful? How was he going to fight? How could they know that Li Fuchen's second rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Force, was comparable with a heaven-class mid-tier body refinement technique? The chi power cultivated was already extremely tyrannical. It might only be at the initial completion level of law phase realm, but it was definitely superior to regular subcompletion level emperors. Apart from that, due to the hand of God's extremely powerful nature, it didn't just condense the essence blood crystal, it even produced the law field. Due to various factors, Li Fuchen's defense was comparable with a completion level emperor. In terms of defense, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of anyone. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen could ignore a great emperor's attack. A great emperor was a great emperor, the flying corpse emperor was a flying corpse emperor. The former's attack was stronger than the latter. If the one attacking him was a great emperor, Li Fuchen would still be injured. After grabbing the flying corpse emperor, Li Fuchen stabbed 2 fingers into the flying corpse emperor's eyes. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the flying corpse emperor's eyes were the same as his body's defense. Seeing the situation, the flying corpse emperor quickly closed his eyes. Blood splattered and the flying corpse emperor screamed miserably. He stomped on Li Fuchen's chest and forcefully broke free. The flying corpse emperor's eyes had already turned into 2 bloody holes and his eyeballs had ruptured. Li Fuchen raised his brows. In just a few breaths, the flying corpse emperor's eyeballs had recovered. It was said that when the zombie body was cultivated to the extremity, one would be undying and indestructible. It seemed like the rumors weren't false. Even if the zombie body wasn't undying and indestructible, the zombie body's recovery speed wasn't something a regular person could compare with. Even body refinement martial artists would probably be inferior. Bastard, zombie blood burn. The flying corpse emperor's eyes were stabbed and blinded by the purple bamboo great emperor in the past. After so many years, this was the second time he was blinded. If Li Fuchen was a great emperor, the flying corpse emperor would immediately escape as there was no chance of victory. However, Li Fuchen wasn't a great emperor and Li Fuchen was a body refinement emperor. Even if he had to pay a price, the flying corpse emperor had to take down Li Fuchen. Otherwise, he would have been injured for nothing. The flying corpse emperor's eyes turned red and his speed increased drastically again. The greenish-black sharp claws were covered with a layer of fresh blood as he clawed at Li Fuchen. PFFF. Li Fuchen's law field had a crack. Speed and attack power have increased greatly. I have to be careful. Chapter 700. The battle between the 3 of them lasted for several hours. The area outside the Longwind mountain range had already been turned upside down and was in a complete mess. Yan Qingwu originally wanted to make a move. Her regular strength might be inferior to the 3 of them, but if she executed her extraordinary skills, she would still be able to contest. But from the looks of the current situation, Li Fuchen didn't need her help. Too powerful. Yang Deng and Yang Long revealed shocked expressions. The White Bone Devil Emperor alone was enough to dominate the Heaven Pillar continent. With the addition of the Flying Corpse Emperor, who was able to contest with regular Great Emperors, the duo couldn't think of anyone else apart from Great Emperors that could contest with them. Could Li Fuchen be a Great Emperor? He shouldn't be a Great Emperor yet. Yang Long shook his head. If he was a Great Emperor, he might not be able to deal with the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor within a short period of time, but he would definitely suppress them from the start and wouldn't give them a chance to rebel. It is rather difficult to defeat them with just my body refinement strength. While thinking, Li Fuchen activated his spiritual awareness. 2 spiritual awareness swords were shot at the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor. Spirit Beheading Sword was a 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. It was created by Li Fuchen based on the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness. In fact, with Li Fuchen's perception, if he had more spiritual awareness secret techniques as a foundation, it would be easy for him to create an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. It was a pity that spiritual awareness secret techniques were too rare. Even Emperor-class factions would only have a few 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. As for 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques, Only saints would have them. Of course, with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, the 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique was still very powerful. It wasn't inferior to a great emperor's spiritual awareness attack, and was actually slightly superior. The Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor grunted, and looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. They were peak-class emperors, and Li Fuchen was able to shake their true spirits. Didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at least at the great emperor's level? Of course, they were just shocked and didn't think much about it. Unless it was a great emperor with extremely powerful spiritual awareness, it was impossible to injure their true spirits. Spiritual awareness attacks won't work. I can only use Soul Dao methods. At the current stage, Li Fuchen's strongest method in the spiritual energy was the Soul Dao secret technique. Spirit Soul Chain. He had stolen the Soul Chain from the Soul Valley Master, and the Soul Valley Master was undoubtedly a saint. Moreover, he was a saint that was proficient in Soul Dao technique. The White Bone Devil Emperor's Soul Dao secret technique was obviously superior to 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. It was reckoned that regular 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were probably inferior. Soul Chain. A purple chain shot out from Li Fuchen's glabella and wrapped around the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor. The Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor might not be able to see the purple chains, but they were still peak-class emperors and could still feel the formless energy assaulting them. However, the speed of the purple chains was too fast. The two of them had no time to dodge at all and were tightly bound. This is a Soul Dao arcane technique. How are you related to the Soul Emperor? Soul Dao secret technique. Li Emperor? Bone White Li. Li Fuchen raised his brows. The Flying Corpse Emperor said in a deep voice, "The Soul Emperor is the strongest emperor in the Emperor Sky continent. He frequently visits the Heaven Pillar continent." The Soul Emperor's fame was resounding in the Heaven Pillar continent. Even the zombie sect master, the zombie Great Emperor, had to give the Soul Emperor some face. It seems like the Heaven Pillar continent and the Emperor Sky continent are connected by teleportation arrays. Li Fuchen knew in his heart. After being shackled by the Soul Spirit chains, the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor couldn't move. Slowly, the purple chains seeped into their bodies, trying to pull their souls out. Voila! It was unknown what secret technique the Flying Corpse Emperor had used, but the purple chains suddenly loosened, allowing the Flying Corpse Emperor to escape far away. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. He knew that his soul chain was not perfect. It was just hard enough. This toughness was very effective against the soul chains of the Soul Valley Master. However, it was too monotonous when used against enemies. It was not powerful enough, and it was difficult to completely restrain the enemy. After all, the soul chain was not a physical entity. The so-called toughness was just the strength of the soul. It was not impossible to get rid of. If the Soul Valley Master had used the soul chain, the Flying Corpse Emperor would definitely not have been able to escape. Flying Corpse Emperor, save me. The White Bone Devil Emperor sought help from the Flying Corpse Emperor. Save you? You better pray for your own good luck. If he knew that Li Fuchen was proficient in Soul Dao secret techniques, the Flying Corpse Emperor would never attack recklessly. The White Bone Devil Emperor nearly caused his death. With a flash, the Flying Corpse Emperor vanished without a trace and didn't even bother about the White Bone Devil Emperor's life. Seeing that the Flying Corpse Emperor had left, the White Bone Devil Emperor was in despair. He turned around and spoke with a stern expression, "You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the Skull Great Emperor will never spare you. I have already spared you once. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me for being merciless." Li Fuchen activated the soul chain and used all his strength to pull the White Bone Devil Emperor's soul spirit. The White Bone Devil Emperor roared out in pain. He used his true spirit power to reinforce his soul spirit and was in a stalemate with Li Fuchen. After a moment, Li Fuchen's soul chain was only able to pull out a little bit of the white bone devil emperor's soul spirit and couldn't pull anymore. The prowess is still not enough. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. Apart from the toughness and mysticism, his soul chain wasn't even 10% of the Soul Valley owners. Li Fuchen reckoned that there was too little time and there were plenty of details that he didn't notice. Furthermore, without the Soul Dao Foundation, there would definitely be flaws when he executed Soul Dao's secret technique. It was just like a martial artist who had never practiced sword art. If he was given a sword, he would only know how to slash and wouldn't be able to utilize the true power of the sword. Crash! After withdrawing the soul chain, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the White Bone Devil Emperor. With the skeleton cape, the White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't injured, but he was sent flying. Just as he was preparing to escape, he was caught in the middle by two transparent hands. No! The White Bone Devil Emperor knew what was going to happen next and had a horrified expression. The transparent hands were like millstones that rubbed forcefully. Crackle, crackle! The White Bone Devil Emperor's skeleton shadow appeared with many cracks. There were more cracks. Finally, the White Bone Devil Emperor was destroyed. Without the support of the skeleton cape, the White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't able to resist the hand of force. His body was instantly grinded into dust. Once, twice, thrice, after 7 times, the White Bone Devil Emperor was turned into a pile of ashes and couldn't be reborn again. When the wind blew, the ashes danced in the air. The Skull Great Emperor will take revenge for me. A voice echoed in the world before it gradually vanished. After keeping the White Bone Devil Emperor's storage bag, Li Fuchen turned and flew back. Young Hero Li, you shouldn't have killed the White Bone Devil Emperor. If you didn't kill him, the Skull Great Emperor might not appear. If you killed him, the Skull Great Emperor would definitely appear. Yang Long sighed. The Skull Great Emperor was one of the top great emperors in the Heaven Pillar continent. If the Skull Great Emperor appeared, even the Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't be able to protect them. Li Fuchen said, counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. The Skull Great Emperor might not be able to cover the sky with one hand. With Li Fuchen's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for the Skull Great Emperor to kill him. Chapter 701. Emperor Dark Grass? Li Fuchen didn't expect for the White Bone Devil Emperor's storage bag to have a stock of Emperor Dark Herb. The Emperor Dark Herb was a heaven-class mid-tier herb, and it was a rare herb that could nourish and strengthen the Dantian. The medicinal effects were comparable with the 10,000-year rootless flower. After a primary sea realm monarch consumed the Emperor Dark Herb, their Dantian would immediately increase to the law phase realm. This must be heaven's will, Li Fuchen thought to himself. He had spared the White Bone Devil Emperor once, but the White Bone Devil Emperor came to seek his death again. He even sent the Emperor Dark Herb over. What else could it be if it wasn't heaven's will? With this Emperor Dark Herb, advancing to the Transcendence realm won't be a problem. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen consumed the Emperor Dark Herb. A moment later, the Emperor Dark Grass was gradually refined. Wisps of black chi flowed towards his Dantian. Not knowing how much time had passed, when the last wisp of black chi was absorbed by the Dantian, Li Fuchen felt that his Dantian was empty. This was because the space in his Dantian had expanded, but there was too little true energy. In the past, his Dantian was filled with chi and it was rather difficult for him to break through the next level. If he didn't consume a large number of rootless flowers, he would only be at the mid-level of primary sea realm, and it was impossible for him to have his current achievement. I've finally reached the law phase realm. Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath and took out the peak-grade spirit stone from the storage bag. There was still a lot of spirit chi left in this supreme-grade spirit stone. It was enough for him to break through to the Transcendence realm. Begin. Li Fuchen circulated the Divine Flame Sword Energy Technique and frenziedly absorbed the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stone. After absorbing around 30% of the spirit chi, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation naturally broke through to the law phase realm. Boom! In the sky above the long-wind mountain range, the rules fluctuated. A will that could dominate the universe was born out of thin air. At the same time, an avatar slowly rose into the air. This law phase looked rather similar to Li Fuchen. Its body was very congealed, and there was a layer of faint flames on the surface of the law phase. What was even more peculiar was that there was a sword on the back of the law phase, a simple and unadorned battle sword. Hoo in the sky, fireballs the size of small mountains smashed toward the Dharma idol. At the same time, streaks of sword light slashed at the Dharma idol. Fire tribulation and sword tribulation descended at the same time. When a martial artist broke through to the primary sea realm, there would be calamities. When breaking through to the law phase realm, there would naturally be calamities too. The nature of the tribulation was related to the cultivation technique. For example, Yan Qingwu cultivated a saber Dao cultivation technique, so her tribulation was a saber tribulation. Li Fuchen cultivated the blazing flame sword Dao cultivation technique, and his calamities were the fire calamity and sword calamity. The fire tribulation and the sword tribulation were quite ferocious. Yang Deng and Yang Long, who were alarmed, thought that they would definitely die if they were the ones facing the tribulation. The Dharma idol was smashed by the fireballs, leaving huge holes on its surface, and it was slashed by the sword light, leaving many cracks on its surface. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen circulated his cultivation technique and restored his law phase. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave, after being tempered by the calamity, Li Fuchen's law phase was getting more materialized. When the law phase was materialized, the qi cultivation would definitely be purer too. Soon, the seventh tribulation arrived. This time, it was a flaming sword light. The flaming sword light was extremely ferocious. Li Fuchen's law phase was first slashed open with a crack before the crack exploded and expanded the wound by more than 10 times. Unsheath. The law phase's eyes were originally closed, but after Li Fuchen yelled out, the law phase suddenly opened its eyes. The battle sword on its back was unsheathed and a single slash scattered over a dozen flaming sword lights. In just a short moment, the seventh tribulation dispersed and the eighth tribulation arrived. It was also a flaming sword light, but the eighth tribulation was twice as powerful. When a flaming sword light slashed on the law phase, it was like a candle that melted and exploded. Condense. Li Fuchen yelled out and circulated the divine flame sword energy technique to the extremity, allowing the law phase to rapidly recover. After expending a tremendous amount of effort, Li Fuchen finally passed the eighth tribulation. It was fortunate that he didn't have any gains. The tribulation was a threat and also an opportunity. The energy that formed the tribulation was the purest energy in heaven and earth. It was very easy to absorb and, to a certain degree, it was even more precious than the spirit qi from peak-grade spirit stones. The ninth tribulation arrived. This time, it was the sword hum that descended first. The sword hum had terrifying magical power. As the sound spread out, the entire space was frozen. Great Tao of Sword? Yan Qingwu's eyes contracted. Great Tao represented the apex of Tao. It represented the limit of what this space and time could withstand. It might just be a trace of the Great Tao of Sword, but it was already very unusual. According to what Yan Qingwu knew, only when a law phase realm broke through to the soul merge realm would there be a Great Tao phenomenon. In order to grasp a complete Great Tao, not even peak-class saints could do it. Those that could do it were already considered gods. It was completely silent. There was a blinding sword light that descended from the sky. In the face of this sword light, everything seemed to have lost its meaning, and only this sword light was left. PFFF. Li Fuchen's law phase was instantly annihilated by the sword light. Even the mountain below his feet was annihilated by the sword light. There was an abyss on the ground. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen was transcending the tribulation far away from the center of the Long-Wind Mountains, otherwise, it was unknown how much damage would be caused. Such terrifying power! Yan Qingwu frowned and carefully searched for Li Fuchen. She didn't believe that Li Fuchen would fail the tribulation. After all, how could a person that could trigger a great Tao phenomenon be simple? Soon enough, Yan Qingwu found Li Fuchen. In the abyss, Li Fuchen rose rapidly. There was also a sword intent that pierced through the sky. The Qi presence was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the peak level of primary Sea realm. I actually triggered a sword great Tao phenomenon. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was because he possessed the sword heart. After all, only sword Tao saints were able to condense the sword heart. The triggering of the sword great Tao phenomenon allowed Li Fuchen's cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. When others broke through to the first level of Law Phase realm, they would normally be at the initial level of the first level of Law Phase realm. Even Yan Qingwu was only at the later stage of the first level of Law Phase realm. Li Fuchen immediately reached the peak level of the first level of Law Phase realm. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he went into seclusion for a few days, it would be very easy for him to break through to the second level of Law Phase realm. 1 week later, just as Li Fuchen expected, he successfully broke through to the second level of Law Phase realm without using the peak-grade Spirit Stone. This was definitely unprecedented. At least, Yan Qingwu had never heard of anyone breaking through to the next level within a week after breaking through to the Law Phase realm. Let alone a week, not even a year had passed. Subsequently, Li Fuchen used the peak-grade Spirit Stone to break through to the third level of Law Phase realm within a short period of time. At this moment, Li Fuchen's Dantian finally felt a swelling sensation. This was the limit of the Dantian. Of course, even if the Dantian limit wasn't reached, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to continue breaking through. If the peak level of primary Sea realm consumed 30% of the spirit Qi to break through to the first level of Law Phase realm, then the second level of Law Phase realm consumed around 50% of the spirit Qi to break through to the third level of Law Phase realm. The remaining 20% wasn't enough for him to break through to the fourth level of Law Phase realm. This peak-grade Spirit Stone is left with around 20% of the spirit Qi. See if it can help you break through to the second level of Law Phase realm. Li Fuchen did a favor and gave the peak-grade Spirit Stone to Yan Qingwu. Thanks. Yan Qingwu finally knew why Li Fuchen's cultivation progress was so fast. Normally speaking, no matter how heaven-defying one's perception was, there was still a process of accumulation. In order to skip the accumulation process, one could only rely on rare treasures like the peak-grade Spirit Stone. Chapter 702. Skull Cult Soul Hall. In the Soul Hall there were many wooden tablets. Each wooden tablet had a candle flame on it. The candle flame on the wooden plaque that had the words White Bone Devil Emperor was already extinguished. The candle flame was actually a soul flame. When the soul flame dispersed, the flame would be extinguished. I wonder when the cult patriarch will exit seclusion. The White Bone Devil Emperor has been dead for almost half a month. What's the hurry? It doesn't matter who did it. Once the cult patriarch exits seclusion, he will definitely make the culprit pay the price. In this continent, the cult patriarch is ranked top 3. 2 Soul Hall deacons were discussing softly. After returning to the Flying Corpse Mountain, the Flying Corpse Emperor was more unwilling to accept the situation. With his strength, it was basically impossible to take down Li Fuchen. At the current stage, he only had one choice, and that was to ask the Guild Patriarch, the Zombie Great Emperor, to make a move. The Zombie Great Emperor was a Great Emperor-class figure, and probably didn't have a high requirement for a body refinement emperor. Furthermore, the Zombie Great Emperor didn't have a high requirement either. He just wanted the Zombie Great Emperor to bestow him with a bit of blood. In short, the Zombie Great Emperor ate the meat while the Zombie Great Emperor drank the soup. After reaching the third level of Law Phase realm, Li Fuchen realized that even without the Void Sword Heart, it was still possible to cultivate the Void Heaven Sword Art's third move, Void Heaven Sword World. But the prerequisite was to comprehend the Void Tao Heart. The Void Sword Heart was the combination of the Void Tao Heart and the Sword Heart. Previously, Li Fuchen didn't wish to affect the purity of his Sword Tao, therefore, he didn't allow the Sword Heart to be stained with the Void attribute. It was too difficult to condense the Void Tao Heart alone. According to the Sword Spirit, the joint Heaven Sword's sword art was to guide the wielder to slowly condense the Void Sword Heart. If the wielder wanted to comprehend the Void Law and condense the Void Tao Heart alone, it would be 10 times more difficult than condensing the Void Sword Heart. However, Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's perception was already terrifying at the primary sea realm. After reaching the third level of Law Phase realm, his perception had increased by several times. Li Fuchen reckoned that his current perception was already at the saint's level. No one knew how terrifying a saint's perception was. But in the records, saints were able to create heaven-class high-tier martial arts or even heaven-class peak-tier martial art. Condensing a Void Tao Heart shouldn't be a problem for a great sage. The reason why Li Fuchen felt that his perception was already at the saint's level was because as his cultivation increased, his true spirit had transformed into a saint spirit. The biggest difference between a holy spirit and a true spirit was that a holy spirit contained a trace of undying laws. What was immortal? Naturally, it was inextinguishable. A strand of the undying rule wouldn't make a sacred spirit indestructible, but it would at least make the sacred spirit sturdier and harder to destroy. Apart from that, the spiritual sense that was born was even more powerful and inconceivable. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen worked hard to comprehend the Void Law. If Li Fuchen relied on himself, he probably wouldn't be able to condense the Void Tao Heart even after 8 to 10 years. But with the Void Heaven Sword Art as a reference, it was rather hopeful to condense the Void Tao Heart. The Long Wind Mountains were quiet as usual. Some of the Yang clansmen were discussing about Li Fuchen killing the White Bone Devil Emperor during their leisure time. The White Bone Devil Emperor has been killed and the Skull Great Emperor won't let it go easily. Sigh, I hope he won't implicate our Yang clan. The Skull Great Emperor might be incredible, but the Heaven Fire Great Emperor isn't a pushover either. The Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't just watch as the Skull Great Emperor eradicated our Yang clan. If that was the case, the Heaven Pillar continent would already be in chaos. Therefore, there is no need to worry. That might be the case, but I am afraid that the Skull Great Emperor might be infuriated and do something irrational. Sigh, why isn't the Skull Great Emperor here yet? If the two of them leave, the Skull Great Emperor might vent his anger on our Yang clan. What? One of them pointed at the sky and had a horrified expression. It was unknown when the sky turned dark. This darkness wasn't the darkness of night. It was a darkness that caused fear and despair. Jek. There was a violent wind that was accompanied by the eerie laughter of malicious spirits. Vaguely, they could see corpses faintly discernible in the dark clouds. Skull Great Emperor. Everyone's teeth were chattering. They were hoping for the Skull Great Emperor to arrive earlier so that there would be someone to shoulder the blame for the White Bone Devil Emperor's death, and the Yang clan might not be implicated. But when the Skull Great Emperor truly arrived, their hearts were filled with boundless fear. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. In the Heaven Pillar continent, apart from great emperors, who wouldn't be afraid of the Skull Great Emperor? If they offended others, they would just die. But if they offended the Skull Great Emperor, they wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. Most of the Skull Great Emperor's Skull Army were martial artists when they were alive. 8 of the Skull Generals were even Law Phase Realm Emperors when they were alive. Jek, die. From the dark clouds, there was a formidable corpse that was riding on a skull horse. This corpse was 30 meters in height and wielded a 15 meters long white bone spear. Its body was lingering with boundless death aura and yin qi. If a regular person was blown by this death aura and yin qi, their soul spirit would be frozen. It is a skull general. Yang Long and Yang Deng walked out of the hall with unpleasant expressions. The skull general was a law phase realm emperor when it was alive. After death, it was refined into skull generals by the skull great emperor. It was unknown what kind of forbidden technique the skull great emperor possessed. These skull generals were even stronger than when they were alive. It was said that the weakest skull general had the strength of a high-level emperor, while the elite skull generals had the strength of a peak-class emperor. The skull great emperor was able to shake the Heaven Pillar continent and was ranked top 3 among the great emperors. His skull army and 8 skull generals played a significant role. Die, 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 die. Another skeleton general crawled out of the hole. This skull general was wielding a bone saber and was emitting cold saber intent. It was actually more terrifying than most of the saber sovereigns and saber emperors. Right at the moment when everyone was astonished, 2 more skeleton generals emerged from the dark cloud. There was a total of 4 skull generals. Putting aside everything else, just these 4 skull generals were enough to eliminate the entire Yang clan. Skull generals, huh? Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu lifted their heads and looked at the 4 skull generals. Yan Qingwu said, "Their true spirits have already been refined into undead spirit. Their corpses have been refined with a secret technique and are impervious to weapons, water, and fire. It is very hard to destroy their corpses if one's strength is on par with them. The Yang clan shall be exterminated for killing my subordinate, the White Bone Devil Emperor." A terrifying voice echoed from the depths of the dark clouds. "Skull Great Emperor, don't go overboard. This is the Heaven Fire region, not your Skull region." Right at this moment, the dark clouds in the east suddenly dispersed. A fireball that was the size of a mountain rolled forward like the sun. "Heaven Fire Doyen, you better not infuriate me. If I don't pay the price for killing my subordinates, who else in the Heaven Pillar continent will obey me? Today, the Yang clan shall be eradicated." A skinny middle-aged man wearing a white bone crown and seated on a white bone dragon throne appeared in front of everyone. His eyes were like 2 lumps of green flames that were burning fiercely. When the fireball dispersed, an elder wearing a red robe had also appeared. "Skull Great Emperor, I have said it before. This is the Heaven Fire region, not your Skull region. Someone else killed the White Bone Devil Emperor and it has nothing to do with the Yang clan. I advise you to reconsider, otherwise we shall start a war. Heaven Fire Doyen, Heaven Fire Guild Patriarch." Right now, he had no choice but to stand up for the Yang clan. Otherwise, his prestige would be ruined. "Haha, Heaven Fire Doyen, you are already old. Why must you stand up for yourself? If you leave now, you will still have a chance. Otherwise, you will be humiliated today." Before the Skull Great Emperor could speak, there was an irritating and fearful hoarse voice that echoed from a distance. After hearing this voice, the Heaven Fire Doyen's expression changed. "Zombie Great Emperor," the Heaven Fire Doyen said slowly. He was confident to fight against the Skull Great Emperor alone. If there was another Zombie Great Emperor, he wouldn't be a match. He might not perish, but he would definitely be injured. Frowning, the Heaven Fire Doyen said, "Zombie Great Emperor, why are you here? When did the Yang clan provoke you? I will come if I want to. It's none of your business." The Zombie Great Emperor took a step out and appeared in the sky at the periphery of the Long Wind mountain range. Beside him was the Flying Corpse Emperor. Chapter 703. The Skull Great Emperor was rather surprised by the Zombie Great Emperor's arrival, but it wasn't important. His objective was to take down the Yang clan's Law Phase Realm Emperors and refine them into Skull Generals. "Heaven Fire Doyen, today is the day the Yang clan perishes. You cannot stop it." The Skull Great Emperor sneered and clawed at the Yang clan's array with his right hand. PFFF. The array collapsed and in the next moment, countless Skull Generals rushed at the Yang clan from the dark clouds. "Presumptuous! The Heaven Fire Doyen hesitated for a moment but still decided to protect the Yang clan. He might not be a match for the Skull Great Emperor and the Zombie Great Emperor, but it wasn't a reason for him to not make a move. If he didn't make a move today, he would disappoint the other Emperor-class clans in the Heaven Fire region. The Heaven Fire Doyen's weapon was a walking stick with a goat head. As he brandished the walking stick, a fire dragon rushed at the Skull Army. Break! The Skull Great Emperor wouldn't allow the Heaven Fire Doyen to destroy the Skull Army. A powerful palm force froze the fire dragon. Just as the Skull Army was about to ravage the Yang clan, Li Fuchen waved his hand and a layer of sword light protected the Yang clan. Bang bang bang, countless Skull Army clashed with the sword light and were turned into nothingness. With the support of the third level of Law Phase Realm Divine Flame Sword Energy, the Sky Ring Sword Armor's defense was at least at the high-level Emperor level. Boom! The sword light vibrated. Those Skull Generals were also attacking the sword light. It was a pity that these Skull Generals were only high-level Emperors and wouldn't be able to break the sword light in a short period of time. No wonder he can kill the White Bone Devil Emperor. The Skull Great Emperor licked his lips and had an excited expression. If he could refine Li Fuchen into a Skull General, he might be able to obtain a Great Emperor-class Skull General. The method he used to refine the Skull General came from a saint's inheritance. To be exact, it came from a skull gem. It was unknown what kind of treasure this skull gem was. As long as a trace of the skull gem's power was fused into it, the Skull General's strength would increase greatly. However, the prerequisite was that the deceased's true spirit had to be able to withstand it. The stronger the deceased's true spirit, the stronger the Skull General would be. Furthermore, the deceased's combat techniques wouldn't be forgotten and would be strengthened instead. Without a doubt, Li Fuchen's true spirit was definitely very powerful and should be at the level of a great emperor. Otherwise, it was impossible to kill the White Bone Devil Emperor. Gotcha! No matter how strong the defense of the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was, it was still split open by a single slash. It was the skeleton general wielding the bone blade that split the sword will. This skeleton general had the strength of a peak-class emperor. Li Fuchen, leave them to me. The black saber light swept across and sent the 4 skeleton generals flying. Yan Qingwu turned around and said to Li Fuchen, "All right." Li Fuchen set up another layer of sword light to protect the Yang clan. It would be a pity to refine such a beauty into a skeleton general. The Skull Great Emperor's gaze landed on Yan Qingwu. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women at this moment, his heart was still slightly swayed. It wasn't because Yan Qingwu was beautiful. In fact, there were still 1 or 2 beauties in the Heaven Pillar continent that could match up to Yan Qingwu. The crucial point was that Yan Qingwu wasn't just beautiful and had exceptional aura, she was also a Law Phase Realm Emperor. None of the Law Phase Realm Empresses in the Heaven Pillar continent were comparable to Yan Qingwu, and the disparity wasn't small. "I want this woman." The Skull Great Emperor burst out with battle intent and suddenly blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. Before that, he had to take down Li Fuchen first. PFFF. After the palm force was extinguished, the Skull Great Emperor looked at the Zombie Great Emperor. Zombie Great Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Earlier on, the Zombie Great Emperor's fist destroyed his palm force. The Zombie Great Emperor chuckled and said, "I fancy this child." "You?" The Skull Great Emperor's eyes flashed with cold intent. "Try and you will know." The Zombie Great Emperor's body enlarged from 10 feet to 100,000 feet tall. This wasn't the enlargement of the Law Phase, it was purely the enlargement of the body. Seeing that the Skull Great Emperor and the Zombie Great Emperor weren't on good terms, the Heaven Fire Doyen was delighted. As long as the duo didn't deal with the Yang clan, he didn't even need to make a move. Boom boom boom. A battle between great emperors was too horrific. Outside of the Long Wind Mountains, the laws were in chaos and the spatial zone was severed. The turbulent power caused this region to turn into a land of death. If no one was able to pacify it, this place wouldn't be suitable for survival even after thousands of years. Zombie Great Emperor, with our strength, even if we fight for 8 to 10 days, we might not be able to determine the victor. The Skull Great Emperor backed off and didn't make another move. The Zombie Great Emperor said, "This child is mine." The Skull Great Emperor pondered and said, "His skeleton will belong to me, the rest of the flesh will belong to you. How about it?" The refinement of the Skull General actually required flesh too. The flesh was nutrients and without it, it wouldn't be complete. But when facing the Zombie Great Emperor, the Skull Great Emperor had no choice but to take a step back. Alright. The Zombie Great Emperor actually wanted Li Fuchen's skeleton too. After all, the skeleton also contained plenty of power essence. After planning their respective benefits, the duo started to divide the work. The Skull Great Emperor's objective was to capture Yan Qingwu, while the Zombie Great Emperor's objective was to capture Li Fuchen. "Kid, surrender obediently." The Zombie Great Emperor didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. Li Fuchen might be able to kill the White Bone Devil Emperor, who had the strength of a peak-class emperor, but the Zombie Great Emperor wasn't a regular Great Emperor. His defense wasn't even broken by peak-class Great Emperors, let alone Li Fuchen. When a person was invulnerable and flawless, that person was basically in an invincible position. Furthermore, the Zombie Great Emperor found out from the Flying Corpse Emperor that Li Fuchen was able to kill the White Bone Devil Emperor because he was proficient in Soul Dao technique. But since the Flying Corpse Emperor was able to escape, the Soul Dao technique was obviously useless against the Zombie Great Emperor. "Get down." The Zombie Great Emperor's massive body moved and covered Li Fuchen with a palm strike. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged with ease. Sword shift. The Zombie Great Emperor raised his brows. The Flying Corpse Emperor actually didn't tell him that Li Fuchen comprehended the sword shift. There was a huge difference between having or not having a shifting technique. If the Zombie Great Emperor didn't have a method to counter shifting techniques, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Li Fuchen. "Kid, do you think that I, the Zombie Great Emperor, don't have any methods to counter shifting techniques when I roam the Heaven Pillar continent?" On the Zombie Great Emperor's right wrist, that inconspicuous black iron bracelet suddenly lit up. There were light blue patterns on the black iron bracelet. As these patterns lit up, a strange power began to spread. "The void has been sealed?" Li Fuchen felt that the void had turned viscous. In this state, Li Fuchen was confident that he could still execute the sword shift. After all, he had condensed the sword heart, but it would definitely take some time. In a battle between experts, a slight delay was enough to be fatal. Of course, it didn't matter if he executed the sword shift or not. Li Fuchen had long wanted to witness the abilities of a great emperor. "Receive a fist from me." The Zombie Great Emperor blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. The boundless fist force had caused pitch-black cracks to appear in the spatial zone. "Rise." Li Fuchen circulated the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique at full strength. The Divine Flame Sword Energy Law phase rose from Li Fuchen's body and turned into the size of 100,000 feet, just like the Zombie Great Emperor. Clang! The Law phase drew the battle sword on its back and slashed at the Zombie Great Emperor. Chapter 704. In just an instant, the boundless fist force and sword light clashed. Crack Law! The ground split open and a horrific storm engulfed the surroundings. The storm contained extremely chaotic power of Law. Countless skeletons were engulfed by the storm and turned into ashes. After executing the fist, the Zombie Great Emperor didn't move an inch. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move an inch either. This meant that the duo's attack was evenly matched. The Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. The Zombie Great Emperor's attack power wasn't considered outstanding among the Great Emperors in the Heaven Pillar continent, but it wasn't at the bottom either. If Li Fuchen was able to exchange a move with the Zombie Great Emperor, even if he wasn't a Great Emperor, he wasn't too inferior. On the other hand, Yang Deng and Yang Long weren't that surprised. Li Fuchen was obviously a dual cultivator of qi and body cultivation. There was no need to mention his body refinement strength. If Li Fuchen was able to suppress and kill the White Bone Devil Emperor, it was already enough to prove his body refinement strength. Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength wasn't to be underestimated either. On the White Bone Mountain, Li Fuchen relied on his sword Dao strength to rescue Yang Long and Yang Lu. Back then, Li Fuchen's qi cultivation was only at the peak level of primary Sea realm. Right now, he was at the third level of Law Phase realm. The duo wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was inferior to his body refinement strength. Therefore, they weren't surprised that Li Fuchen could exchange a move with the zombie Great Emperor. Of course, if Li Fuchen could exchange countless moves with the zombie Great Emperor or even defeat him, they would be surprised. After all, there were plenty of peak-class emperors that could exchange a move with a Great Emperor. There were also a few who could exchange multiple moves with a Great Emperor, but it didn't mean that they had the strength of a Great Emperor. The true difference between peak-class emperors and Great Emperors was their overall strength. In certain aspects, peak-class emperors weren't inferior to Great Emperors. Very well, I wonder how many punches you can block. The zombie Great Emperor laughed heartily and blasted punches at Li Fuchen. He, the zombie Great Emperor, relied on defense to dominate the Heaven Pillar continent, followed by the zombie Divine Fist. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could continue to exchange blows with him. One should know that he had fought with many Great Emperors before. Those Great Emperors were stronger than him in terms of attack power. However, they were the first ones to falter in the end. 10 punches, 100 punches, 500 punches. The two of them were extremely fast. 500 punches only took the time to brew a cup of tea to finish. The zombie emperor's expression gradually turned unsightly from his initial calm. After 500 punches, Li Fuchen wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had suffered a few slashes from Li Fuchen. Had it not been for his tough defense, his head would have been separated from his body. Its defense is indeed strong, Li Fuchen thought to himself. On this side, Li Fuchen and the zombie Great Emperor were evenly matched. On the other side, Yan Qingwu wasn't in a good situation. Yan Qingwu's strength wasn't weak, but as compared to the Skull Great Emperor, she was obviously inferior. If they were to exchange opponents, Yan Qingwu would fight against the zombie Great Emperor, while Li Fuchen would fight against the Skull Great Emperor. The situation might be different, after all. In terms of attack power, the zombie Great Emperor was inferior to the Skull Great Emperor. I have to end this quickly. After withdrawing the Law Phase, Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned, including the Heaven Fire Doyen and the Skull Great Emperor. The zombie Great Emperor's physical defense was definitely number one in the Heaven Pillar continent. As of now, no one was able to injure the zombie Great Emperor and would at most suppress him. It was too ridiculous that Li Fuchen was able to injure the zombie Great Emperor in a single slash. Could Li Fuchen's attack power have already surpassed top-class Great Emperors and reached the level of half-saints? No, it is that sword. The Heaven Fire Doyen's eyes landed on the Joint Heaven Sword in Li Fuchen's hand. The sword was emitting a horrific sword intent, and in the face of the sword intent, even the Heaven and Earth Law had to retreat. Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. The Heaven Fire Doyen took a deep cold breath. The Heaven Pillar continent only had one Heaven-class high-tier weapon, and it was in the hands of the strongest Great Emperor, the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor. Apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the other Great Emperor's weapons were all Heaven-class mid-tier. Heaven-class high-tier weapons contained extremely powerful laws and intents that were enough to make Heaven and Earth Law retreat. As such, who would be able to block it? It was obvious that Li Fuchen was able to break the zombie Great Emperor's defenses because he used the Joint Heaven Sword to weaken the zombie Great Emperor's surface laws and intents. Otherwise, the sharpness of the joint heaven sword wouldn't be able to injure the zombie Great Emperor. Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, huh? The Skull Great Emperor had a gloomy expression. He knew the power of a heaven-class high-tier weapon better than anyone else. In fact, if the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor didn't have a heaven-class high-tier weapon, he was confident that he wouldn't be inferior. Such a terrifying sword! The Flying Corpse Emperor felt a chill in his heart. It was fortunate that when Li Fuchen fought with him, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength wasn't that powerful yet, and Li Fuchen was merely using his body refinement strength to fight with him. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved into two by Li Fuchen and wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Damn it! The zombie Great Emperor was enraged and blasted countless fist shadows at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The translucent sword blades ignored the distance between them and left wounds on the zombie Great Emperor's body. The Void Heaven Sword Art was a Void Dao Sword Art, and the Void Dao Sword Law was a top-notch Heaven-class high-tier sword art. Li Fuchen hadn't comprehended the Void Heaven Sword world yet, otherwise, a single sword would be enough to severely injure the zombie Great Emperor. Seeing the situation, the zombie Great Emperor had no choice but to shrink his body. His body was too big and so was his target. Zombie blood burn. Similar to the Flying Corpse Emperor, the zombie Great Emperor was forced to burn his zombie blood by Li Fuchen. A layer of burning blood covered the surface of the zombie Great Emperor's body. TSS. There was a burst of blood light as the zombie Great Emperor blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was definitely several times stronger than before. When the fist was blasted out, the void shook and there were even signs of collapsing. If the body was struck by this fist, even a top-notch Great Emperor would be severely injured. This was also the zombie Great Emperor's trump card to survive. Unless it was a crucial moment, he wouldn't use it easily. Blade of Void. The Joint Heaven sword was covered with a layer of translucent blade light as Li Fuchen slashed at the blood fist. Rumble. The void tumbled and distorted while pitch-black cracks extended out. This time, Li Fuchen wasn't able to injure the zombie Great Emperor. The zombie Great Emperor's fist force had caused the void to collapse. The zombie Great Emperor's Joint Heaven sword felt as though it was stuck in a swamp and couldn't exert any force. However, Li Fuchen didn't believe that the zombie Great Emperor's zombie blood could continue burning. Roar. The zombie Great Emperor let out an enraged roar, and his fist force was getting more ferocious. His objective was to land a fist on Li Fuchen within a short period of time. A single fist should be able to incapacitate Li Fuchen. But after a few hundred fists, the zombie Great Emperor's zombie blood had been depleted significantly, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was unbelievably fast. It felt as though the zombie Great Emperor's every move was under Li Fuchen's eyes. How could the zombie Great Emperor know that Li Fuchen's true spirit had already evolved into a saint spirit? With his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to calculate the trajectory of the zombie Great Emperor's fist. It was simply a fool's dream to injure Li Fuchen. TSS. Two translucent sword blades slashed at the zombie Great Emperor's eyes. The zombie Great Emperor might have quickly turned his head, but he was still slashed. Immediately, two bloody wounds appeared on his temples. It was fortunate that his entire body was covered with bloodline power and the wounds weren't deep. Otherwise, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. Skull Great Emperor, this child is troublesome. Hurry up and assist me. At this moment, the zombie Great Emperor couldn't care about his reputation anymore. Li Fuchen wasn't a powerful peak-class emperor, he was a great emperor, a true great emperor. Even regular great emperors weren't as strong as Li Fuchen. In the zombie Great Emperor's opinion, Li Fuchen obviously had the strength of a peak-class Great Emperor and his attack power was beyond peak-class Great Emperors. Such power! Yang Deng and Yang Long were flabbergasted. They knew that Li Fuchen was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that even the zombie Great Emperor had to request for help. In the Heaven Pillar continent, apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, who else could deal with Li Fuchen? Immediately after, the duo got excited again. With Li Fuchen as the backer, the Yang clan would definitely be able to get whatever they wanted in the Heaven Pillar continent. They were much stronger than the Heaven Fire Guild. It didn't mean that the Heaven Fire Guild was inferior to Li Fuchen. It was mainly because the Heaven Fire Guild would only provide assistance when the Yang clan was in danger. At that moment, Elder Heaven Fire felt a little regretful. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, he wouldn't have stood by idly. As long as they could befriend Li Fuchen, the Heaven Fire Guild's authority in the Heaven Pillar continent would be greatly increased and they would be on par with the Heaven Pillar Guild. However, it was not too late. Seeing the Skull Great Emperor's palm strike at Li Fuchen, the Heaven Fire Doyen brandished his cane and dispersed the palm force with a fire dragon. Heaven Fire Doyen, what do you mean? The Skull Great Emperor's killing intent surged in all directions. The Heaven Fire Doyen had already ordered the skeleton army to stop attacking the Yang clan. He was planning to take down Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu before eliminating the Yang clan. He didn't expect for the Heaven Fire Doyen to suddenly make a move. Heaven Fire Doyen said, "I can't bear to see you win with numbers. Stop putting gold on your face. Today, I will let you experience the methods of the Skull Great Emperor." The white bone crown on the Skull Great Emperor's head glowed, and a terrifying power gathered in the Skull Great Emperor's body. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled as the void intersected. This is? Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. Old man die. The Skull Great Emperor slammed his palm at the Heaven Fire Doyen. This palm strike was too fast and simply confused the concept of time and space. The Heaven Fire Doyen was a step slower and didn't even have time to use his full strength and was sent flying by the palm strike. What cardinal artifact is that? The Heaven Fire Doyen had an unpleasant expression. He was certain that the white bone crown on the Skull Great Emperor's head was very unusual. Regular Heaven-class cardinal artifacts wouldn't have such power. The Skull Great Emperor sneered and said, "Heaven Fire Doyen, this white bone saint crown on my head is refined from a saint's skull. It contains the saint's power and I originally didn't plan to expose it. Since you are courting death, I shall grant your wish." In the past, the Skull Great Emperor's best cardinal artifacts were the Skull Cloak, Skull Necklace, and Skull Bracelet. Chapter 705. Previously, the Skull Great Emperor had gone into seclusion to completely refine the White Bone Saint crown. It was a pity that the White Bone Saint crown was ultimately a Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, and the crucial point was that the main material was the skull of a saint. It was impossible to refine it without at least a few decades or a century. Right now, the Skull Great Emperor had only refined half of it and was only able to utilize 20% to 30% of its effects. If he was to refine it completely, no one in the entire Heaven Pillar continent would be a match for him, including the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor. With the support of the White Bone Saint crown, the Skull Great Emperor's strength increased explosively. He beat up the Heaven Fire Doyen until he was in a sorry state. Not long after, he was injured. Heaven Fire Sect Master, leave the Skull Great Emperor to me. You deal with the Zombie Great Emperor. Li Fuchen suggested. All right. The Heaven Fire Doyen knew that this wasn't the time to put on a brave front and quickly lunged towards Li Fuchen. You want to leave? The Skull Great Emperor struck out with his palm. Layers of palm shadows were like waves of white bones as they blasted towards the Heaven Fire Doyen. Destroy! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the giant transparent blade split apart the white bone wave. The Skull Great Emperor might be powerful, but Li Fuchen's attack power had already reached the extremity of a great emperor and had even surpassed great emperors. It wasn't impossible for Li Fuchen to withstand the Skull Great Emperor's attack. Kid, you came at the right time. The Skull Great Emperor's body trembled, and a terrifying domain spread out. Originally, with just the cultivation technique field, the Skull Great Emperor wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen from executing the sword shift. But with the support of the White Bone Saint Crown, the field power was greatly enhanced. If Li Fuchen wanted to execute the sword shift, it would definitely be much slower. Sensing the pressure from the Skull Great Emperor's field power, Li Fuchen immediately released the Divine Flame Sword Energy Field. With the enhancement from the Sword Heart, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Sword Energy Field was extremely powerful and was comparable with the Great Emperor's field. But as compared to the Skull Great Emperor, it was still inferior and was a little restricted. No wonder Heaven Fire Doyen couldn't hold on. Li Fuchen understood. Get down! The Skull Great Emperor frenziedly circulated the White Bone Saint Crown's power and pressed at Li Fuchen. Good timing. Li Fuchen didn't have any fear as he slashed with the Joint Heaven Sword. Boom! Li Fuchen backed off a few miles while the Skull Great Emperor didn't move an inch. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen was still inferior to the Skull Great Emperor. Devil Corpse Rampage. The Skull Great Emperor unleashed another palm strike. This palm strike was the ultimate move of the Heavenly Demon Skeleton Palm. For a moment, demonic energy filled the air, and skeletal shadows ran rampant. Bang! Li Fuchen retreated another 7 to 8 miles. Sky Demon exterminating life, skeleton exterminating world. With a loud shout, the Skull Great Emperor used the Heavenly Demon Skeleton Palm's ultimate killer move. He did not even use this move on Heaven Fire Doyen. Roar! In the void, a Heaven Devil Skeleton image appeared. The Heaven Devil Skeleton roared and blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. In the face of this palm, everything had lost its meaning. There was only death and destruction. This time, Li Fuchen was sent flying. The Void Heaven Sword Art wasn't able to withstand the Sky Devil Skeleton Palm's kill move. It should be about time. The Skull Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen, who was still flying backward. Li Fuchen didn't fly for long. After flying for a few dozen miles, Li Fuchen forcefully stopped. Not hurt. The Skull Great Emperor raised his brows and was in disbelief. He was confident that this palm strike would be able to inflict serious injuries on the Heaven Fire Doyen. Li Fuchen might be powerful, but his cultivation was still low and his survivability shouldn't be comparable to the Heaven Fire Doyen. Therefore, it was normal for him to be severely injured. But from Li Fuchen's appearance, there weren't any signs of injuries. It was just that his chi blood was slightly boiling. It is fortunate that the surface of my body has law field. If Li Fuchen was a regular initial level law phase realm body refinement emperor, he would definitely be injured by this palm strike. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular initial level law phase realm emperor. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had already used the Void Heaven Sword Art to neutralize most of the force. Only a small portion of the force was evenly applied on his body. It is my turn. Void and Reality. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the Void Sword light was like a veil that instantly extended out. The Skull Great Emperor didn't even have time to dodge. Li Fuchen's sword move was actually an omnidirectional sword move. In the sky and on the ground, there was no gap to dodge, unless the Skull Great Emperor executed the Skull Shift. However, he had a feeling that even if he executed the Skull Shift, he still wouldn't be able to dodge the sword light. In terms of toughness, the Void Heaven Sword Art's first move, Void and Reality, was actually harder to deal with than the second move, Blade of Void. However, the latter's lethality was stronger. Bang 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 bang. The surface of the Skull Great Emperor's body shook with radiance as he was forced to retreat. With the White Bone Saint Crown, he wouldn't be injured. Meteor Fall. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of light and vanished. Boom. The surface of the Skull Great Emperor's body shook violently and there was even a flash of crack. As for Li Fuchen, he had already appeared behind the Skull Great Emperor. Such fast speed. No, even the flow of time has slowed down. The Skull Great Emperor was shocked. Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword Art might be incredible, but it would still cause spatial ripples. As long as there was a spatial ripple, the Skull Great Emperor would be able to sense it. But Li Fuchen's meteor fall sword art was purely fast, extremely fast. In the face of such speed, it was hard for the Skull Great Emperor to sense it. Such tyrannical defense. It is much stronger than the Zombie Great Emperor's defense. After stepping into the third level of Law Phase realm, Li Fuchen's meteor fall sword art had reached a new level. Previously, it was also a Heaven-class high-tier sword move, but the execution was still limited. Now that Li Fuchen had a breakthrough in cultivation, when he executed Meteor Fall, he felt like he was the meteor and the sword light. This was the extremity of the union of man and sword. Li Fuchen had already reached the so-called union of man and sword a long time ago. However, the union of man and sword didn't have a limit. The initial stage was the union of man and sword. The later stages were actually the union of man and sword Dao Law. It could also be said to be the high-tier union of man and heaven. Heaven was naturally the great Dao Law. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast, and the Skull Great Emperor couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. He had no choice but to endure the attacks again and again. It was fortunate that the White Bone Saint Crown increased his defense, otherwise, he would have been injured. Such an incredible union of man and sword. This world is going to have another Sword Emperor. As the Heaven Fire Doyen fought with the Zombie Great Emperor, he was filled with admiration. In the history of the Heaven Pillar continent, there were extremely incredible Sword Dao Great Emperors. But for the past 1,000 years, none of them were qualified to be called a Sword Emperor. After all, there were too many people who used the sword. If one wanted to be called a Sword Emperor, one would need to see how capable one was. If the title of Sword Emperor couldn't bring glory to the wearer and wouldn't be acknowledged by the world, then what was the use of it? Skull Boundary. It wasn't the Skull Great Emperor's style to passively take a beating. He grabbed at the void with his left hand, and a giant boundary enveloped Li Fuchen and himself. Divine ability? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. At the Great Emperor level, regular divine abilities were useless. Even if the 8-star bone frame pattern was comprehended to the extremity, the divine ability's power would only be at the Great Emperor level and might not even be at the Great Emperor level. Only 8-star special bone frames would allow the divine ability's power to surpass Great Emperors. It was obvious that the Skull Great Emperor's bone frame was the 8-star special bone frame, the Skull Bone Frame. The Skull divine ability that he comprehended was naturally very powerful. Without any sound or presence, the Skull Great Emperor vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Li Fuchen. Inside the Skull Boundary, the Skull Great Emperor was able to instant shift at will, and it was even easier than executing the skull shifting technique. Most importantly, it wouldn't cause any spatial ripples. Cling. The sword light turned and Li Fuchen clashed with the Skull Great Emperor. Cling, 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 cling in the dusky skull boundary, a sword light and a black shadow were frenziedly clashing. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too fearsome. Even inside the boundary, he was able to detect the Skull Great Emperor's attack in advance. When in the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about being suppressed by the Skull Great Emperor. Every time he was repelled, the sword light would turn and attack again. On this side, Li Fuchen and the Skull Great Emperor were in a heated battle. On the other side, the Zombie Great Emperor and the Heaven Fire Doyen were also in a heated battle. Neither of them could do anything to the other. As for Yan Qingwu, she had already retreated to the side and was on guard against the skeleton army. Crackle! The skull boundary split open and Li Fuchen and the Skull Great Emperor appeared in front of everyone. "You are not bad." The Skull Great Emperor's voice was deep and there was a trace of helplessness and anger. He had already used all his trump cards but still couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. It was fine if Li Fuchen was the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, but Li Fuchen was just a junior that had just progressed to become a Great Emperor. You aren't bad either. No wonder you are the Skull Great Emperor. Li Fuchen knew his own situation. He was too outstanding in some aspects and was far beyond the Great Emperor level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for the Skull Great Emperor. Humph! Without any nonsense, the Skull Great Emperor left with the skeleton army. He still couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen now, but once he refined the White Bone Saint crown to a certain extent, he was confident he could take down 2 Li Fuchens. Once the Skull Great Emperor left, the Zombie Great Emperor didn't dare to stay and left with the Flying Corpse Emperor. Many thanks for young Hero Li and young Lady Yan's assistance. Yang Deng and Yang Long flew out and cupped their fists with respect. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu, even with the Heaven Fire Doyen around, the Yang clan would probably be eradicated. The Skull Great Emperor might be lured over by Li Fuchen, but ultimately, it was all because of the Yang clan. Young Hero Li's swordsmanship is unparalleled. This old man admires you. Heaven Fire Doyen also cupped his fists and walked over. Li Fuchen said, "It is all thanks to the Heaven Fire Guild Master who obstructed the Zombie Great Emperor. Otherwise, I would have probably lost if I had to fight against the 2 of them." The Heaven Fire Doyen let out an awkward smile. He wasn't trying to stop the Zombie Great Emperor, but since he couldn't defeat the Skull Great Emperor, he switched to the Zombie Great Emperor. Not wanting to be entangled on this topic, the Heaven Fire Doyen said, "Young Hero Li's sword art is unparalleled, and it isn't right for you to not have a title. In my opinion, young Hero Li is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Speaking of which, my Heaven Pillar continent hasn't had a Sword Emperor for over 1,000 years. Young Hero Li might not be someone from the Heaven Pillar continent, but regardless of which continent you are from, young Hero Li is worthy of being a Sword Emperor. Yes, only young Hero Li can be the Sword Emperor." "What young Hero Li? It should be Sword Emperor," Yang Deng and Yang Long said. Li Fuchen didn't accept or reject. Sword Emperor was just an empty title. It didn't matter if he accepted or rejected it, it was just a cliché. As for how others addressed him, it was their business. Of course, in his heart, Li Fuchen didn't feel that he wasn't worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. The battle between great emperors was shocking. In just a few days, the news had spread throughout the upper echelons of the Heaven Pillar continent. Chapter 706. Sword Emperor? On the cliff, there was a purple bamboo forest. A handsome middle-aged man in purple clothes stood with his back to the purple bamboo forest, looking at the sea of clouds surging at the edge of the cliff. Great Emperor Purple Bamboo, the sect master of the Purple Bamboo sect. Just like Li Fuchen, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor was also a Sword Dao Great Emperor. His purple bamboo sword art was extremely mystical. Back when he fought with the Flying Corpse Emperor, he didn't even use an artifact sword and only used a bamboo sword to fight. Otherwise, he would only need a few dozen moves to injure the Flying Corpse Emperor. Even if he couldn't kill the Flying Corpse Emperor, he would still be severely injured. The Greenwood Sword Dao focuses on cultivating one's nature and restraining one's sharpness. It will only erupt at the most crucial moment. However, Great Emperor Iron Sword is different from me. I'm afraid he won't allow anyone to obtain the title of Sword Emperor. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the Heaven Pillar continent, the top 3 were definitely the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the Skull Great Emperor, and the Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's attack power was close to the Sky Pillar Great Emperor's. On a steep mountain that pierced the clouds, a tall and sturdy figure stood there. A Sword Emperor that even Doyen Heaven Fire acknowledged. I wonder how powerful he is. The Iron Sword Great Emperor didn't think that Li Fuchen was weak and might even be stronger than him. However, if one wanted to become a Sword Emperor, not only did one need to be powerful, but one also needed to have a Sword Dao realm that was the best in the world. Interesting. Although the Heaven Fire Doyen is old, he is not so old that his eyes are blurred. If there is a chance, I should pay a visit to this Sword Emperor and see who he is. Sword Emperor? Humph, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? At this moment, the Heaven Pillar Continent's great emperors and some of the P-class emperors were paying attention to the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. Looks like I've overestimated myself. It doesn't seem that easy to condense a Void Dao heart. A few days later, Li Fuchen temporarily gave up condensing the Void Dao heart. Although his comprehension of the Void Law wasn't low, it had been comprehended from the Joint Sky Sword, so he had lost his personal understanding. Li Fuchen felt that if he truly wanted to condense the Void Dao heart, he had to comprehend it himself. The Void Dao sword art in the Joint Heaven Sword could only be used as a reference. Deep within the Joint Heaven Sword, the Sword Spirit nodded. He actually wanted to tell Li Fuchen that it was impossible to condense the Void Dao heart by relying on the Void Dao sword art, but he didn't say it. He wanted Li Fuchen to realize it himself, so that Li Fuchen wouldn't take any detours in the future. Next, Li Fuchen put his focus on the other sword move. After spending an entire month, Li Fuchen finally pushed the Sky Ring sword armor to the Heaven class high tier. As a defensive sword move, the Sky Ring sword armor was much more useful to Li Fuchen than the other sword moves. After all, in terms of offensive sword moves, he already had the Meteor sword art and the Void Heaven sword art. Sword Emperor, these are the only 3 7-star spiritual consciousness mystic techniques of my Heaven Fire sect. On this day, the Heaven Fire Doyen came to visit again. At the same time, he brought 3 7-star spiritual sense mystic technique. The spiritual sense secret technique was very precious in any force. However, 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were basically at the pinnacle. Very few forces possessed 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. In the Heaven Pillar Continent, only the Spectre sect, where the Spectre Emperor was from, possessed an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't wish to waste his spiritual awareness innate talent. He was planning to use the 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques to create his own 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. He believed that once he created an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique, not even great emperors or half-saints would be able to withstand it. However, 3 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were still too little. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could create an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. Many thanks to the Heaven Fire Sect Patriarch. I, Li Fuchen, owe you a favor. Li Fuchen used a favor as a reward. Sword Emperor doesn't have to be so courteous. The Heaven Fire Doyen was beaming. A favor was more important to him than anything else. Li Fuchen was only at the low level of Law Phase realm, and already had such strength. Who knew what level his strength would reach in the future? Heaven Fire Doyen, this is the Sword Emperor that you personally acknowledged? In the void there was a sonorous voice that echoed. Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Heaven Fire Doyen looked into the void with a grave expression. The Iron Sword Great Emperor was the Great Emperor that was the best at combat in the Heaven Pillar Continent. His strength might not be the strongest, and he wasn't even ranked second. After all, the Skull Great Emperor had the White Bone Saint crown, but his combat skills were the best in the eyes of the Heaven Fire Doyen. A figure walked out from the void. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing an iron crown and carrying an iron sword on his back. His face was sharp and gave off a ruthless feeling. You are the Sword Emperor? The Iron Sword Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen. Yes. Li Fuchen didn't have to deny it. Sword Emperor is the Emperor of Swords. I wonder what capabilities you have to dare to accept this title. The Iron Sword Great Emperor sized up Li Fuchen carefully and wanted to see through Li Fuchen's mystique. Sword Dao Great Emperor meant a great emperor that cultivated the Sword Dao, and it was mostly referring to strength. But the Sword Emperor was different. The Sword Emperor was the Emperor of Swordsmen and was extremely revered among swordsmen. Li Fuchen said, "There is nothing to dare or not. If you want it, you can take it." The Iron Sword Great Emperor stared at Li Fuchen. From Li Fuchen's tone, he could feel an indescribable charisma. At this moment, he vaguely knew why the Heaven Fire Doyen gave the title of Sword Emperor to Li Fuchen. The Sword Emperor doesn't just need strength. Most importantly, the Sword Dao proficiency must be strong enough. If you can defeat me in Sword Dao proficiency, the title of Sword Emperor shall belong to you. The Iron Sword Great Emperor suggested. I wonder how are we going to compete in Sword Dao proficiency? Li Fuchen asked. Very simple. You and I will only fight with sword arts. If we lose by one level, it is considered a loss. All right. Li Fuchen understood the Iron Sword Great Emperor's intention. The Iron Sword Great Emperor meant that if Li Fuchen was hit, it would be considered a loss, even if he didn't suffer any injuries. This place is too small. You and I shall fight in the sky. The Iron Sword Great Emperor rushed into the sky and skimmed into the clouds. Li Fuchen followed closely. Subsequently, the Heaven Fire Doyen, Yan Qinggu, Yang Deng, and Yang Long had also followed. The battle between two absolute swordsmen was definitely going to be intense and exciting. Cling, 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 cling. When everyone followed up, the duo had already started the battle. The duo might not be using any sword arts, but the power wasn't inferior to Heaven-class mid-tier sword arts. The duo cultivated Heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique. Even a normal move would have the power of a Heaven-class mid-tier sword art. Broken sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor brandished his sword, and there was an imposing sword chi that attacked Li Fuchen's acupoints and vital spots. Li Fuchen's sword spun and produced a layer of transparent sword light to protect himself. Swift sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor didn't let Li Fuchen off. Sword after sword was like a violent storm that poured down on Li Fuchen, vowing to break Li Fuchen's Sky Ring sword armor. But if the Sky Ring sword armor was so easy to break, it wouldn't be called the Sky Ring sword armor. Void Ring sword armor. When the Iron Sword Great Emperor's sword style was about to be exhausted, Li Fuchen executed a Void Ring sword move. Circular sword style. Sensing that Li Fuchen's move was hard to deal with, the Iron Sword Great Emperor instantly switched from offense to defense. Just like Li Fuchen, he spun his sword and used the sword light to protect himself. It was worth mentioning that the duo were using Heaven-class low-tier artifact swords because of fairness. Otherwise, the Iron Sword Great Emperor's defensive sword move wouldn't be able to defend against Li Fuchen's sword art. Blade of Void. After the Void Ring sword was the Blade of Void. PFFF. The sword light was ripped apart and the Iron Sword Great Emperor was about to be defeated. Body sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor burst out with a yell and turned into a sword light to scatter the transparent sword edge. Body sword style, union of man and sword. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen had also turned into a sword light and attacked the Iron Sword Great Emperor. Clang, 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 clang. Everyone could see two sword lights crisscrossing. Every time they clashed, there would be a burst of sparks. Boundless sword intent was like a storm that burst out in all directions. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's strength is even stronger. The Heaven Fire Doyen praised. Iron Sword Great Emperor, if this is all you have, it is impossible for you to defeat me. As of now, Li Fuchen had performed with ease. It was mainly due to the existence of the Sword Heart that allowed him to have perfect control of his Sword Dao Law. Li Fuchen might also have Heaven-class high-tier Sword Dao Law, but he was at least 3 times stronger than others. Of course, his cultivation level was his disadvantage. Otherwise, the Iron Sword Great Emperor wouldn't even be qualified for Li Fuchen to make a serious move. Li Fuchen, receive my strongest sword move, Tyrant Sword Style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor broke away from the union of man and sword state. He wielded the silver iron sword and rushed into the sky before slashing down. This was a sword move that could shock the world and make the gods weep. When the sword was brandished, the sword screen felt as though it had split heaven and earth, yin and yang. Everyone on the other side of the sword screen felt as though they were in another world. They felt as though they were so far away from the duo and so unreachable. He actually made contact with the sword world state? The Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. Sword world was the legendary sword Tao state. When a sword was brandished, a world would be formed. This world was the world of sword Tao. The Iron Sword Great Emperor naturally couldn't reach the sword world state, but even if he didn't, just making contact with it was enough to shock the world. The Heaven Fire Doyen had also found out about the sword world state from an ancient manual. What a great tyrant sword style! Just in time. Li Fuchen admitted that he was inferior to the Iron Sword Great Emperor on the path to the sword world state. After all, the Iron Sword Great Emperor had cultivated for hundreds or even 1,000 years. But the sword Tao wasn't just the sword world state. In Li Fuchen's eyes, the Iron Sword Great Emperor's move still had a flaw. Creak. The void was like glass that exploded. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Countless spatial blades were shot at the Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor had just executed the tyrant sword style, and his sword prowess was already exhausted. He didn't have enough time to defend perfectly, and his shoulder was scratched by the spatial blade. You have lost. Li Fuchen stood in front of the Iron Sword Great Emperor without any injuries and said indifferently. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's tyrant sword presence might be powerful, but it wasn't perfect and had too many flaws. To others, these flaws weren't considered flaws, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, flaws were flaws that couldn't be neglected. Yes, you have won. I am not a match for you. The Iron Sword Great Emperor took a deep breath. Only he knew clearly what it meant for Li Fuchen to be able to break his sword move. It meant that there was a huge gap between the two of them. If Li Fuchen's sword Tao level was just slightly superior, it was impossible to break this move. Iron Sword Great Emperor, why don't we sit down and have some tea? We can also have an exchange of sword Tao. Why not? The Heaven Fire Doyen laughed. Li Fuchen originally thought that the Iron Sword Great Emperor would refuse, but he nodded and agreed. Chapter 707. The news of Li Fuchen defeating the Iron Sword Great Emperor still spread. After all, many people knew that the Iron Sword Great Emperor had gone to the Long Wind Mountains. As a result, Li Fuchen's Sword Emperor title wasn't taken away. On the contrary, the Iron Sword Great Emperor acknowledged Li Fuchen's identity. It was obvious that he was defeated by Li Fuchen. A few days later, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor came to visit Li Fuchen. He wasn't here to challenge Li Fuchen. He was purely here to exchange sword Tao. What a great move, Meteor Fall. This move's speed is already at the perfection stage. After witnessing Li Fuchen's sword art, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised. Li Fuchen said, Brother Purple Bamboo's sword art is truly extraordinary. The chaotic disturbance break of mundane has benefited me greatly. Li Fuchen wasn't trying to flatter. He didn't need to flatter the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor either. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword art might not be so sharp and tyrannical, but among the trio, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword art was definitely the most elegant and extraordinary. His sword move felt like it was made by heaven, and Li Fuchen wasn't able to see through it in a single glance. On this day, Li Fuchen flew into the atmospheric thunder layer again. Crackle! A mystic yang heaven thunder struck Li Fuchen. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor was already at the heaven class high tier, and the mystic yang heaven thunder wasn't able to shatter it. Mystic Een heaven thunder, extreme Een heaven thunder, extreme yang heaven thunder, minor Een heaven thunder, minor yang heaven thunder, 5 elements heaven thunder. As Li Fuchen continued to fly up, all sorts of heaven thunders struck his body. These heaven thunders were extremely powerful. Li Fuchen was able to withstand one heaven thunders, but he couldn't withstand multiple heaven thunders. In just a short moment, the Sky Ring sword armor was shattered. Just a little more. Li Fuchen frowned and started to descend. Just by relying on the law field on the surface of his body, he wouldn't be able to withstand multiple heaven thunders. It seemed like in order to reach the upper part of the thunder layer, his body refinement had to be at the subcompletion level or even the completion level of law phase realm. However, the required body refinement resources were too horrific. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need at least half a peak-grade Spirit Stone's Spirit Chi to reach the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm. If he wanted to reach the completion level of Law Phase Realm, 3 peak-grade Spirit Stones wouldn't even be enough. The reason why so many body refinement resources were required was because the Hand of God was too high-grade. If Li Fuchen was cultivating a normal heaven-class low-tier body refinement technique, he wouldn't need so many body refinement resources. But if that was the case, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength wouldn't be enough. It is time to return to the Emperor's Sky continent. Since his strength couldn't continue to increase, Li Fuchen had the intention to return to the Emperor's Sky continent. There was an Emperor-class teleportation array between the Heaven Pillar continent and the Emperor's Sky continent. The so-called Emperor-class teleportation array was something that only Law Phase Realm Emperors could use. Those below the Transcendence Realm who wanted to teleport would be directly crushed into nothingness by the power of space. In addition, the amount of high-grade Spirit Stones required to activate the teleportation array was ridiculous. It required 10,000 high-grade Spirit Stones to activate the teleportation array. Even the great emperors of the 2 continents wouldn't casually teleport. If it was 10,000 high-grade Spirit Stones for one teleportation, it would be 100,000 high-grade Spirit Stones for 10 teleportations. It wasn't a small amount. According to the Heaven Fire Doyen, the reason why so many high-grade Spirit Stones were required was related to the continent willpower. As for the exact relationship, no one knew. Heaven Pillar Peak, the tallest peak of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Emperor-class teleportation array was built on the peak of the Heaven Pillar Peak. This time, the Thunder Beast didn't follow along. It wasn't because they couldn't bear to part with 10,000 high-grade Spirit Stones, but because the Thunder Beast was in the midst of its advancement. The advancement of demonic beasts was different from the advancement of humans. There was a rather long process, therefore, the duo didn't ask the Thunder Beast to follow. As for Yan Qingwu, she was heading to the Emperor Sky continent because she had something to do. After activating the teleportation array, the duo vanished from the Heaven Pillar Peak. Emperor Sky continent, Emperor Sky Valley. This place was filled with violent winds, and those below the Law Phase realm wouldn't be able to enter. On this day, a radiance descended and 2 figures appeared on the teleportation platform in the depths of the Emperor Sky Valley. Are we going to the Blue Sun Empire first? Li Fuchen knew that Yan Qingwu was going to seek revenge from the Blue Sun Emperor. In the previous life, Yan Qingwu was also a great emperor and had her own pride. In this life, she was targeted by the Blue Sun Emperor for no reason and was nearly captured. How could she tolerate this? Yan Qingwu shook her head. With my current strength, I am still unable to defeat the Blue Sun Emperor. We will talk about it in the future. To be serious, her strength wasn't at the level of a great emperor yet. She would only reach the level of a great emperor when she burst out with strength. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew that with Yan Qingwu's pride, she wouldn't be willing to rely on others. The duo left the Emperor Sky Valley and randomly chose a direction. Half a day later, Li Fuchen raised his brows. Previously, he didn't know where the Emperor Sky Valley was located in the Emperor Sky continent. But now, he knew because he was currently in the Red Moon Empire. Since he was in the Red Moon Empire, Li Fuchen naturally had to visit the South Sun County. Back then, he was wanted by the South Sun County's county protector, Lin Tianyang, and had to flee to the Seoul Sky Empire. Now that he had the strength of a great emperor, a mere wanted notice was useless to him. If he was willing, he could even destroy the Red Moon Empire. Why would he be afraid of a wanted notice from a county protector? South Sun County, South Sun City. After entering the city gates, Li Fuchen saw that the wanted notice for him had yet to be revoked. It was obvious that he was still a wanted fugitive. How could Yan Qingwu not know what was going on? It seemed like Li Fuchen didn't have good days in the Emperor Sky Continent and was actually wanted for so many years. But these people's good days had come to an end. Look, isn't that the wanted fugitive Li Fuchen? Hurry up and report to the county protector. Those who discover Li Fuchen will be rewarded. Don't let others snatch it first. Everyone in the surroundings quickly recognized Li Fuchen. It couldn't be helped. Li Fuchen's portrait had been hanging in the South Sun City for many years, and it was hard for them to not recognize him. Without needing anyone to report to Lin Tianyang, Li Fuchen immediately arrived outside the county protector residence. Lin Tianyang, get the hell out here! Li Fuchen yelled out. Lin Tianyang came out along with 66 monarchs. The 66 primary Sea Realm monarchs quickly formed a battle formation, and there was a horrific array power that rippled. Li Fuchen, don't think you can look down on my county protector residence just because your strength improved. Capture him. Lin Tianyang wasn't well informed. He only knew that Li Fuchen was a primary Sea Realm monarch and was extremely powerful. He didn't know anything else, as the Clan of Darkness didn't inform him either. In his opinion, even if Li Fuchen was a half-emperor, the Six Directions battle formation would be able to capture him easily. Li Fuchen didn't even look at the Six Directions battle formation. With a wave of his hand, the battle formation collapsed and all the monarchs were sent flying while vomiting blood. On the streets, the onlookers were flabbergasted. They had limited insight and had never seen someone as powerful as Li Fuchen. A casual wave of the hand was enough to destroy the county protector residence's Six Directions battle formation. What exactly is your cultivation realm? Lin Tianyang's eyes contracted. It is fine as long as I can kill you. Li Fuchen was emitting murderous intent. I am the Red Moon Empire's county protector. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in this world, unless you think you can contest with the Red Moon Emperor. Lin Tianyang said sternly. He was truly afraid that Li Fuchen would kill him. By then, even if the Red Moon Empire's upper echelons took revenge for him, it would be meaningless. Since I have returned openly, why would I be afraid of the Red Moon Empire? Die. Li Fuchen raised his right hand and slammed down. No. Lin Tianyang was stunned. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would really dare to kill him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with regret and resentment. Bang! The ground shook and there was a giant palm print at Lin Tianyang's location. As for Lin Tianyang, he was already turned into ashes. The county protector is dead? He actually dares to kill the county protector. Isn't he afraid of being pursued by the Red Moon Empire's upper echelons? The South Sun County is going to change. Hurry up and leave before you are silenced. After seeing that Li Fuchen had killed Lin Tianyang, these people didn't dare to stay any longer as they all ran away. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't silence them. If he wanted to, a single thought was enough to kill these people. Let's go. Chapter 708. Once Li Fuchen arrived at the Floating Sky Mountain territory, he felt the atmosphere was different. After descending into a city, Li Fuchen summoned the city lord and inquired about the situation. The city lord was called Hu Kai. He smiled bitterly and said, "The Floating Sky Mountain has been sealed." Sealed? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Hu Kai explained, half a year ago, the vacant mountain emperor was plotted against by the Soul Emperor and was severely injured. After he returned, he immediately sealed the mountain. During this period of time, the Soul Emperor, the Blue Sun Emperor, and the Red Moon Emperor worked together to attack the mountain. It is fortunate that the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array is extremely powerful and not even the three great emperors were able to blast it open. But once the Floating Sky Mountain has sealed the mountain, it is the same as losing control of the territory. Right now, the floating sky mountain territory is basically under the control of the Soul Sky Empire, the Blue Sun Empire, and the Red Moon Empire. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu looked at each other. The duo guessed that the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor had probably become the soul slaves of the Soul Emperor. Otherwise, the duo wouldn't need to help the Soul Emperor to deal with the vacant Mountain Emperor. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. Most people understood this, including the Great Emperor. Otherwise, the balance of the Emperor Sky continent would have been hard to maintain. Hu Kai, who are you talking to? A youth at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm walked over with 2 high-level monarchs. The youth had a gloomy and ruthless expression as he rebuked Hu Kai. When Hu Kai saw the youth, he quickly bowed and cupped his fist. Greetings to young Master Shin. The youth was called Shin Yun, and he was a prodigy descendant of the Shin clan. The Shin clan was a clan of the Red Moon Empire. Rather than saying that he was in control of this city, it was better to say that the Shin clan was in control. Who are these 2 individuals? Shin Yun looked at Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Li Fuchen was ignored by Shin Yun as his eyes were all focused on Yan Qingwu. Earlier on, he was talking to Hu Kai and didn't pay much attention to Yan Qingwu. Right now, after taking a closer look, he was instantly stunned. He felt that he had never seen such an absolute beauty in his life. Even the famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion couldn't compare. I am Qin Yun. This city is the territory of my Qin family. May I know your name? Qin Yun said confidently. When one's cultivation reached the law phase realm, their qi presence would naturally fuse with heaven and earth. Unless they intentionally emitted their qi presence, it would be hard for others to detect a law phase realm emperor's cultivation realm. Qin Yun might find it strange that he couldn't see through Yan Qingwu, but he definitely wouldn't think that Yan Qingwu was a law phase realm emperor. After all, Yan Qingwu was too young, and it was impossible for the Emperor Sky Continent to have such a young law phase realm emperor. Furthermore, a law phase realm emperor wouldn't casually appear in front of everyone. Scram! Yan Qingwu's qi presence was released, and there was a horrific storm that felt like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Shin Yun and the 2 high-level monarchs beside him were sent flying while vomiting fresh blood. Law Phase Realm Emperor. Qin Yun wasn't the only one who was shocked. The 2 high-level kings beside him were also trembling with fear. They never expected for Yan Qingwu to be a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to approach him even if they were given 10,000 times more courage. Let's go. After asking all the necessary questions, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu left. After the duo left, Shin Yun and the others also left with their tails between their legs. They were preparing to report the situation to their clan. The floating sky mountain was a giant mountain that was floating in the sky. In the past, the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array wasn't visible. But since half a year ago, the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array could be seen with the naked eye. The mountain protection array was pale golden in color, and it was like a layer of gold leaf that enveloped the floating sky mountain. Outside the floating sky mountain, heaven and earth chi was extremely scarce, and it was even rarer than the low-class continent, the East Unicorn continent. The heaven and earth chi wasn't absorbed by the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array. It was because there were countless arrays set up around the floating sky mountain. These arrays had the effect of restraining and severing the chi. The objective was to prevent the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array from absorbing heaven and earth chi, and had to rely on spirit stones to maintain the array. It was obvious that the floating sky mountain was at a dead end. As time passed, the array would automatically collapse without the need for the Soul Emperor to attack. Who is it? As soon as Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu arrived at the vicinity of the floating sky mountain, they were targeted. The one that targeted them wasn't a primary sea realm monarch, it was a tall and skinny Law Phase Realm Emperor. This Law Phase Realm Emperor was a subordinate of the Soul Emperor, and was called the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Divine Wind Martial Emperor's cultivation wasn't considered high and was only at the 4th level of Law Phase realm. But due to a fated encounter, he comprehended the wind shift technique. Apart from great emperors, it was very hard to kill him. This was also the reason why the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was sent to monitor the floating sky mountain. After monitoring this place for close to half a year, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor wasn't worried that the vacant Mountain Emperor would suddenly rush out. Firstly, the vacant Mountain Emperor was inflicted with the soul poison and couldn't even protect himself. Secondly, the floating sky mountain's array was extremely mystical and had a total of 2 forms. The regular form allowed entry and exit. In this form, it had both offense and defense, and regular great emperors wouldn't be able to break it. The second form was the mountain lock form. No one could enter or exit. In this form, the array didn't have any attack power, but its defense was extremely horrifying. Even a half-saint wouldn't be able to break the array. Therefore, the people inside couldn't exit at all. In order to exit, the array had to return to the regular form. Furthermore, it wouldn't be able to return to the mountain lock form within a day. While the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was speaking, he gathered wind arrows and locked onto Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. "You are the Soul Emperor's subordinate?" Li Fuchen asked in response. "Why are you asking if you already know? Surrender now and you still have a chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The Divine Wind Martial Emperor spoke with a stern voice. "Since you are the Soul Emperor's subordinate, killing you is the right choice." Clang! Li Fuchen drew his sword and slashed at the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Divine Wind Martial Emperor had a mocking expression. He really didn't know if Li Fuchen's brain was filled with water to actually think that Li Fuchen could kill him. With the wind shift technique, not even a great emperor could kill him in a single move, unless it was a sneak attack. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't even choose to sneak attack and immediately attacked with his sword. But in the next moment, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's mocking expression vanished and was replaced with fear. How could this be? How could this sword move be so fast? It was so fast that he couldn't even see the sword light and could only see a flash of radiance. Lowering his head, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor saw that his heart had already been penetrated and he could see the back of his chest. "You!" Pointing at Li Fuchen, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's chi presence vanished. This sword move didn't just destroy the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's vitality, it had also destroyed the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's true spirit. Inside the floating sky mountain, the people inside could see the scene outside through the array. When Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu arrived, they were immediately seen. Immediately after, they saw the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. "It is Li Fuchen." The Cloud Emperor immediately recognized Li Fuchen. "Oh no, not even I can deal with the Divine Wind Martial Emperor." The Cloud Emperor was burning with anxiety. In a one-on-one, he might not even be a match for the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. It was imaginable what would happen if Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu encountered the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. But the Cloud Emperor wasn't able to exit and could only watch everything unfold. Such a fast sword! Beside the Cloud Emperor, a floating sky mountain elder exclaimed. At this moment, the Cloud Emperor was also flabbergasted. How was this possible? The Divine Wind Martial Emperor couldn't even withstand a single sword move from Li Fuchen and was immediately killed. Not even a great emperor could do it. 3rd level of Law Phase realm? As Li Fuchen revealed his strength, the Cloud Emperor was able to identify Li Fuchen's cultivation level. 3rd level of Law Phase realm. This cultivation level wasn't low and was only 1 level lower than the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. With Li Fuchen's combat talent, it was normal for him to kill enemies that were stronger than him. The Cloud Emperor didn't know how Li Fuchen progressed so quickly, but the facts told him that Li Fuchen was already a Law Phase realm emperor. As for why Li Fuchen was able to kill the Divine Wind Martial Emperor, who possessed the wind shift technique in a single sword move, the Cloud Emperor reckoned that the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was too careless and had a slow reaction. Li Fuchen's sword move was indeed unbelievably fast. Hurry up and inform the other elders to open up the array and let them in, the Cloud Emperor said. One of the floating sky mountain's elders berated, "Are you crazy? If we open up the array, we won't be able to seal the mountain within a day. What if the Soul Emperor arrives?" The Cloud Emperor argued, "The floating sky array is a top-notch Class 8 array. Even in its regular form, it can hold on for a day. If we let the two of them stay outside, it will be the same as sending them to their death. It is too risky and we can't bear the responsibility. Let them leave quickly." The Floating Sky Mountain's elder still didn't agree. The Cloud Emperor said, "We can't even send a message out. How are we going to inform them to leave?" The mountain seal form meant that everything was sealed, including information. People from the outside wouldn't be able to send a message in and wouldn't be able to receive a message from the inside. In fact, people from the outside wouldn't be able to see the situation inside. Call for an elder meeting. The vacant mountain emperor was in seclusion to recuperate. Right now, the elders were in charge of everything. No matter what decision they made, they had to obtain the support of the majority of the elders. The Cloud Emperor suggested. Ultimately, the elder meeting didn't support the Cloud Emperor's decision. After all, it was too dangerous and there might be a calamity. Outside the Floating Sky Mountain, Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to open up the array. As long as the Soul Emperor arrived, everyone would witness his strength. It wasn't a big deal to wait a few more days. With a wave of the hand, countless clouds surged over and turned into a pavilion. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu then entered. A few hours later, the Soul Emperor arrived. The Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor had also arrived. The three great emperors arrived together. The sky was rumbling with dark clouds and the sun and moon were intertwining. The Floating Sky Mountain and the pavilion were like a small boat in the ocean that would capsize at any moment. "You actually dare to appear in front of me?" The Soul Emperor stared at Li Fuchen and was rather confused. "Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you?" Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and looked at the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. With his eyesight, he could immediately see that the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor's eyes were hiding a trace of stupefaction. If it wasn't for the Saint Spirit, he wouldn't be able to detect it. "As expected, you have become a soul slave," Li Fuchen said to Yan Qingwu. "You will have to face the Blue Sun Emperor in advance." Chapter 709. Soul Emperor, let me try them. I allowed them to escape previously, but it won't happen again. The Blue Sun Emperor chuckled and took a step forward. "All right." The Soul Emperor nodded. He also wanted to see Li Fuchen's mystique. Back then, Li Fuchen was able to escape from the Void Swallow Octopus. He must have some trump cards. "Get down." The Blue Sun Emperor had a stalwart body and a head of blue hair. When he circulated his technique, even his eyes turned blue. A giant blue sun law phase enveloped the Blue Sun Emperor and sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Previously, when the duo encountered the Blue Sun Emperor, they were nearly chased into a dead end. This time, the situation was different. Black Saber Wave Breaker. Yan Qingwu slashed at the blue palm. Bang! A destructive storm swept out and sent Yan Qingwu flying. However, the Blue Sun Law phase had also leaned back a little. The Soul Emperor squinted his eyes. Yan Qingwu's cultivation was only at the second level of Law phase realm, but she was actually able to receive a move from the Blue Sun Emperor. Law Comprehension and Secret Technique. The Soul Emperor had great eyesight and after a slight consideration, he knew Yan Qingwu's background. Yan Qingwu's saber art might also be a heaven-class high-tier saber art, but her saber Dao law comprehension was extremely profound and wasn't something the Blue Sun Emperor could compare with. Furthermore, Yan Qingwu's secret technique was extremely powerful and was probably a top-notch 8-star combat secret technique. This secret technique could allow Yan Qingwu's combat cultivation to increase from the 2nd level of Law Phase Realm to the 4th level of Law Phase Realm, indirectly reducing the difference in cultivation level. Interesting. Blue Sun, Unbounded Loop. The Blue Sun Law Phase executed another palm strike and sent a blue ring of fire at Yan Qingwu. Clang clang clang, Yan Qingwu slashed 3 times in a single breath and finally created a gap in the blue ring of fire. Soul Emperor, let me test this child. The Red Moon Emperor volunteered and lunged at Li Fuchen. Red Cloud Moon Chase. The Red Moon Emperor was a Sword Dao Emperor. His sword was different from the Iron Sword Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's sword was iron-blooded and emotionless. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword was elegant and refined. The Red Moon Emperor's sword was cold and vicious. As the opponent brandished his sword, the void seemed to have frozen. A bundle of scarlet sword radiance rushed at Li Fuchen violently. Regular high-level emperors would be corroded by the sword qi and turned into ice sculptures when facing this sword. Even a P-class emperor wouldn't dare to forcefully block this sword. Break! Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heavens sword and slashed. Kacha! The void cracked. The scarlet sword radiance crumbled and dissipated. Puff! At the same time, a spatial crack appeared on the Red Moon Emperor's body, causing him to tremble violently. Void Dao Sword Art! The Red Moon Emperor was taken aback. The Void Dao was known as the hardest Dao to deal with. The Vacant Mountain Emperor also cultivated the Void Dao. His strength might not be top 3 in the Emperor Sky Continent and might not even be top 5, but not even the Soul Emperor would dare to say he could injure the Vacant Mountain Emperor in a one-on-one fight. Half a year ago, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was still able to escape from the Soul Emperor after being inflicted with the soul poison. It was evident how powerful the Void Dao was. Void Reality. Without any pause, Li Fuchen immediately executed the second sword. A thin layer of sword light enveloped the Red Moon Emperor. The Red Moon Emperor yelled out and enveloped the Red Moon Law Phase. Boom boom boom. The Red Moon Law Phase exploded, and the Red Moon Emperor was sent flying miserably while fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art was too powerful, and the Red Moon Emperor couldn't withstand it at all. Inside the Floating Sky Mountain, all the elders of the Floating Sky Mountain were in disbelief with their mouths wide open. The Red Moon Emperor was a great emperor and his strength wasn't inferior to the Vacant Mountain Emperor. But he was actually injured consecutively by Li Fuchen. How powerful was Li Fuchen? Was this still Li Fuchen? This child's innate talent is unprecedented. From now on, the Emperor Sky Continent will no longer be the Emperor Sky Continent of the past. One of the elders of the Floating Sky Mountain said with delight and admiration. Fate is truly mystical. Among everyone, no one had such complicated feelings like the Cloud Emperor. Back when the Cloud Emperor encountered Li Fuchen in the latent shadow abyss, Li Fuchen was just a puny battle spirit realm martial artist. Back then, the Cloud Emperor would never have expected that in less than 10 years, Li Fuchen would grow into a pinnacle figure of the Emperor Sky Continent. This growth speed was already beyond the Cloud Emperor's imagination. Red Moon Everlasting Sword. The Red Moon Emperor was enraged. His right hand swiped across the crescent moon mark on his forehead, and a crescent moon sword light was blasted at Li Fuchen. Crackle! The void froze and even time had slowed down. The Red Moon Everlasting Sword was the Red Moon Emperor's trump card. This move required the accumulation of power for years and years before the power was sealed at the forehead. Those that can become great emperors are indeed not to be trifled with. Li Fuchen believed that if he only had formidable strength, he would have fallen for the move. It was a pity that he didn't just have formidable strength, he didn't have any shortcomings in other aspects. There were some aspects that surpassed strength, like the spirit soul and the saint spirit. The powerful spiritual awareness allowed Li Fuchen's reaction to not slow down as the Red Moon Emperor's sword prowess expanded. Instead, it was more concentrated. Meteor fall. The Red Moon Emperor's Red Moon Everlasting Sword was definitely similar to Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall. These two sword moves could slow down time. But the Red Moon Everlasting Sword could freeze time. As for Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall, it was extremely fast, so fast that even time appeared to be sluggish. There was a flash of blinding sword light. Bang bang! There was a huge distortion in the void and it wasn't normal. Immediately after, the duo retreated separately. Neither of them injured the other. But because of this, the Red Moon Emperor had already lost. The Red Moon Everlasting Sword was a sword move that he had accumulated for countless years. As for the Meteor Fall, Li Fuchen could execute it at any moment. Who was superior and who was inferior was naturally obvious at a glance. Soul Domain, Soul-Rending Hand. Right at this moment, the world suddenly turned black and white. A gray shadow instantly appeared behind Li Fuchen and clawed at Li Fuchen's body. Soul Emperor, I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen turned around and slashed. The Soul Emperor retreated as he had no choice. This claw attack might be able to injure Li Fuchen's spirit soul and could even tear a piece of Li Fuchen's spirit soul. But if Li Fuchen's sword attack, the Soul Emperor would definitely suffer severe injuries. Most importantly, at that moment earlier, the Soul Emperor felt an intense danger of death. He suspected that if he didn't retreat, he would perish here. You are actually able to resist my soul domain. The Soul Emperor returned to his original position as though he didn't move at all. Chapter 710. Celestial Eye Cult, Stargazing Tower. This tower was 99,000 feet tall, and when standing at the top, the stars that could be seen were several times bigger than the ground. This was the place where the Celestial Eye Emperor would drink tea and observe the stars. What a Li Fuchen! The Celestial Eye Emperor's eyes burst out with blazing radiance. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, no one had ever made the Soul Emperor suffer. Li Fuchen was definitely the first. Even if it was Li Fuchen, he would try his best not to cross moves with the Soul Emperor. It was to prevent the Soul Emperor from seeing through his real strength. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen couldn't understand the Soul Emperor's methods. To be honest, the Celestial Eye Emperor really wanted to help the Vacant Mountain Emperor. It wasn't because he had a good relationship with the Vacant Mountain Emperor, but he didn't want the Soul Emperor to be too powerful. But who knew that the Red Moon Emperor and the Blue Sun Emperor would actually stand on the Soul Emperor's side? As such, even if the Celestial Eye Emperor worked together with the Mystic Dark Emperor and the Safflower Empress, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the Soul Emperor. He, the Celestial Eye Emperor, never fought a battle that he wasn't confident in. When the Safflower Empress invited him to help the Vacant Mountain Emperor, he rejected. In his opinion, the time wasn't right yet. In addition, the Floating Sky Mountain could still last for a long time. With this person helping me to probe the Soul Emperor, it is a rather good opportunity. The Celestial Eye Emperor circulated his celestial eye and tried to see every detail. After all, this was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. If it was other great emperors, they wouldn't be able to probe anything. Even the Soul Emperor can't sneak an attack? Inside the Floating Sky Mountain, everyone was shocked. I didn't misjudge this child. This child is the savior of our Floating Sky Mountain. The Vacant Mountain Emperor, who looked much older, walked out. Mountain Emperor! Everyone bowed and cupped their fists. The Vacant Mountain Emperor waved his hand and said, "Restore the Floating Sky Array to its normal state." Mountain Emperor, the outcome isn't decided yet. It isn't appropriate to change the array rashly. A Floating Sky Mountain Elder objected. The Vacant Mountain Emperor said, "Our Floating Sky Mountain is one of the 7 major Emperor-class factions in the Emperor Sky Continent. If we don't even have this bit of boldness, wouldn't we be the laughing stock of the world?" Furthermore, it is because the outcome isn't decided yet, that is why we have to change the array. By then, if Li Fuchen isn't a match, we will bring him in and prevent him from being harmed by the Soul Emperor. It will also increase our floating sky mountain's foundation. If I didn't guess wrongly, the Safflower Empress should be on her way. This crisis is basically resolved. After the vacant Mountain Emperor's explanation, everyone nodded their heads. Indeed, changing the formation was a necessary choice as the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. The golden foil-like floating formation returned to its normal state and gradually disappeared into the void. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. The Soul Emperor coldly sneered as he saw this. Red Moon Emperor, attack with everything you have. I will support you from the side. The Soul Emperor sent a sound transmission to the Red Moon Emperor. Yes. The Red Moon Emperor nodded and charged at Li Fuchen again. Spirit Domain. The black and white world descended again and pressed down on Li Fuchen. As for the Red Moon Emperor, because he was a Soul Emperor's soul slave, his soul would not be suppressed. Trying to use the Spirit Domain to suppress me? Li Fuchen also sneered and sent the Red Moon Emperor flying with a single sword. Go! The Soul Emperor didn't expect to defeat Li Fuchen with the Spirit Domain. He flicked his hands repeatedly and shot black spheres at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, be careful. This is a soul sphere and it contains the soul poison. The vacant Mountain Emperor's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Back then, Li Fuchen didn't know the mystique of the soul sphere and was accidentally inflicted with the soul poison. Li Fuchen had a clear understanding of the situation. Since it was a soul sphere, regular methods wouldn't be able to deal with it. Even the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent would find it hard to completely seal off the soul poison's penetration. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't think that the soul poison would be effective against him. After all, his soul spirit wasn't a regular soul spirit. However, Li Fuchen didn't wish to take the risk for no reason. Spiritual Awareness Blaze. Li Fuchen executed the Spiritual Awareness secret technique and blasted Spiritual Awareness fireballs at the soul sphere. Bang! The soul sphere exploded. Countless black mist diffused. Under the burning of the Spiritual Awareness flame, the black haze quickly dissipated. Fire Dao Spiritual Awareness secret technique? The Soul Emperor was shocked. Spiritual Awareness secret techniques with attributes were much rarer than regular Spiritual Awareness secret technique. The Soul Emperor's Soul Dao secret technique wasn't afraid of regular Spiritual Awareness secret techniques, but when facing Spiritual Awareness secret techniques with attributes, it would still be restrained. However, the restraint was relative. Li Fuchen's Spiritual Awareness secret technique was dozens of times stronger than the Soul Emperor's imagination. Logically, even if Li Fuchen executed an 8-star Spiritual Awareness secret technique, it shouldn't have such an effect. Soul Stab. The Soul Emperor continued to execute the Soul Dao secret technique while the Red Moon Emperor was in charge of frontal attack. The Soul Emperor believed that as long as he could find a trace of loophole, he would be able to capture Li Fuchen. One had to admit that when the duo worked together, Li Fuchen felt the pressure. If Li Fuchen used his full strength to deal with the Red Moon Emperor, he would definitely be attacked by the Soul Emperor. If Li Fuchen concentrated on dealing with the Soul Emperor, he would be entangled by the Red Moon Emperor. The situation was in a stalemate. Both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Of course, Li Fuchen still had some trump cards and other methods that he hadn't executed yet. He was looking for an opportunity to execute them. Red Flower Extinguishing. Right at this moment, there were 2 red flowers that suddenly bloomed in the void. The 2 red flowers happened to envelop the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. The Soul Emperor's eyes contracted and his body suddenly turned faint. Bang! The red flowers closed and immediately exploded. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen made use of this rare opportunity to blast countless Sect Origin Swords chi at the void where the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor were. Each of the sword chi wasn't considered powerful, but when hundreds of thousands of sword chi were gathered together, it was enough to slaughter the void. Back when Li Fuchen was only at the peak level of primary sea realm, he used this move to injure the blood demonic great ruler. If the blood demonic great ruler was compared to the human great rulers, he would definitely be a top-notch great ruler. PFFF 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 PFFF. The densely packed sword chi was like a violent storm. It was like an apocalyptic flood that drowned the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor's figures. Seeing this scene, the Celestial Eye Emperor's scalp turned numb. He believed that if he faced this move from Li Fuchen, he would definitely be severely injured. Unless he wasn't hit. When the sword chi dispersed, the Soul Emperor vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. As the strongest emperor in the Emperor Sky continent, he wasn't that easy to kill. In fact, if the Safflower Empress didn't appear, Li Fuchen would only be able to injure the Soul Emperor lightly with this move. Right now, the Soul Emperor's injuries weren't that severe. However, the Red Moon Emperor was in a miserable state. His body was riddled with wounds and looked like a hornet's nest. Li Fuchen and the Safflower Empress coordination was too perfect. The Red Moon Emperor didn't even have time to execute his shifting technique. Retreat. The Soul Emperor grabbed the Red Moon Emperor's broken body and instantly vanished. On the other side, the Blue Sun Emperor had also executed the Blue Sun shifting immediately. He turned into a blue sun and vanished completely. But before he left, he still suffered a sword slash from Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art was able to injure even when executing shifting technique. This was when Li Fuchen hadn't condensed the Void Dao heart. Once Li Fuchen comprehended the Void Dao heart, he would be able to kill the Blue Sun Emperor through the void. Of course, by then, Li Fuchen would have already comprehended the Void Heaven Sword art's third move, Void Heaven Sword World. With the Void Heaven Sword World, the Blue Sun Emperor wouldn't have the chance to execute shifting technique. It is said that the Soul Emperor is an absolute prodigy. As compared to you, he isn't considered anything. The Safflower Empress walked out from the void with a glistening red flower on her head. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and said, "Many thanks to the Safflower Empress for your assistance earlier." The Safflower Empress shook her head and said, "With the power of your move earlier, as long as you have some time, the two of them would have retreated pathetically. I merely provided you with an opportunity. Li Fuchen, Safflower Empress, and this young lady, it is all thanks to the three of you." The vacant mountain emperor flew out from the floating sky mountain. The Safflower Empress looked at the vacant mountain emperor and said, "You are inflicted with the soul poison. How is it? Are you all right?" The vacant mountain emperor smiled bitterly and said, "The soul poison is much more formidable than I imagined. I am unable to remove it. You just need to find the soul cleansing herb or a soul Dao expert to help you refine the soul poison," Yan Qingwu said from the side. The vacant mountain emperor looked at Yan Qingwu and said, "I have heard of the soul cleansing herb. It is a pity that my floating sky mountain doesn't have it. As for soul Dao experts, the entire Emperor Sky continent only has the Soul Emperor who is a soul Dao expert." Yan Qingwu looked at Li Fuchen and said, "He is also considered a soul Dao expert." Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I don't dare to claim to be a soul Dao expert, but I can help you take a look." Li Fuchen's spirit soul was indeed very powerful, but his soul Dao methods were too trashy. He only had the soul chain, which was a soul Dao secret technique. The vacant mountain emperor and the Safflower Empress were very shocked. Li Fuchen was actually a soul Dao expert as well. It was no wonder he could defeat the Soul Emperor. "Let's go in first." The vacant mountain emperor invited the trio into the floating sky mountain. Deep into the night, in a hidden room, Li Fuchen's right index finger pointed at the vacant mountain emperor's forehead and his spiritual awareness entered. The vacant mountain emperor's soul sea was dark and it felt like a world that had lost its vitality. In the center of the soul sea there was a gray spirit soul sphere. The gray spirit soul sphere was filled with traces of black. It was obvious that the black color was the soul poison. The black threads were wiggling as though they had spirituality. Li Fuchen didn't dare to use the soul chain to attack the black threads, as he was afraid that he might harm the vacant mountain emperor instead of saving him. He didn't dare to use his spiritual awareness to burn the black threads, as it would also harm the vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul. I can only do this. Li Fuchen circulated his soul power and poured it into the vacant mountain emperor's soul sea. The vacant mountain emperor grunted. When the foreign soul power entered the soul sea, it was still a little harmful to him. What kind of soul power is this? The purple soul power shocked the vacant mountain emperor. According to what he knew, saints' spirit souls were only green in color. Could it be a Soul Dao secret technique? The vacant mountain emperor thought that it was a secret technique that turned Li Fuchen's soul power purple. Once the purple soul power entered the vacant mountain emperor's soul sea, it started to evaporate the black threads. At the same time, it was also evaporating the vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul. It was fortunate that compared to the spirit soul, the soul poison was just an impurity and it was evaporating faster. After one night, the vacant mountain emperor's complexion was even weaker, but his mind was much clearer. Mountain Emperor, take it slow. Prepare more treasures that can increase your essence qi. Li Fuchen withdrew his finger and said, "All right." After knowing that Li Fuchen had a way to resolve the soul poison, the vacant mountain emperor was very happy. Time elapsed and 1 month later, the vacant mountain emperor's soul poison had been completely evaporated. The vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul might have also been evaporated, but it was a blessing in disguise. His spirit soul was now purer and his thoughts were much clearer. Chapter 7:11. The Soul Emperor had held the title of strongest great emperor in the Emperor Sky continent for over a century. It might not be a long time, but the Soul Emperor was only over 300 years old and was younger than all the other great emperors. For over a century, the Soul Emperor had never tasted defeat and was already the symbol of invincibility. Furthermore, over a century ago, the Soul Emperor killed a great emperor and obtained the title of strongest great emperor. Who would have expected that over a century later, someone could actually defeat the Soul Emperor? Furthermore, this person was ridiculously young. The Soul Emperor stepped into the Law Phase realm over 100 years old and became the strongest great emperor over 200 years old. It was unknown when Li Fuchen reached the Law Phase realm, but when he defeated the Soul Emperor, he was at most around 40 years old. A 40-year-old great emperor was already enough to shock the world. Let alone mid-class continents, even high-class continents would be unique. To be able to defeat the Soul Emperor meant that Li Fuchen was extremely strong. To be able to defeat the Soul Emperor at the age of 40 meant that Li Fuchen had boundless potential. When these two things were added up, everyone was extremely shocked. Sword Emperor. Everyone thought of a title at the same time. This title was the same as the title given to Li Fuchen by the Heaven Fire Doyen, Sword Emperor. In fact, it was very normal as the highest title for Sword Dao Emperors was Sword Emperor. Apart from Li Fuchen, who else would dare to call themselves Sword Emperor? Even if it was given to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. As for whether Li Fuchen was worthy of the title of Sword Emperor, no one was worried. What a joke, Li Fuchen was already so powerful at the age of 40. In history, which Sword Emperor was this powerful at the age of 40? The answer was none. Clan of Darkness Headquarters, stop all operations. An order was sent to all the branches of the Clan of Darkness. The Clan of Darkness had once assassinated Li Fuchen, and it wasn't just once or twice. Back then, Li Fuchen was still very weak and the Clan of Darkness could deal with him as they wished. They weren't afraid that Li Fuchen would take revenge. Now that Li Fuchen was a great emperor and wasn't just a regular great emperor, the Clan of Darkness was afraid that Li Fuchen would follow the clues and find their headquarters. By then, the clan of darkness might not be destroyed, but they would suffer great losses. It could be said that Li Fuchen's appearance had changed the situation of the Emperor Sky continent. After curing the vacant Mountain Emperor's soul poison, Li Fuchen planned to visit the Soul Sky Empire's Black Emperor Guild. He and Shangguan Yu were definitely friends. Now that he was back, he naturally had to go and take a look. After arriving at the Black Emperor Guild, Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The entire Black Emperor sect was completely empty. Not a single person could be seen. When the murderous intent rose, Li Fuchen thought it was done by the Soul Emperor. But soon enough, Li Fuchen withdrew his killing intent. The Black Emperor Guild had obviously left the Emperor's Sky continent. That dilapidated teleportation platform still had traces of spatial power. After asking around a nearby faction, Li Fuchen found out that the Black Emperor Guild was persecuted by the Blood Sift Union and had left the Emperor's Sky continent. It's the Blood Sift Union again. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Back then, he didn't have the ability to do anything to the Blood Sift Union. Now that he was a great emperor, a top-notch great emperor, as long as he found the Blood Sift Union, he would definitely destroy it. Li Fuchen, the Imperial Flower Pavilion will be holding the Imperial Flower Feast 1 month later. We can go and take a look. On this day, the vacant Mountain Emperor said to Li Fuchen. Imperial Flower Feast? Li Fuchen didn't have a good impression of the Imperial Flower Pavilion. It was a faction that relied on others and nurtured the imperial flowers and famed flowers. They were no different from high-class socialites. The vacant Mountain Emperor said, "The Imperial Flower Feast is the #1 grand feast of the Emperor's Sky continent. Not only will most of the human emperors attend, the demonic beast emperors will also attend, including the demonic beast great emperors." Is that so? Then I shall go and take a look. Li Fuchen nodded. The Emperor's Sky continent wasn't just the human race's world. The demonic beast race shouldn't be underestimated either. Previously, the human race had 7 great emperors on the surface, and with the Dark Knight Emperor, who was in the dark, there were a total of 8 great emperors. The demonic beast race also had 4 great emperors on the surface. 1 month later, the Imperial Flower Feast was held as scheduled. The venue was the Rainbow Garden at the Imperial Flower Pavilion's headquarters. This garden was a floating garden that the Imperial Flower Pavilion's pavilion master had spent an enormous amount of resources to set up. There were countless precious flowers planted inside, and there was even a Rainbow Spirit Formation. This Rainbow Spirit Formation was a peak grade 8 spirit formation, and it wasn't as simple as it looked. On this day, various human emperors and demonic beast emperors flew towards the Rainbow Garden. The Rainbow Garden is indeed worthy of its name. The rainbow energy here is truly relaxing. The Rainbow Garden is one of the rare cultivation sacred lands in the Emperor's Sky continent. It is said that cultivating here will allow one to radiate with radiance. The Imperial Flower Pavilion's imperial flowers and famed flowers are so beautiful, and it is definitely related to cultivating in the Rainbow Garden. After arriving at the Rainbow Garden, there were beautiful female attendants who received them. There were some familiar human emperors who were interacting with each other. Hurry up and look, it is the Green Nacre Empress. Everyone's eyes landed on a female Law Phase Realm Emperor who had just landed. This female Law Phase Realm Emperor was wearing green clothes and a phoenix hairpin. She looked extremely luxurious and gorgeous. The Green Nacre Empress was a 6th-level emperor and was one of the followers of the Celestial Eye Emperor. As a female empress, the Green Nacre Empress was extremely popular no matter where she went. After all, among the Law Phase Realm Emperors, the male-to-female ratio was too low, and it wasn't even 10:1. Furthermore, the Green Nacre Empress was one of the best among the female emperors. As of now, the Green Nacre Empress had yet to choose a Tao companion. The Celestial Eye Emperor had once indicated that he wanted to marry her, but she rejected. In her opinion, the Celestial Eye Emperor was too old. The Tao companion in her heart didn't just have strength. He also had to have potential and couldn't be too old. Otherwise, she would rather be alone. It was a pity that there were too few people who fit the criteria. The Soul Emperor was one, but the Soul Emperor was too dangerous. The Green Nacre Empress didn't plan to place herself in such a dangerous situation. I heard that the Sword Emperor is only 40 years old. I really don't know how he became a great emperor at the age of 40. The Green Nacre Empress was very curious about Li Fuchen. She was participating in the Imperial Flower Feast mainly to witness Li Fuchen's prowess. She didn't have any thoughts for now. It was purely a woman's curiosity. Time elapsed and soon enough, another female emperor arrived. This female emperor was an old woman, and behind the old woman was an absolute beauty. If Li Fuchen was here, he would definitely recognize them as the White Fox race's chieftain, Hu Hongxiu and Hu Ling. Hu Hongxiu was a demonic beast ruler while Hu Ling was a demonic beast king. During the Imperial Flower Feast, human emperors or demonic beast rulers were allowed to bring some people with unlimited cultivation levels. Chieftain, this place is so beautiful. It is much more beautiful than the ancient desolate mountains. Hu Ling acted like a lass who had never seen the world. She looked around and couldn't help touching the flowers. Hu Hongxiu said, "Don't be so careless. Those that are here are human emperors and demonic beast rulers. We cannot afford to offend them." Hu Ling nodded and had a much more reserved expression. However, her eyes still couldn't help looking around. "Lu Luo, I didn't think that you would choose a cripple as your Dao companion. I really don't know what you are thinking." In a corner of the Rainbow Garden, a woman and two men were standing there. The woman was one of the 36 famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion, Lu Luo. As for the two men, one of them was the evil monarch who lost an arm, while the other was a horse-faced middle-aged man. Lu Luo's cultivation was already at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, while the evil monarch was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. As for the horse-faced middle-aged man, he was a 2nd-level emperor. The cause of the incident was that the horse-faced middle-aged man had been pursuing Lu Luo. Putting aside the fact that Lu Luo rejected him, she even chose the evil monarch who had lost an arm and was inferior to him as her Dao companion. It made the horse-faced middle-aged man extremely furious. Lu Luo frowned and said, "Iron Wall Martial Emperor, it is my freedom to choose my Dao companion. You don't have to worry about it." She and the evil monarch got to know each other in the Saint's Garden and Li Fuchen was there too. After some interactions, Lu Luo and the evil monarch felt that they were very suitable for each other. Therefore, they got together. Of course, before deciding to be together, Lu Luo had considered it carefully. As the famed flower of the Imperial Flower Pavilion, she couldn't choose a person who didn't have great potential. If the evil monarch didn't have great potential, she wouldn't have chosen him. It was fortunate that the evil monarch might have lost an arm, but he had great potential. It shouldn't be a problem for him to step into the law phase realm within a few dozen years. "Kid, you dare to snatch my Iron Wall Martial Emperor's woman. I advise you to reconsider." The Iron Wall Martial Emperor didn't dare to do anything to Lu Luo, but it was a simple task to deal with the evil monarch. The evil monarch was once the strongest expert in the East Unicorn continent and had his own pride. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter to you whether I want to or not. Lu Luo, let's go." While speaking, the evil monarch pulled Lu Luo's hand and left. "Humph, I hope you don't regret it." The Iron Wall Martial Emperor clenched his fist tightly while his eyes flashed with deep murderous intent. On the small path in the garden, Lu Luo said to the evil monarch, "You don't have to be angry. I believe that you will also become a Law Phase Realm Emperor in a short period of time." "I will." The evil monarch nodded. Earlier on, he felt that he was still too weak. If he was a Law Phase Realm Emperor, would the Iron Wall Martial Emperor dare to speak so ruthlessly to him? As time elapsed, more and more human emperors and demonic beast rulers arrived. Among them were the Law Phase Realm Emperors from the Soul Sky Empire, Red Moon Empire, and Blue Sun Empire. Chapter 712. The Mystic Dark Heavenly Emperor is here. The Celestial Eye Emperor is here. That is the Safflower Empress. Seeing that it was getting late, the Great Emperors finally arrived. Looking at the Great Emperor, who was talking cheerfully, everyone revealed looks of admiration and respect. Emperors were existences that stood at the peak of the continent. Their every word and action could affect the entire continent. They were the main characters of the Imperial Flower Feast, while the others were merely supporting characters. The Blue Sun Emperor is here. Isn't he afraid of encountering the Sword Emperor alone? The Sword Emperor might be formidable, but if the Blue Sun Emperor wanted to escape, the Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Shoo, lower your voice. The conflict between martial monarchs is not something you and I can discuss. Be careful of your words. Everyone discussed in low voices. Blue Sun Emperor, you actually dare to come. The Safflower Empress ridiculed. The Blue Sun Emperor grinned and said, Why can't I come? Could this Imperial Flower Feast be hosted by you? The Sovereign Flower Feast is naturally not organized by me. I'm just afraid that when you meet the Sword Emperor later, you won't even dare to fart. The Safflower Empress continued to ridicule. After hearing what was said, the Blue Sun Emperor was infuriated. His grand and blazing aura locked onto the Safflower Empress as though he was about to make a move. Whoosh! A seven-colored radiance brushed past the Blue Sun Emperor's body and swept away his battle intent and murderous aura. Blue Sun Emperor, this is the Imperial Flower Feast. Please give me some face. A pleasant voice entered the ears of the Blue Sun Emperor. The Blue Sun Emperor ultimately didn't make a move. Of course, he also didn't intend to make a move just now. Everyone thought that the Imperial Flower Pavilion relied on others to survive, but only a few people knew that the Imperial Flower Pavilion mistress wasn't a simple character. The Blue Sun Emperor suspected that the Imperial Flower Pavilion mistress was a great emperor herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Imperial Flower Feast organized by the Imperial Flower Pavilion. Haha, I heard that there is a Sword Emperor in your human clan. Where is the Sword Emperor? Come out and let me, the Sky Horn Great Sovereign, take a look. Not long after the Blue Sun Emperor arrived, a thunderous voice exploded in the sky above the Rainbow Garden. Everyone looked up. In the sky, a flood dragon was pulling a luxurious carriage as it flew over. TSK. He actually used a flood dragon to pull the carriage. This flood dragon is obviously a low-tier demonic beast Tharch. Its strength isn't inferior to a mid-level emperor. Only the Sky Horn Great Ruler can let a flood dragon pull his carriage. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was the leader of the 4 great rulers of the demon race. His strength was extremely terrifying. Hundreds of years ago, the Sky Horn Great Ruler had fought with the 3 great rulers of the human race. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the 3 great rulers of the human race were defeated and the Sky Horn Great Ruler was unharmed. Everyone speculated that the Sky Horn Great Ruler's direct combat strength was above that of the Soul Emperor. The carriage was very big, like a small palace. Inside sat a majestic middle-aged man with a sharp horn on his forehead. The majestic middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying himself. In his arms was a woman, and on his right was a woman who was feeding him wine. In addition, there were 6 other women who were either playing the zither or playing the flute, singing and dancing, or teasing him. Sky Horn Great Emperor, what brings you here? The Celestial Eye Emperor said. Among the 4 great emperors of the demon race, the Sky Horn Great Emperor rarely came out. He always hid behind the scenes. The Sky Horn Great Ruler laughed and said, I heard that the human race produced a Sword Emperor. I, the Sky Horn Great Ruler, naturally wished to take a look. The Sword Emperor's existence had already threatened his status, therefore, he had no choice but to come out. Immediately after, one of the 4 great emperors, the golden-winged great ruler had arrived too. As one of the 4 great emperors, the golden-winged great ruler had the fastest speed and was born with shifting technique. Furthermore, his shifting technique's distance was far beyond any human great ruler. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if the golden-winged great ruler wanted to escape, not even 100 great emperors would be able to do anything to him. Look, the Soul Emperor is here. Is that the Red Moon Emperor? Why does he feel a little strange? Everyone's eyes shifted from the other great emperors to the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. After losing to Li Fuqian, the Soul Emperor's prestige had dropped a little. But a person's fame was like a tree's shadow. No one dared to underestimate the Soul Emperor. To be serious, the Soul Emperor might have been defeated by Li Fuqian due to carelessness. After all, who would have expected Li Fuqian's strength to be this powerful? If it was any other great emperor, without knowing the other party's strength, they would inevitably suffer a loss. The Soul Emperor didn't change much, but the Red Moon Emperor beside the Soul Emperor had a drastic change in appearance. The Red Moon Emperor had a sinister aura and his eyes were filled with ferocity and tyranny. As compared to before, he was 30% more terrifying and 30% less prowess of a great emperor. Soul Emperor, I heard that you were defeated by the Sword Emperor. It seems like you aren't that great after all. The Sky Horn Great Ruler mocked. The Soul Emperor had a calm expression and said, "If there is an opportunity, we can spar. We will definitely spar. Otherwise, only a few people in the Emperor Sky continent will know of my prowess." The Sky Horn Great Ruler's most famous battle was with the 3 human great rulers a few hundred years ago. After that, he basically didn't have any battles. It wasn't just the humans who had forgotten about his prowess, even the demonic beasts felt that he might not be stronger than the 3 demonic beast great rulers. Hence, apart from meeting the legendary Sword Emperor, he mainly wanted to tell everyone that he, the Sky Horn Great Ruler, was the #1 expert of the Emperor Sky continent a few hundred years ago. After a few hundred years, he was still the #1 expert of the Emperor Sky continent. This year's Imperial Flower Feast was much more bustling than everyone imagined. Nearly 70% of the emperors in the Emperor Sky continent were here. The demonic beasts had also sent dozens of demonic beast rulers. Hu Hongxiu, are you certain that the Sword Emperor is that person that appeared in the ancient desolate mountains? The fierce tiger ruler and Hu Hongxiu were seated in a pavilion. Hu Hongxiu said, "I am 80% certain. If it is true, then it is truly shocking." The fierce tiger ruler was overwhelmed with emotions. Back then, Li Fuqian was already strong enough. He was able to contest with Law Phase realm experts when he was only at the primary sea realm. The current Li Fuqian was definitely dozens of times, or close to 100 times, stronger than before. As time elapsed, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor had also arrived. Originally, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor wouldn't arrive so late, but he had been in seclusion. After he exited seclusion, his subordinates immediately sent a message and he rushed over. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was in an extremely good mood. He had great gains in the Saint Monument Hidden Domain, and there was a seed of fear growing in his heart. After a few years of seclusion, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor finally condensed the 6th emotion seed, the seed of fear. In other words, he was already a great emperor. The smile on his face didn't last for long. When he found out that the Soul Emperor was defeated by the Sword Emperor and that the Sword Emperor was Li Fuqian, he felt as though he had swallowed 1,000 flies and felt uncomfortable. How is this possible? The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor didn't dare to believe this fact. It had only been a few years, and it was already praiseworthy for other prodigies to break through one level. Li Fuqian actually broke through an entire level, and his strength was now at the level of a top-class great emperor. There was this moment when the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor felt that his years of hard work had instantly become worthless. I have made everyone wait for a long time. Just as the seven emotions martial emperor was in a dilemma, Li Fuchen and the others finally arrived. The one speaking was the vacant mountain emperor. As compared to 2 months ago, he was glowing and full of vigor. He didn't look like he was injured at all. The soul poison is neutralized? The soul emperor's eyes contracted. As a soul Dao cultivator, he knew clearly how difficult it was to neutralize the soul poison. It wasn't exaggerating to say that unless one's cultivation was at the half-saint or saint level, it was basically impossible to neutralize the vacant mountain emperor's soul poison. After eliminating all possibilities, the soul emperor finally came to a conclusion. A soul Dao cultivator had neutralized the soul poison for the vacant mountain emperor. Subconsciously, the soul emperor's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu stood side by side. One of them was handsome and refined, while the other was devastatingly beautiful. They were said to be a perfect couple. It is rather lively. After taking a glance at the rainbow garden, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. It is rather lively. Most of the emperors of the Emperor Sky continent should be here. Yan Qingwu nodded. These fellows still dare to come. It seems like this imperial flower feast isn't simple. When Li Fuchen saw the Soul Emperor, the Red Moon Emperor, the Blue Sun Emperor, and the others, he pondered for a moment and felt that the Imperial Flower Pavilion might not be as simple as he thought. It is Chu Qingyan's honor for everyone to grace us with your presence. A graceful figure descended from the rainbow. Chu Qingyan? Yan Qingwu frowned. Why? Do you know her? Li Fuchen asked. Yan Qingwu said, this name is very familiar. But that person shouldn't appear in the Emperor Sky continent. Saint Spirit continent? Li Fuchen revealed a trace of surprise. Yan Qingwu nodded. The graceful figure's face was covered by a rainbow-colored veil, and only a pair of eyes could be seen vaguely through the veil. It is indeed her, Yan Qingwu said resolutely. Interesting. Chapter 713. Li Fuchen found out from Yan Qingwu that Chu Qingyan was also from the Saint Spirit continent and was also a ranker on the Great Emperor rankings. Chu Qingyan was already extremely powerful a few dozen years ago. She might not be stronger than the Soul Emperor, but she was at least top 3 in the Emperor Sky continent. After a few dozen years, it was unknown how Chu Qingyan arrived at the Imperial Flower Pavilion. In addition, the Imperial Flower Pavilion had been established for a few dozen years. It was unknown how Chu Qingyan became the new pavilion mistress. Yan Qingwu recognized Chu Qingyan, but Chu Qingyan didn't recognize Yan Qingwu. After all, Yan Qingwu wasn't the Yan Qingwu of the Saint Spirit continent. Since everyone is here, let the Imperial Flower Feast begin. Chu Qingyan clapped her hands. In an instant, ethereal and tranquil music echoed. An outstanding lady was dancing in the flowers. With the help of the rainbow array, everyone felt as though they had arrived at a paradise on earth. As compared to this, the scene inside the Sky Horn Great Ruler's carriage was much more vulgar and unpresentable. There were plenty of pavilions, and everyone chose a pavilion to sit down in. Li Fuchen's pavilion had a total of 5 individuals. They were the Vacant Mountain Emperor, the Safflower Empress Yan Qingwu, the Cloud Emperor, and Li Fuchen. Originally, the Cloud Emperor wasn't qualified to sit in this pavilion. After all, even the weakest Yan Qingwu was already 1 foot into the ranks of great emperors. The Cloud Emperor wasn't even a high-level emperor and naturally wasn't qualified to sit with the 4 of them. Furthermore, the Cloud Emperor didn't wish to sit here either. He felt that it was more comfortable to sit with emperors of the same level. But under Li Fuchen's request, the Cloud Emperor still stayed. It didn't matter how strong Li Fuchen was now, the Cloud Emperor was still his senior and benefactor. Li Fuchen had already treated the Cloud Emperor as his senior. Then I shall shamelessly stay. The Cloud Emperor cupped his fist and laughed. The Vacant Mountain Emperor said, "What shamelessly? As compared to elderly, you and I are the same. We are just people with mediocre aptitude." Right now, Li Fuchen wasn't a direct line disciple of the floating sky mountain anymore, he was a guest elder. After all, which faction's direct line disciple would be stronger than the sect patriarch? The Safflower Empress nodded. I am 450 years old this year, and I am over 10 times older than the Sword Emperor. Compared to the Sword Emperor, my aptitude is rather mediocre. The vacant Mountain Emperor laughed and said, Safflower Empress, your aptitude is much better than ours. At least you still have hopes of advancing to become a saint. I don't even have any hopes of advancing. He was too old. Among the great emperors of the human race, he was in existence of the same generation as the Celestial Eye Emperor. He was already more than 1,500 years old. The Safflower Empress said, You can't say it like that. Heavenly Emperor is basically the peak. I remember that when I was young, you were already a Heavenly Emperor. Now you are still a Heavenly Emperor. Maybe in a few hundred years, I will be the same as you, stuck in this realm, unable to advance. Law Phase realm emperors could only live for 2,000 years. Even if they cultivated the body refinement Tao to the primary sea realm, they would only be able to live for 3,000 years. 3,000 years was nothing in the world of martial arts cultivation. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who had almost no shackles. Many people stayed in one place for hundreds or even thousands of years. So you're the Sword Emperor? You don't look like much. A domineering voice was heard all of a sudden. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't the Sky Horn Great Ruler? Li Fuchen looked over in response. Li Fuchen's eyes didn't land on the Sky Horn Great Ruler, but on a female servant beside the Sky Horn Great Ruler. This female servant's appearance might have changed a little, but Li Fuchen immediately recognized that this female servant was the Petrified Queen. Back then, before the evil king was born, the Petrified Queen was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn continent. She was the supreme ruler of the demonic 10 regions. She might have been surpassed by the evil king later on, and then encountered Li Fuchen's powerful rise, but the Petrified Queen was still someone that couldn't be neglected. The world was unpredictable. Who would have expected that the Petrified Queen, who had boundless glory, would now become someone else's female servant, even though that person was the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers, the Sky Horn Great Ruler. Petrified Queen, long time no see. Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted into the Petrified Queen's ears. Li Fuchen, you are the Sword Emperor? The Petrified Queen had been following the Sky Horn Great Ruler and wasn't well informed. After arriving at the Rainbow Garden, she only found out that the Emperor Sky Continent had a Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. She originally thought that it was just someone with the same name, but after seeing Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen was certain that Li Fuchen was the Sword Emperor. When facing the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen had complicated emotions. There were some people who would be so dazzling no matter where they went. In the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen rose abruptly and dominated the continent's fate. In the Emperor Sky continent, Li Fuchen was still a pinnacle existence. The complicated emotions quickly dispersed as the Petrified Queen pleaded, Sword Emperor, please save me. I don't wish to become the Sky Horn Great Ruler's female servant. She was prideful, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to cultivate to the low-tier demonic beast king realm in such a short period of time. What exactly is going on? It was impossible for Li Fuchen to offend the Sky Horn Great Ruler for no reason. Li Fuchen knew of the Sky Horn Great Ruler. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was already extremely powerful a few hundred years ago. It was unknown what level the Sky Horn Great Ruler was at now. Before the Petrified Queen transmitted a message, the Sky Horn Great Ruler's face turned dark when he saw Li Fuchen ignoring him and staring at his female servant instead. He chuckled and said, Sword Emperor, is my female servant so beautiful? Since you like her, why don't I give her to you? But I am rather interested in that human female beside you too. Why don't we exchange? Yan Qingwu's temperament and appearance were undoubtedly top-notch. Compared to Yan Qingwu, all the famous flowers that were performing at the scene paled in comparison. Courting death. Yan Qingwu frowned and shot a black thread at the Sky Horn Great Ruler from her eyes. Insignificant tricks. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's eyes burst out with divine light and dispersed the black thread. Hot enough, I like it. The Sky Horn Great Ruler laughed heartily and didn't mind. Li Fuchen shifted his gaze from the petrified queen to the Sky Horn Great Ruler. Sky Horn Great Ruler, you are even more foolish and arrogant than I imagined. If it was Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be willing to offend someone that wasn't inferior to the Soul Emperor for no reason. But the Sky Horn Great Ruler just had to do it. In Li Fuchen's opinion, it was foolish and arrogant. You dare to say that I am foolish and arrogant? The Sky Horn Great Ruler had an expression of disbelief. No one had ever dared to say that he was foolish, never. Sky Horn Great Ruler, this person is the Sword Emperor. What doesn't he dare to say? A voice echoed, and it had a trace of hidden bewitchment. 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, you are courting death. Li Fuchen's murderous intent burst out. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was the most adept at bewitching people's hearts. The 7 Emotions divine technique cultivated by the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor and was very sensitive to emotions. Unless it was someone with extremely powerful spirit soul like Li Fuchen or the Soul Emperor, otherwise, even if the person was stronger than the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, they might be bewitched and do something that deviated from their principles. Once at the Rainbow Garden, Li Fuchen saw the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. In order to give the Imperial Flower Pavilion some face, Li Fuchen didn't touch the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. Otherwise, he would have already made a move. Did the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor really think that Li Fuchen didn't dare to make a move? Li Fuchen didn't use any spiritual awareness attacks as he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor with the 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. He would only be able to make the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor suffer a little. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, if Li Fuchen wasn't excluded, then the Soul Emperor would definitely be ranked first and the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor would be ranked second. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor cultivated the 7 Emotions divine technique and emotions were the embodiment of the spiritual energy. It would be strange if his spiritual awareness wasn't powerful. The void distorted and cracked. Invisible sharp radiance shrouded the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor's location. As Li Fuchen's understanding of the void law grew deeper, Li Fuchen's void heaven sword art was getting stronger day by day. The void heaven sword intent was naturally extremely sharp. When this sword intent burst out, it was impossible to block unless one was a great emperor. Furthermore, even a great emperor wouldn't be able to contest with just martial Dao intent. Li Fuchen had the sword heart. The sword heart could increase the sword Dao law's power by at least 3 times. Damn it! The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor had a change of expression. A layer of intent was emitted and blasted at the void heaven sword intent. Bang! The pavilion that the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was in suddenly exploded. At the crucial moment, there was a 7-colored radiance that froze the void and prevented the shock waves from spreading out. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor pointed at Li Fuchen and said, "You dare to make a move?" Li Fuchen's strength was beyond his imagination. He thought that after progressing to a great emperor, even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, there would be a limit. However, a single sword intent was enough to injure the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. If it was an unrestrained battle, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Why wouldn't I dare to make a move? Li Fuchen sneered and blasted the void heaven sword intent at the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. Sword Emperor, this is the Imperial Flower Feast, please give me some face. The 7-colored radiance wanted to freeze the void heaven sword intent but realized that it was only delayed. This made Chu Qingyan frown. The seven-colored radiance was the power of the rainbow array, and the rainbow array was a top-notch Class 8 array. It contained profound laws and was extremely profound, but it wasn't able to freeze Li Fuchen's sword intent. Chu Qingyan didn't know what level Li Fuchen's sword intent was at. Li Fuchen didn't bother about Chu Qingyan and suddenly executed the meteor sword intent. The extremely fast meteor sword intent couldn't be blocked by the seven-colored radiance and was immediately penetrated. Immediately after, the seven emotions martial emperor's intent was penetrated. But in the end, after penetrating 2 layers of obstruction, the meteor sword intent still dispersed. Such power! Some of the people that had never witnessed Li Fuchen's methods couldn't help but gasp. Li Fuchen didn't continue to make a move and looked at Chu Qingyan. This person has a foul mouth and couldn't control his anger. Please forgive him. You. The seven emotions martial emperor was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 7:14. You do have some strength. No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly. The Sky Horn Emperor's expression turned grave when he saw this scene. However, it was still far from enough to make him fearful. The demon race's nomological comprehension naturally couldn't compare to the human race's, but the demon race's bloodline and defense were something that the human race couldn't compare to. If Li Fuchen only had this ability, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Sky Horn Great Emperor, I wonder if you are satisfied with this sword? Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword without any warning and cleaved. The intense sword chi ignored the power of the rainbow array and cleaved open the pavilion that the Sky Horn Great Ruler was in. It separated the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the petrified queen. Immediately after, Li Fuchen used his left hand to use the Sky Ring sword armor to protect the petrified queen and pull her over. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Not only did the Sky Horn Emperor fail to react, but even Chu Qingyan failed to react in time. By the time the duo reacted, the petrified queen was already by Li Fuchen's side. A heaven-class high-tier sword. Chu Qingyan raised her eyebrows. Although the laws contained in the heaven-grade high-tier weapons were only at the level of a heaven-grade high-tier weapon, which was similar to everyone else's comprehension of the laws, a portion of the weapon's laws came from the heavenly Tao and contained the heavenly Tao. When laws of the same level encountered the heaven and earth Tao aura, they would undoubtedly be inferior. Without a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, even if he was a half-saint, he wouldn't be able to execute this sword move so smoothly. In order to prevent Li Fuchen and the seven emotions martial emperor from fighting, Chu Qingyan had increased the power of the array. Bastard! The Sky Horn Great Ruler was so angry that his face turned green. There was a pfff sound as he pulled out the horn on his forehead. The horn enlarged and was about to cleave at Li Fuchen. Sky Horn Great Emperor, don't be impatient. Chu Qingyan pressed her right hand down, and an intense seven-colored radiance restrained the Sky Horn Great Tharch. The Sky Horn Great Tharch was indignant and struggled to break free from the seven-colored radiance. But this time, Chu Qingyan was determined not to let any more incidents happen during the Imperial Flower Feast. The rainbow array formation revolved to the extreme, and a miniature rainbow descended, freezing the void where the Sky Horn Tharch was. Chu Qingyan, what do you mean by this? The Heavenly Horn Great Sovereign glared at Chu Qingyan. Only then did he realize that Chu Qingyan's strength was definitely at the level of a great emperor. Moreover, she was at the level of a peak great emperor. Coupled with the peak level 8 formation, it was impossible for him to make a move casually. The Sky Horn Great Ruler wasn't the only one who could tell that Chu Qingyan was a great emperor. The others could also tell that she was a great emperor. In other words, the Emperor Sky Continent no longer had 7 major Emperor-class factions, but 8 major Emperor-class factions. If the hidden clan of darkness was included, it would be 9 major Emperor-class factions. Chu Qingyan's expression turned solemn. I've said it before, this is the Imperial Flower Feast, I hope everyone can give me some face. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was still furious. Then why didn't you suppress him when he attacked? Why? Do you think that I, the Sky Horn Great Ruler, am a pushover? If Chu Qinyan did not give him an explanation, he decided to erupt with the power of his bloodline. He refused to believe that he could not break this formation. Chu Qinyan took a glance at Li Fuchen and smiled bitterly in her heart. With the Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, Li Fuchen would suffer very little suppression in the Rainbow Array. Unless she disregarded everything and shed all pretenses to obstruct Li Fuchen, it was impossible to obstruct him. Furthermore, if Li Fuchen was infuriated, she didn't think that he would be easier to get along with than the Sky Horn Great Ruler. In fact, among everyone, there were 3 individuals that gave her a dangerous feeling. The first was Li Fuchen, the second was the Soul Emperor, and the third was the Sky Horn Great Ruler. Of course, most importantly, she didn't wish to fall out with Li Fuchen. Whether she could return to the Saint Spirit continent might depend on Li Fuchen in the future. She didn't wish to stay another day in this mid-class continent. Only by returning to the Saint Spirit continent would she have the chance to become a half-saint or even a saint. Chu Qinyan said, "Sky Horn Great Ruler, you should be most proud of your defense. I am afraid that your defense won't be able to block the opponent's Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. If you insist on fighting, I will not stop you." At this moment, Li Fuchen also said, "Sky Horn Great Ruler, if you wish to fight, then fight outside." Li Fuchen might not be able to kill the Sky Horn Great Ruler, but he was still able to injure the Sky Horn Great Ruler. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Just as he was preparing to make a move, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's expression changed a few times before he found another pavilion and sat down. "Chu Qinyan, I will give you some face. Sword Emperor, I will let you keep your life for now." "Kiki, there is no need for such a glib tongue." Li Fuchen sneered. This battle ultimately didn't happen, but everyone had already made up their minds. The Sword Emperor was indeed the Sword Emperor. Even the Sky Horn Great Ruler was suppressed by him. However, this Sword Emperor seemed rather lustful. He actually forcefully seized the Sky Horn Great Ruler's servant girl, and she was a demonic beast king. Of course, there were some who had some ideas. If the Sword Emperor wasn't lustful, they wouldn't be able to get close to him. Since the Sword Emperor was lustful, as long as they catered to his liking, they might be able to befriend the Sword Emperor and obtain his protection. Domineering. The Green Nacre Empress had to admit that she was tempted. Li Fuchen had practically gathered all of her fantasies of a Dao companion. Young, powerful, and domineering. But when thinking about her own conditions, the Green Nacre Empress felt a little sad. As compared to others, she was very young and wasn't even 300 years old. But as compared to Li Fuchen, she was much older. Perhaps to Law Fei's realm emperors, a difference of a few hundred years wasn't considered a difference. But when looking at Yan Qingwu, who was beside Li Fuchen, the Green Nacre Empress knew that she didn't have any chance. She didn't think that Li Fuchen was a lustful individual, and there was probably a hidden reason. Young master is too domineering. Hu Ling had a face of worship. Hu Hongxiu nodded and warned Hu Ling "Lass, don't let your imagination run wild. You and the Sword Emperor aren't from the same world." Hu Ling nodded, but in her heart, she was determined to cultivate properly. Only when she was strong enough would she be able to enter the young master's world. The Imperial Flower Feast continued and the atmosphere became harmonious again. On the side, the Safflower Empress said, "Sword Emperor, you have to be careful of the Soul Emperor and the Sky Horn Great Ruler." The Soul Emperor seemed to have transmitted a message to the Sky Horn Great Ruler earlier. The Soul Emperor must have contacted the Sky Horn Great Ruler to deal with elderly. "We have to be on guard." The vacant Mountain Emperor was rather worried. Li Fuchen said, I saw it, but I don't think they can do anything. Li Fuchen had his own confidence. He wasn't simply strong. If he relied on his strength, he would have died countless times in this lifetime. After the 36 famed flowers performed, it was the imperial flower's turn. The first imperial flower was an absolute beauty who was wearing a green dress and had picturesque facial features. As soon as the woman stepped onto the stage, even the martial monarchs were attracted to her. What an absolute beauty! Some of the Law Phase realm emperors were panting heavily. They believed that they were used to seeing beauties in the mortal world, but as compared to this green-dressed imperial flower, they were definitely insignificant. This imperial flower pavilion has put in a lot of effort. They actually have the Empress Countenance technique for the imperial flowers to cultivate. Yan Qingwu said with astonishment. Empress Countenance technique. Li Fuchen and the others looked at Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu explained, the Empress Countenance technique is a cultivation technique that can transform a person's appearance and aura. On the Saint Spirit continent there is a sect called the Empress Countenance sect. This Empress Countenance technique is the sect's defining cultivation technique. However, the Imperial Flower Pavilion's Empress Countenance technique shouldn't be complete, because only the Empress Countenance sect patriarch and the successor are qualified to cultivate the complete Empress Countenance technique. How can there be such a cultivation technique? The Safflower Empress didn't understand. She didn't know what continent was the Saint Spirit continent, but the Empress Countenance technique was too useless. For a martial artist's cultivation, eternal youth was just a small goal. Immortality, eternity, and strength were what a martial artist should pursue. Yan Qingwu shook her head. Don't underestimate the Empress Countenance technique. This cultivation technique can use one's aura to affect others and even affect the circulation of heaven and earth laws. If the Empress Countenance sect patriarch is here personally, no one here would be able to withstand a smile from him. Perhaps you can. Yan Qingwu was referring to Li Fuchen. So incredible. Including the Cloud Emperor, no one could understand how a person's aura could be so powerful. What was the difference between this and an illusion technique? Any Tao that reaches the extremity can be immortal. There is no need to feel strange. Li Fuchen didn't think much of it. The great Tao contained everything. Since emotions could be cultivated, why couldn't one's aura be cultivated? In this aspect, Li Fuchen's acceptance was far superior to anyone else. Yan Qingwu nodded. No wonder Li Fuchen was able to cultivate to this level. His mentality had determined his outlook. Everyone else's outlook was too small and limited. They only knew how to cultivate bitterly. After the green dress imperial flower, it was the yellow dress imperial flower. The two of them had different appearances and auras, but in terms of attractiveness, they were equally outstanding. Everyone could feel a different kind of extreme beauty. Sword Emperor, I wonder what these two imperial flowers are like. Right at this moment, Chu Qingyan transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Not bad. Li Fuchen replied. Since the Sword Emperor likes them, I can give them to the Sword Emperor. Be it as Tao companions or as concubines, it is up to the Sword Emperor. It is a pity that my Imperial Flower Pavilion only has 2 imperial flowers for now. If I nurture more imperial flowers in the future, I can give them to the Sword Emperor. Chu Qingyan said straightforwardly. If Li Fuchen was another person, they would probably agree. It didn't matter what the other party's request was, as long as it wasn't disadvantageous to them, they wouldn't mind agreeing. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't moved. Pavilion Mistress Chu, if you have something to say, just say it. Chu Qingyan muttered for a moment and said, I hope that the Sword Emperor can help me with something. What is it? I hope that the Sword Emperor can enter the Curse Temple with me. Curse Temple? Li Fuchen said, the Curse Temple is the #1 dangerous place in the Emperor Sky continent. Pavilion Mistress Chu is overestimating me. The Curse Temple wasn't a regular place. Even great emperors would be in danger in the outer area. As for the core area, no one had ever walked out, including great emperors. Chapter 7:15. Why should I help you? Li Fuchen asked. Chu Qinyan said, in fact, you aren't just helping me, you are also helping yourself. If you stay in the Emperor Sky continent for the rest of your life, does the Sword Emperor think you can become a saint? Uncertain. Li Fuchen said. In fact, even if Li Fuchen stayed in the Emperor Sky continent, he was confident he could become a saint, but he would need to spend a lot more time. Chu Qinyan shook her head. It isn't impossible, it is simply impossible. It is extremely difficult to step into the saint realm in high-class continent. Only the most astounding prodigies would have hope. In mid-class continents, even a 9-star bone frame wouldn't be able to step into the saint realm. They would just die of old age here. Li Fuchen didn't say anything and listened. To be honest, I am not from the Emperor Sky continent. I am from a high-class continent, the Saint Spirit continent. Due to a special reason, I came to the Emperor Sky continent a few dozen years ago. After so many years, I have been searching for a method to return to the Saint Spirit continent. Later on, I found out from ancient texts that the Curse Temple is connected to the Saint Spirit continent. Therefore, I hope that the Sword Emperor can enter the Curse Temple with me. Chu Qinyan explained patiently. Li Fuchen said, isn't it said that it is impossible to construct teleportation arrays between mid-class and high-class continents? Chu Qinyan said, with the obstruction of the continent willpower, it is indeed impossible to construct teleportation arrays. But the Curse Temple is different. It is said that this is the temple of the Curse Heaven Lord. When facing the Curse Heaven Lord's chi presence, even high-class continent willpower will temporarily retreat. It also means that as long as you are strong enough, it isn't a problem. Yes, when you are strong enough, everything that is impossible will become possible. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to agree. Let me consider. He would definitely visit a high-class continent, but he might not go through the Curse Temple. All right. Chu Qinyan nodded. Li Fuchen then told Yan Qingwu about the conversation with Chu Qinyan. Yan Qingwu said, the Curse Heaven Lord is a legend in the entire Deep Blue Plain. If the Curse Temple is truly his temple, it is indeed possible to reach the Saint Spirit continent. At this moment, the Sword Spirit also said, the Cursed Heavenly Monarch is an incredible big shot. Not just in the Deep Blue Plain, but in the entire universe. He is an overlord-level existence. It is said that his cursed body can make him immortal, but I don't know whether it is true or not. How does it compare to the previous owner of the Joint Heaven Sword or the owner of the Holy Monument? Li Fuchen asked. The Sword Spirit said, they are all on the same level, but in terms of survivability, the Curse Heaven Monarch is definitely stronger. At least he is still alive. Li Fuchen nodded. Indeed, staying alive was more important than anything else. The Imperial Flower Feast was about to end. During this period of time, Li Fuchen could sense that Chu Qinyan was conversing with plenty of people through transmitted messages. It seemed like the Curse Temple didn't think 2 people was enough, so he invited more people into the Curse Temple. However, it was unknown how many people would dare to enter. After a while, the Imperial Flower Feast came to an end. Chu Qinyan stood up and politely said a few words before asking them to leave. After leaving the Rainbow Garden, many people did not leave. Instead, they floated in the air. They didn't believe that the Sky Horn Great Dharch would let the sword Dharch off so easily. With the Sky Horn Great Ruler's personality, he would never wait for an overnight vengeance. It was obvious that the Sword Emperor wasn't someone that was easy to deal with either. Therefore, there would definitely be a battle between the 2 of them. Soon enough, the Sky Horn Great Ruler and Li Fuchen came out. Sword Emperor, I said that I will keep you alive for now. It is time to reap your life. The Sky Horn Great Ruler let out a tyrannical laugh. If he could endure it when someone snatched his servant, he wouldn't be called the Sky Horn Great Ruler. So what if it was a heaven-class high-tier weapon? The Sky Horn Great Ruler didn't believe that Chu Qinyan could do anything to him. Sky Horn Great Ruler, I heard that your escaping skills aren't that great. At least, it isn't comparable to the Golden-Winged Great Ruler. Li Fuchen laughed. The Golden-Winged Great Ruler blinked his eyes. What do you mean? The Sky Horn Great Ruler asked. If you are the Golden-Winged Great Ruler, I will definitely not be able to kill you. But now there is still a chance. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword. Courting death. The Sky Horn Great Ruler went berserk. He pulled out the horn on his forehead and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Huff huff huff, the chi presence of destruction was emitting in all directions. The reason the Sky Horn Great Lord was able to become the leader of the 4 great lords of the demon race was because his bloodline contained the power of destruction. The power of destruction was undoubtedly a supreme power. As the corner of the Sky Horn Great Lord slashed out, cracks appeared in the void and the edges of the cracks began to collapse. Clang! Li Fuchen blocked the horn with his sword. Your attack power is rather powerful. Li Fuchen felt that he had underestimated the Sky Horn Great Ruler. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's attack power wasn't inferior to the Skull Great Ruler. The Skull Great Ruler had the White Bone Saint crown and was definitely not a regular top-class Great Ruler. Clang 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 in an instant, it was unknown how many times the duo had clashed. Get lost! Bang! A sword chi cleaved on the Sky Horn Great Ruler's shoulder and sent him flying while fresh blood sprayed out. In terms of actual combat, the Sky Horn Great Ruler wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was able to observe the Sky Horn Great Ruler's subtle movements with extreme clarity. It even produced the precognition ability and could predict the next move's trajectory and strength. Bang 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 bang. In the beginning, Li Fuchen would need dozens of sword strikes to hit the Sky Horn Great Ruler once. After familiarizing himself with the Sky Horn Great Ruler's combat style, it became 10 sword strikes, then 5 sword strikes, 3 sword strike. In just 15 minutes, the Sky Horn Great Ruler's body was covered in sword wounds and was dripping with blood. Of course, these were just superficial wounds and weren't able to cause internal injuries to the Sky Horn Great Ruler. Such power! Everyone was flabbergasted. Li Fuchen's strength was simply unpredictable. Who was the Sky Horn Great Ruler? He was actually struck repeatedly by Li Fuchen and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Especially Chu Qinyan, she realized that she had still underestimated Li Fuchen. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was undoubtedly one of the demonic beasts that was adept at combat. It wasn't strange if the Sky Horn Great Ruler's attack power was superior to the Sky Horn Great Ruler's, but it was rather exaggerated to be able to render the Sky Horn Great Ruler helpless. Celestial Eye Great Ruler, can you block it? Beside the Celestial Eye Great Ruler, the Mystic Dark Great Ruler asked in a grave tone. The Celestial Eye Great Ruler's Celestial Eye was said to be able to see through any flaws. During a battle with the Celestial Eye Great Ruler, a single move was enough to determine the victor. After staying silent for a breath, the Celestial Eye Great Ruler said slowly, "I cannot block it." It was true that he couldn't block it. His Celestial Eye was said to be able to see through any flaws, but Li Fuchen's attacks seemed to be able to predict the future. How could the Celestial Eye Great Ruler see through it? Even you can't block it? The Mystic Dark Great Ruler was shocked as he thought he was the only one that couldn't block it. Ruin smash! After enduring a few dozen sword slashes from Li Fuchen, the Sky Horn Great Ruler was infuriated. He activated his innate ability, Ruin Smash, and a giant unicorn phantom rushed at Li Fuchen. At that instant, Li Fuchen felt a black hole crashing over and his body was involuntarily getting closer. No wonder he is the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers. Li Fuchen was surprised. Just this move was enough for the Sky Horn Great Ruler to look down on everyone, and there weren't many that could block it. Li Fuchen executed Meteor Fall and countered with his sword. Rumble. The sky collapsed. One of the two attacks contained the power of ruin, while the other was extremely fast. When they clashed, it immediately caused a chain reaction that caused the heaven and earth law to break and melt. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying. In this head-on clash, Li Fuchen had lost. But in the next moment, Li Fuchen turned into a dazzling light and vanished. TSS. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's body was spurting with blood, as it was unknown how many sword slashes he received. Damn it! The Sky Horn Great Ruler was like a headless fly that was flying around and couldn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Right now, he didn't have the Demonic Beast Race Number 1 Great Ruler's Demonic Beast aura anymore. Soul Emperor, why aren't you making a move? The Sky Horn Great Ruler yelled out. Li Fuchen was his bane, and he had to admit that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Sky Horn Great Ruler, you have truly disappointed me. The Soul Emperor was indeed disappointed. He thought the Sky Horn Great Ruler would be able to force Li Fuchen to his limit. As a result, he was forced into a miserable state. Of course, he didn't consider that he was also defeated by Li Fuchen. Red Moon, do it. The Soul Emperor instructed the Red Moon Emperor. Kill! With a boundless murderous aura, the Red Moon Emperor thrust at Li Fuchen. After clashing with the Red Moon Emperor, Li Fuchen realized that the Red Moon Emperor's strength had almost doubled. Li Fuchen, this person cultivated a forbidden technique and used his lifespan as the price to forcefully increase his strength. Yan Qingwu immediately saw through the Red Moon Emperor's condition. I see. Li Fuchen was enlightened. To a Law Phase Realm Emperor, lifespan was the most important thing. Only with a sufficient lifespan, they would have the hope to step into a higher realm. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful they were. It was obvious that the Red Moon Emperor's cultivation of a forbidden technique was the Soul Emperor's idea. The Soul Emperor didn't care about the Red Moon Emperor's future. The Red Moon Emperor's strength might have doubled, but he still wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. After all, the Red Moon Emperor wasn't considered a top-class Great Emperor before this. Clang! Li Fuchen sent the Red Moon Emperor flying with a single slash. Caw! Right at this moment, there was a terrifying bird's cry. In the void, a giant sharp claw clawed at Li Fuchen. The golden-winged Great Ruler was shocked when he saw the sharp claw. His original body was the golden-winged Emperor Eagle and was a top-class 8 demonic beast. However, as compared to the owner of the sharp claw, he was far inferior. As the sharp claw appeared, space froze and time seemed to stop as well. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to shrink, shift, and change. No one could clearly see the changes that happened in that instant. They could only vaguely sense it. Demonic Beast Half-Overlord. Chu Qingyan and Yan Qingwu spoke at the same time. However, the duo couldn't understand why a demonic beast half-overlord would appear in the Emperor Sky continent. Half-overlords might not be demonic beast overlords, but they already had a portion of the characteristics of demonic beast overlords. They would also be suppressed by the Emperor Sky continent, but the suppression was slightly lesser. In normal situations, if a demonic beast half-overlord came to the Emperor Sky continent, their strength might not be comparable to a great emperor. Chapter 7:16. No wonder. Li Fuchen finally understood why the Soul Emperor made a move. With the Soul Emperor's vision, he should be able to see that even if the Sky Horn Great Ruler worked together, they might not be able to pose a threat to Li Fuchen. However, the Sky Horn Great Ruler was obviously just a decoy. The true trump card was a half-overlord. The strength of a half-overlord was enough to crush any great emperor. If it was a regular person, Li Fuchen would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's certain aspects had already reached the half-overlord level and had even surpassed it. The claw might have locked down the spatial zone and caused the spatial zone to change, but Li Fuchen was still able to react. Clang! When the claw and the joint heaven sword clashed, Li Fuchen felt as though he was struck by lightning and was blasted deep into the ground. The owner of the claw had also revealed itself. It was a terrifying giant bird with an eagle's head, a lion's body, and eagle claws. The feathers on its body were like iron swords and were intimidating. The griffin. Someone couldn't help but say. The griffin was a top-notch Class 8 demonic beast, and its body contained the bloodline of the overlord beast, the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion was a top-notch overlord beast, and not a regular overlord beast. With its bloodline, the potential might not be inferior to regular overlord beasts. It is the griffin. This is bad. The vacant mountain emperor and the others were shocked. He actually enslaved a griffin. The sky-horn great ruler looked at the Soul Emperor with eyes of fear. It was rumored that the Soul Emperor enslaved a demonic beast overlord. In his opinion, it was nonsense. How could a demonic beast overlord be enslaved? Even if it was enslaved before it matured, when it progressed to a demonic beast overlord, the Soul Emperor's enslavement would be broken. Furthermore, the demonic beast overlord would take revenge. From the looks of it, the Soul Emperor enslaving a demonic beast overlord was indeed nonsense, but he actually enslaved a half-overlord. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler didn't know that the Soul Emperor didn't just enslave one half-overlord, but two half-overlords. The other one was the Void Swallow Octopus. Li Fuchen and Yen Qingwu had seen it before. Boom! The claw blasted Li Fuchen into the ground, but the griffin didn't stop. Instead, it opened its mouth and spewed out golden flames. The golden flames could burn anything, and the ground instantly turned into a sea of golden magma. The vacant mountain emperor and the others believed that if they were the ones in the golden magma, they would be severely injured or even killed in a short period of time. Is the Sword Emperor dead? At this moment, everyone felt that it was a little unreal. Who could have imagined that the Soul Emperor was dangerous to such a degree that he could even control and enslave a quasi-demon saint? Although the Sword Emperor was powerful, how could he contend against a demonic beast sage? Furthermore, the Soul Emperor's schemes were too terrifying. He could obviously enslave a half-overlord, but he didn't ask the half-overlord to make a move immediately. Instead, he asked the Sky-Horn Great Ruler and the Red Moon Emperor to stall Li Fuchen, in case Li Fuchen saw something was wrong and immediately escaped. I can't be wrong. Chu Qinyan frowned. Her instincts told her that Li Fuchen was the most dangerous. Hence, Li Fuchen wouldn't die so easily. Pucci. The sea of lava was torn apart, and a figure slowly rose up. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? He looked at the griffin and said slowly, as expected of a demonic beast saint, "You almost injured me." If he didn't react in time and was hit by the griffin's claw, he would definitely be injured. With just the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent, rule field, and his body's defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a demonic saint. It was fortunate that he reacted in advance and used his attack to weaken the griffin's attack. As for the golden flames, they might be powerful, but they had to burn the body directly. The Soul Emperor didn't say anything, but his expression turned even gloomier. Since the griffin's sneak attack didn't succeed, the Soul Emperor knew that Li Fuchen wouldn't be killed so easily. But so what? The Soul Emperor didn't believe that Li Fuchen would be able to resist the griffin and their alliance. The vacant mountain emperor and the others could also see that Li Fuchen was in a predicament, therefore, they planned to help. They might not be able to defeat the griffin, but they were still able to obstruct the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the Red Moon Emperor. It was a pity that the trio couldn't go forward and were obstructed by the Blue Sun Emperor and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. Get lost! The Safflower Empress waved her hand and red flowers bloomed in the air. Blue Sun Birth. The Blue Sun Emperor blasted out a fist and a giant blue sun rose from the horizon. Seven Emotions Great Palm. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor rushed out from the back of the Blue Sun Emperor and wanted to sneak an attack on the Safflower Empress. Black Saber, Fate. Yen Qingwu blocked the attack for the Safflower Empress. As for the vacant Mountain Emperor, he was fighting with the Red Moon Emperor, who was counterattacking. For a moment, the surrounding 10,000 miles had turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and even the heaven and earth law was shattered. The spectators kept retreating until they were 10,000 miles away. Bang 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 bang. In comparison, the battle between Li Fuchen and the Griffin was the pinnacle of the battle. The human and the beast were both existences that surpassed great emperors. The Sky Horn Great Ruler wasn't able to interfere, and could only launch sneak attacks at Li Fuchen from time to time. It is impossible for a half-overlord to continue fighting fearlessly in the Emperor's Sky continent. There must be a reason for the half-overlord to use his full strength. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with sparks. Huff, a golden flame assaulted, and Li Fuchen used the sword shift to dodge. Immediately after, a sharp claw sent Li Fuchen flying out of the void. Li Fuchen's body appeared with wounds. The half-overlord was too powerful, and once Li Fuchen was hit, he would definitely be injured. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's injuries weren't severe, and were just superficial wounds and minor internal injuries. To a body refinement emperor, it wasn't considered much. Ruin smash. The Sky Horn Great Ruler made use of the opportunity to activate his powerful innate ability. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had to clash with the Sky Horn Great Ruler. However, this was definitely a vicious cycle, as the Griffin followed up and sent Li Fuchen flying with another claw. It was already difficult enough to face the Griffin. Now that the Sky Horn Great Ruler was involved, Li Fuchen was definitely in a predicament. Sect Origin Swords. Finally, Li Fuchen burst out with his strongest kill move. 1,000,000 Sect Origin Swords Chi spanned across the void like an endless forest of swords. They were all pointed at the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the Griffin. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was extremely appalled. The Soul Emperor didn't tell him that Li Fuchen had this kill move. With a thought from Li Fuchen, 1,000,000 Sect Origin Swords Chi surged out violently and drowned the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the Griffin. Cling cling clang clang. The sword Chi might be powerful, but the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the Griffin's defenses were stronger. Especially the Griffin, when the Sect Origin Swords Chi stabbed at its feathers, there wasn't a single mark. It was fortunate that there were too many Sect Origin Swords Chi, and as they constantly stabbed, the Sky Horn Great Ruler's body started to bleed. Soul Emperor, you tricked me. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's voice echoed through the sword Chi. He was in a miserable state right now. It was fine if he didn't have any wounds, but once the wounds appeared, the sword Chi would stab at the wounds as though they had spirituality, causing the injuries to worsen. It was as though a 1,000-mile dike would be destroyed by an ant's nest. It would be fine if he could instant shift. However, among the 4 demonic beast great rulers, only the golden-winged great ruler and the black wolf great ruler could instant shift. The other demonic beast great rulers couldn't do it. This was also why the humans were usually the rulers of the continent. The demonic beasts might be strong, but their overall strength was inferior to the humans. In response, the Soul Emperor didn't mind. If the Sky Horn Great Ruler wasn't blocking at the front, how was he going to exhaust Li Fuchen's Sect Origin Swords? The Soul Emperor might have been able to dodge most of the sword Chi previously and was only slightly injured, but that was because the Safflower Empress was attacking first. At that time, the Soul Emperor had already executed his shifting technique. When Li Fuchen's Sect Origin Swords arrived, the Soul Emperor's shifting technique was basically completed. The Red Moon Emperor didn't have it easy as his body was riddled with wounds. If the Soul Emperor didn't execute the forbidden technique, the Red Moon Emperor would still be half dead. Of course, even without the Sky Horn Great Ruler, the Soul Emperor still had ways to deal with Li Fuchen's Sect Origin Swords, but it was still a little troublesome. If the Sky Horn Great Ruler only had this ability to become the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers, he would have been dead for countless years. Ruin Trample. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler returned to his original form, and it was a unicorn with dark gray skin. A destructive light radiated from his body, repelling the sword chi outside. Then, he stomped fiercely. Bang boom! The void cracked inch by inch under his trampling, and the 10,000 returning swords chi that attacked him also exploded inch by inch. Soul Emperor, Sword Emperor, just you wait. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler didn't plan to risk his life to fight with Li Fuchen. The Ruin Trample had to burn his bloodline as the price and shouldn't be used frequently. Furthermore, he could already see that the Soul Emperor had evil intentions and wouldn't continue to be a pawn. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler turned into a stream of light and vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Sky-Horn Great Ruler. Once the Sky-Horn Great Ruler left, Li Fuchen would have a much easier time and wouldn't obstruct him. The griffin was indeed a demonic beast half-overlord. After being stabbed by countless sect origin swords, it only lost some feathers and didn't even have a trace of blood. Huff huff huff, golden flames were spewed out and the remaining sect origin swords were all melted and disintegrated. Blade of Void. A transparent sharp blade suddenly appeared and pierced through the griffin's missing feathers. PFFF. The griffin's defense was basically on its feathers. Right now, its feathers were damaged and it wasn't able to block this powerful sword. Screech. There was a sharp and irritable chirp as the griffin turned its head and pecked at Li Fuchen. It was a pity that Li Fuchen had already retreated and didn't give the griffin any chance. There were over a dozen damaged feathers on the griffin's body. Li Fuchen circled around the griffin and would launch sneak attacks from time to time. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't able to injure the griffin because the Sky-Horn Great Ruler was around. Secondly, the griffin's feathers were too tough and unless Li Fuchen struck the same spot consecutively, it was impossible to break the griffin's defense. Now that the Sky-Horn Great Ruler had escaped and the griffin's feathers were damaged, it was impossible for the griffin to block with Li Fuchen's Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword. Of course, the griffin was a demonic beast half-overlord after all and Li Fuchen would still be struck by its claws occasionally. It was fortunate that with Li Fuchen's defense, these injuries weren't considered anything. Even if he was struck a few dozen times, he would only suffer some internal injuries. Rumble. Li Fuchen's heart sank as the Soul Emperor had indeed brought the other half-overlord Void Swallow Octopus over. In the void, there were splashes as a giant tentacle lashed at Li Fuchen ferociously. Another demonic beast half-overlord? The spectators were flabbergasted. Chapter 717. This battle had fallen into the Soul Emperor's control right from the start. Li Fuchen was like an insect on a spider web and could only struggle in vain. Let's see how you're going to resist two quasi-demon overlords. The Soul Emperor didn't participate. Enslaving two demonic saints in battle required a great deal of mental and soul force. The Void Swallow Octopus was obviously stronger than the griffin. Its giant tentacles had dozens of suction cups and they were emitting a powerful suction force, making it impossible for Li Fuchen to dodge. When the Void Swallow Octopus attacked with one of its tentacles, Li Fuchen felt as though the void had turned into water that was tumbling and stirring. The undercurrent was surging and Li Fuchen was a person in the water. He couldn't control his body and was drifting with the current. He couldn't even execute the sword shift for a moment. Soul Chain. Two purple chains shot out of thin air toward the griffin and the void-devouring octopus. Li Fuchen's spirit soul attack was extremely fast and actually arrived first even though it was launched later. Before the Void Swallow Octopus tentacle could touch Li Fuchen, the spirit soul chain had already sunk into the Void Swallow Octopus giant body. In the next moment, the Void Swallow Octopus tentacle lost all of its strength. The remaining force merely caused Li Fuchen's chi blood to boil. Soul Path Secret Technique? The scene that the Soul Emperor worried about occurred. The vacant Mountain Emperor was able to remove the soul poison and he already guessed that Li Fuchen was a Soul Dao cultivator. Now, it seemed that the other party even knew Soul Path's secret technique. If he wasn't a Soul Path cultivator, then what was he? Break! The Soul Emperor sent out 2 soul sabers that slashed at the soul chains. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere in the soul dimension. The soul chain did not even leave a mark. Li Fuchen's spirit soul chain might not be proficient, but it was definitely tough enough. After all, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was a purple soul spirit. What? The Soul Emperor was even more startled. His soul saber was a low-grade Soul Dao secret art after all. How could it not even leave a mark on it? Could it be that the opponent's Soul Path secret technique was a mid-grade Soul Path secret technique? No, if it's a mid-grade Soul Path secret art, he would have used it last time. Soul Dao secret techniques were divided into 5 levels, and they were respectively basic, low-grade, intermediate-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Basic Soul Path mystic arts were used to build a foundation. They could be used to deal with people weaker than oneself, but against people around the same level as oneself, it was useless, unless the opponent's soul was flawed or heavily injured. Low-grade Soul Dao secret arts were just starting to show great power. Even if it was an opponent of the same level, it would be very difficult to block. If they were not careful, they would be heavily injured. And a medium-grade Soul Path mystic art was a Soul Path mystic art that even the Soul Emperor greatly desired. If he had a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, no one in the Emperor Sky continent would be able to stop him for a single breath of time. Even if it was a half-saint, he would be able to casually crush them. As for the higher-grade Soul Dao secret techniques, those below the saint realm wouldn't be able to cultivate them. Only after becoming a saint and transforming the soul spirit into a saint's soul could one cultivate them. Once it was mastered, even a first-level Unity Realm Saint Monarch would be able to look down on everyone and strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. But according to what the Soul Emperor knew, there were very few Soul Dao Saint Monarchs at the Soul Unity realm that possessed high-grade Soul Dao mystic technique. After all, the Soul Spirit was definitely considered one of the ultimate mysteries of the universe, and it wasn't that easy to study. As for peak-grade Soul Dao secret techniques, they only existed in legends. The Emperor Sky continent didn't have any records of saints cultivating a peak-grade Soul Dao secret technique. Putting aside mid-grade and above Soul Dao secret techniques, it was already incredible to study low-grade Soul Dao secret techniques to the extremity. Most importantly, cultivating Soul Dao secret techniques could strengthen one's soul spirit. This was why most of the saints desired Soul Dao secret technique. They didn't wish to use Soul Dao secret techniques to injure others, they only wished to protect and strengthen their own soul spirit. It was just like how every sect had their own spiritual awareness secret technique. Learning a spiritual awareness secret technique might not be helpful to your strength, but if you didn't learn it, it would be hard to resist the enemy's spiritual awareness attack. In short, everyone wanted to learn spiritual awareness secret technique. Excluding the fact that Li Fuchen knew a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, there was only one explanation. Li Fuchen's soul spirit was extremely powerful and much more powerful than the Soul Emperor imagined. Soul poison. Since the saber of soul spirit didn't work, the Soul Emperor changed to a low-grade Soul Dao secret technique. Previously, Li Fuchen used a Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique to neutralize the soul poison. Right now, Li Fuchen was executing a Soul Dao secret technique, and it shouldn't be possible to execute a Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique at the same time. But soon enough, the Soul Emperor knew he was wrong. While executing the Soul Dao secret technique, Li Fuchen was still able to execute the Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique. Swish! There was the sound of chains as a purple chain was shot into the Soul Emperor's mind. Right now, the Void Swallow Octopus, Griffin, and the Soul Emperor were all shackled by Li Fuchen's spirit soul chain. Damn it! The Soul Emperor didn't expect to be trapped too. But it was nothing to him. His body emitted a dim light and the spirit soul chain instantly fell off. Let's go. If Li Fuchen was able to break free from Li Fuchen's Soul Dao secret technique, the Soul Emperor was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't executing a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique. If it was a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, the Soul Emperor would have to pay a huge price to break free. Despite the case, the Soul Emperor knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen today. The Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin, who had their spirit souls shackled, couldn't even utilize 10% or 20% of their strength. How were they going to take down Li Fuchen? The Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin's body flashed with dim light as the spirit soul chain fell off automatically. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor and the two beasts vanished. 7 Emotions Martial Emperor stay behind. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and shot a spirit soul chain into the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor's mind. Black Saber, a wave breaker. Yan Qingwu made use of the opportunity and cleaved the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor into 2. As for the Blue Sun Emperor and Red Moon Emperor, they reacted quickly and had already executed their shifting techniques to escape. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, the Soul Emperor reacted quickly and ordered the duo to escape. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor wasn't the Soul Emperor's soul slave, therefore, he was a step slower. Elderly, are you alright? The Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others walked over. Li Fuchen shook his head. The Safflower Empress said, if we were to deal with half-overlords, we would already be dead. I wonder what method the Soul Emperor used to allow half-overlords to utilize most of their strength. The strength of half-overlords wasn't limited to just this. The Safflower Empress once saw a half-overlord in the sea region. That half-overlord's strength was at least 2 times stronger than the Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin. The Soul Emperor was probably only able to allow the 2 half-overlords to utilize most of their strength, and he must have paid a significant price. Yan Qingwu said, Heaven's fate can be deceived. Similarly, the continent willpower can also be deceived. The trio knew that Li Fuchen was a Soul Dao cultivator, therefore, they were rather surprised that Li Fuchen was able to force the Soul Emperor and 2 half-overlords to retreat, but they weren't particularly surprised. But those people that were watching from 10,000 miles away were rather baffled and shocked. It turns out that the Sword Emperor is also a Soul Dao cultivator. With the Celestial Eye Emperor was able to see some mysteries. A single Soul Emperor was already enough to cause a storm in the Emperor Sky continent. With the addition of the Sword Emperor, there was no place for the Celestial Eye Emperor in the Emperor Sky continent. It seems like I have to reconsider if I should go to the Curse Temple 10 years later. The Celestial Eye Emperor thought to himself. Only by heading to the Saint Spirit continent would he have a chance to progress further. Otherwise, he would have to die of old age on the Emperor Sky continent. It didn't matter if he died earlier or later. The Celestial Eye Emperor was more inclined to venture into the Curse Temple. At most, he would just die. As expected. Seeing that Li Fuchen had forced the Soul Emperor to retreat, Chu Qingyan understood that her intuition wasn't wrong. Li Fuchen was more dangerous than the Soul Emperor. With Li Fuchen's help, she might really be able to return to the Saint Spirit continent. As for the Curse Temple's curse, she was rather confident that she could be immune. She was only worried about the cursed warriors in the Curse Temple. These cursed warriors were undying and could continue to exist with the Curse Temple. Chu Qingyan wouldn't be able to deal with these cursed warriors by herself. Therefore, she needed the help of Li Fuchen and the others. Time elapsed. After the Imperial Flower Feast, Li Fuchen had solidified his title as the #1 expert in the Emperor Sky continent. The title of the Sword Emperor had completely surpassed the Soul Emperor and the Sky Horn Great Ruler. As for the Soul Emperor and the others, they had completely vanished after the Imperial Flower Feast. There was news that the Soul Emperor and the others were already out at the sea. As for whether they were heading to other continents or if they were temporarily out at sea, no one knew. Void Grand Canyon. After making arrangements for the Petrified Queen, Li Fuchen arrived at the Void Grand Canyon alone. In order to condense the void Tao heart, one had to comprehend the void law of heaven and earth. In the Emperor Sky continent, the void Grand Canyon was definitely the place with the clearest void law. As days passed by, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the void law was getting higher. Correspondingly, his void heaven sword art proficiency was also getting higher. However, he was still lacking in order to condense the void Tao heart. Li Fuchen felt that he had yet to make contact with the core of the void law. Only by making contact with the core of the void law would there be a chance to condense the void Tao heart. After drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen suddenly slashed at the end of the canyon. This slash was the blade of void from the void heaven sword art. PFFFTSS. The void was slashed open with a crack. Following the crack, Li Fuchen could feel the void law with even clearer clarity. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This void Grand Canyon was obviously created by a saint. It didn't just contain the saint's void law, it also contained the Emperor Sky continent's void law. If it was the former, it was useless for Li Fuchen to comprehend it as it was someone else's void law. If it was the latter, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to comprehend anything within a short period of time. He would have to spend more time to comprehend it. The combination of the two gave Li Fuchen an opportunity. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness skimmed into the crack and tried his best to sense it. With the saint's spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to sense the void law with ease. With the addition of his heaven-defying perception, the comprehension effect was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the blink of the eye, 1 month passed by. Li Fuchen's location suddenly distorted. Immediately after, Li Fuchen vanished. Inside the void Grand Canyon's hidden domain, Li Fuchen's figure appeared. This is the void Tao heart?